Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Caro. Welcome to my domain. The American Hero. 119 Chapter 1. Welcome to the new story. First, thanks to everyone who voted on the poll. For more details, please check out the bottom. But for now, I hope you enjoy. Chapter 1. It all began on New Year's Day. It was a normal New Year's Day for the young man known as Leo, Bate. He was doing typical teenager things boys his age tended to do, and that was playing video games early in the morning. Go left, left, left. Watch out Dynamite. I'm watching out Starlight. Watch it. Behind you. Leo's intentionally messy golden blonde hair swayed in the air as he was tapping on a controller and moved around on his bed at the same time, playing an online game with someone he didn't even know beyond them speaking Japanese, which he was quite fluent in thanks to his mother's love for a certain hero, and he learned it along with her, which helped him frequently chat with Dynamite when playing their games. His light brown eyes cast over the game, as he pushed his lean muscular body to the edge of the bed. His smile grew when he saw them deliver the final blow to an opposing team. Yes, we did it. Take that Team B. Hey, they screwed up. Leo sighed in excitement. Looks like we ranked up too. Yeah, new year, new rank, Team Starmite for the win. I didn't agree to be called Starmite. Dynamite yelled down the headset. Though it isn't all that bad. What are you doing for your New Year's in the States? Boring where I am. Dunno yet, probably gonna be on my own. My mom's usually busy this time of the year, though I did hear All Might is doing some celebration thing this year. Ever met him? Not fully. Seen him in person a few times. What about Star and Stripe? Ever meet her? Leo secretly smiled. I've seen her from afar, she's really cool. All Might's stronger. Dynamite said it as if it was a challenge. The challenge, Leo accepted. Dunno about that. Might be biased since I'm from America, but Star and Stripe is pretty strong too. Would love to see them throw hands. Would settle the debate. Dynamite exclaimed. Leo would actually like that too. That would be freaking awesome, can you imagine? They'd need like a city at least to go fully at it. If not 2 or 3. Dynamite replied quickly. Leo snickered, and went to carry on, when there was a knock at his door. Sorry Dynamite, gotta go. Being called. Same. Catch you tonight, your time. See ya. Leo logged out, and placed his headset on the side of the table. Come in Mom. The door opened, revealing his mother. Kathleen Bate, who was more famously known as Star and Stripe, is a beautiful woman who possesses dyed blonde hair, with 8 tufts flowing backwards, and narrow brown eyes, and has a well-muscled build. Her eyes shine like the stars she named her hero name after, pulling into the room. Getting in an early session. Not too addicted, right? I'd say it's a mild healthy one. Leo joked. Star showed her enthused smile. Don't worry, I finished my project for school last night, and all done up until school starts back up again. But I'm surprised you're still here Mom, thought you'd be well gone by now. A hero's work is never done and all that. Star laughed a little. Well, officially I've got other duties going on for a week, and we're going to spend that time together, if you'd like. Leo's jaw nearly hit the floor. Seriously? An entire week? Yeah, I've been really busy lately, and we haven't spent much time together. Besides, I've been invited to go to Japan for a special event, and I know how much you love it there too. Star said with a bright smile. Pack your things, we're off in 2 hours. The boys are going to fly us there. Ooh, I can see Momo-chan again. How about you Mom? Excited for All Might? Master. Yes, to see Master again is going to be the greatest joys. Star gave dreamy eyes. Leo lightly snickered at his mother's pure devotion to the hero. Either way, I just have 1 or 2 things to do before we go, so when you're packed, Ethan's waiting downstairs, he'll take you to the jets. Can I ride on top with you? Leo said with an eager smile. Star winked. Any other way to ride? Star laughed as she left, so Leo began to get ready for his trip to Japan. As he did, for a moment, he thought he saw something outside his window, so he went to take a look. When he saw nothing, just an open street with many people going on about their days in the busy streets of New York City, Leo shrugged his shoulders, and went back to work in packing his things, unaware that there was something staring right at him, but it wasn't on the ground. It was in the sky, and its lifeless-looking eyes gleamed towards Leo, letting out a low howling sound. After finishing packing his things, Leo met up with one of his mother's trusted colleagues and friends, a tall man called Ethan. His eyes were brimming with kindness, and drove him to where they'd be taking off into the open sky. Once his mother arrived, they took off flying high in the sky. Star and Leo stood on top of fighter jets as they sailed through the air at high speeds. The wind sails through their tendrils of hair. Star closed her eyes as she opened up her arms, and spread her arms out around her, the wind flapping her long cape behind her, while Leo showed his effervescent smile. "Feel that breeze, Leo," Star yelled to her son. "Ooh yeah. Feel that New Year's air," Leo flashes a smile to his mom. "This is so cool, Mom. Isn't it just?" Star raises her head, her hands on her hips, and enjoyed the feeling of the sky all around them. While sailing over the ocean, Leo looked down and saw the sparkling water despite their height, using his power to enhance his eyesight, enjoying the sights around him. However, Star noticed something coming from the right. Leo glanced up to his mother. "Something wrong, Mom? What is that over there?" Star points out, intrigue on her face. Leo looked towards the direction she points. He took a look, and saw something flying through the sky. It looked like a giant bat, with its brain exposed. Is that even a human?" Leo asks, seeing it flying around erratically. "I don't know, let's watch what it does." Star on the safe side positioned her son behind her in case the creature tried anything. They watched it sailing through the air, seemingly having the speed to keep up with the fighter jets. Star looked down at the man controlling the fighter jet, calling out, "Get ready, we might have company," and they all replied, "Yes, Star." Very dutifully, ready to follow their leader into any battle. Her worries came to fruition moments later, when the creature's eyes turn towards them, and fly at high speeds. Star scowls when the creature opens its mouth, firing off what looks to be some kind of stream of acid. "Let's move," Star calls, and the fighter jets fly off through the air. She looks back to her son, seeing he was handling the movements of the jet they were on just fine, smiling to herself, before turning back to the creature at hand. "All right, son, let's do this together." Leo shines his smile, as he and his mother run their fingers through the air. "The air will harden into a shape 1,000 times my size." After calling that out, the air shifts around them both, and forms constructs of the pair in the air. Invisible to the naked eye, Leo and Star look to one another, as the creature approaches the pair of them. Standing side by side, Star and Leo perform a super move together. Family fist bump, and slam their fists together. Their air versions mimic their movements, and sandwich the creature between their fists, ending its movements altogether, as it generated a shockwave that caused a cloud to disappear. "Well done, Leo. Your air avatar's gotten stronger," Star praised. Leo chuckles, but then looks to the creature, seeing its body radiating a light. "What's it doing, Mom?" Star widened her eyes, yelling, "Move back. Leo contain the explosion with me." And the jets fly backwards, while Leo and his mother grasp hands, causing their air avatars to do the same thing. As they move away, appearing behind Leo, a small portal opened, and a sinister hand came out of it. Reaching further for the young man, Leo and Star's eyes kept ahead at the creature as it begins erupting, detonating into an explosion that could easily flatten a building, and even with covering their air avatars over the explosion, the shockwave could be felt from a good distance away. As she covered her son, she noticed little winged creatures flying off from the detonation, heading right for them, while the hand reached further and further for the unsuspecting Leo. They split apart. Leo wonders, pausing when he felt a chill down his spine. What kind of quirk is that? I'm not sure, but they're not getting further. Star narrows her eyebrows, when Leo began turning, feeling a presence behind him. Brothers, fire the lasers at me. The fighter jets all fly around, and get into formation, causing Leo to snap his head back when the creature launches more acid for them, so they move out of the way. Star stretches out her hands as lasers come firing towards her, dropping her air avatar, as the lasers came to her hands. These lasers shall be holdable. The lasers churn like water, as she forms them into what looks like a giant lance, and wields it with her great strength. She swings it out proficiently, cutting through a good few of them which explode in the sky, as the hand behind Leo begins to slowly move to the back of his head, ready to snatch him down at a moment's notice. As the fingers curl towards Leo's head, the young man notices one of the bomber-like creatures having gotten through, as Star swung the lance for it, but it moved out the way and adapted to her level of speed. Fast little critter. Star grits her teeth, swinging multiple times, but missed, so she went to create another rule, when Leo pushed ahead. Leave it to me, Mom. When Leo pulls forward, he narrowly missed the fingers snatching him. Have this. Leo swings his fist back, and his air avatar reacts. Because the creature couldn't see the fist, it couldn't react and went flying at high speeds towards Star when Leo punched it with full force, firing it off like a bullet out of a gun. Good work, son. Star praises, and she uses her lance of lasers to cut it down. As she did, she noticed a tear in the sky for a moment, when she looked at her son. Because it vanished so quickly, she couldn't affirm it was there in the first place, but held suspicions about what she saw. Everything okay, Mom? Leo asked, noticing his mother staring off into space. Star hums, nodding a single time as she causes the laser lance to disappear harmlessly. Yes, I believe so. She didn't want to worry her son right then, because she didn't know what she saw either. What was that thing, Mom? He asked, as he disengaged his rule, causing the air avatar of himself to return to normal air, looking back to confirm his suspicions but saw nothing. I could have sworn something was behind me a few seconds ago. Star took note of that as she continued. I don't know what we just dealt with was. Whatever it was, it's gone now. Star murmured, her mind replaying what had just happened. Still, I'm going to inform the heroes in America so they can investigate if there's been other sightings. And well done, Leo. Seems your training's making you stronger all the time. Thanks, Mom. As he said it, a chill going down his spine as if he felt eyes on him. But when he looked around, he saw nothing, wondering what the uneasiness was that settled into his heart. Later on, they left American airspace, and eventually arrived near Japan. The rest of the ride was pretty normal, nothing out of the ordinary happened, though Star kept wondering what it was that she saw, and why it was near her son. Once arriving, they went into a limo together, and Leo could see the excitement growing in his mother's eyes. He couldn't deny he also liked coming here. I hear they have festivals at New Year's here, maybe we could go to one, Mom. Star looks quite thrilled to hear that. Yeah, that sounds pretty good to me. So, meeting the top heroes of Japan this time, Mom. Leo carried on. Master, and Endeavor shall be there. If any others, I'm not sure. Star grins. Sorry, not sure about Mirko though. Aw, man, she's my favorite female hero. Star raises an eyebrow, her eyes playfully scrutinizing her son. That isn't my mother. Leo added. Star nods strongly. Ooh yeah, while you're busy, is it alright if I go and meet up with Momo-chan? Of course you can, I'll be busy most of the day anyway. Leo smiles in thanks. Nearing the hotel, Leo brought out his phone, looking up some local news. When he did, he grimaced. Geez, did you know there was a killer on the loose? Star raised an eyebrow. Who is it? Doesn't say the name. He's apparently killed a good few people, even heroes. Holy crap, this guy looks totally crazed. Leo showed his phone to Star, who grimaced. Guess the heroes are hot on this guy's trail, huh? Star nods. I'm sure they are. Leo lets out a soft chuckle, leaning back and relaxed on his seat. Soon enough, they arrive at the hotel, and step outside. Star moves towards the entrance, while Leo travels behind her, noticing the security detail around them. Leo fumbles with his lower lip, something Star noticed. Just for protection, Star noted. Leo nods. I know. Star shows a compassionate smile, laying her hand on top of his head. I'm sorry it's been difficult since you became known to the world, but you know, I'm the proudest mother in the world with how you've handled it. As she said it, Leo felt his face turn a slight red color. Thanks, Mom. Star shows an affectionate smile. Moments later, Leo saw a muscular man waiting for them in the empty lobby of the hotel. Because their landing was made a secret, they thankfully weren't bombarded by journalists or anything of the sort. When Star saw All Might waiting for them with his hands on his hips, her face turned into a picture that gave Leo a large grin on his face. He could see the admiration within her eyes, and the giddiness she probably felt as a little girl seeing her favorite hero, hidden a little by her trying to act professional. Though Leo would be lying if he didn't say he was also excited. Ah, good day, Star, young Leo. All Might greeted. Leo's smile grows, waving. All Might, it's so great to see you again. My, you've grown, young Leo. All Might proclaims, moving close, and lifts Leo up, twirling him around. Leo rubs the back of his head with a bright smile. Yeah, getting taller all the time. And stronger, no doubt. I'm sure your mother's really proud. Star places a hand to her face, Leo noticing his mother's admiration growing in her. Mom's been really excited to see you All Might. Star looks to her son with wide eyes, as All Might flashes his grin. Ah, Star, it's always a pleasure to see you. Star composes herself, and moves closer. Yes, Master. It's a pleasure to see you again. Please forgive my lateness. All Might noticed the stiffness in her movements, looking to Leo in his arms, who shrugged and murmured, she's happy right now. All Might nodding slowly and curiously, as he placed the teen down. So young Leo, how have you been getting along? Leo smiled. I've been training with my quirk, and while I'm not able to go as strong as Mom or anything yet, I've been improving. Star lightly laughs. You've improved well, my boy. Your quirk's pretty strong for your age. I couldn't do stuff you do at your age. I'm proud. Leo grins as his mother and All Might begin speaking with one another. Seeing his mother so happy to be with her hero was quite impressive if he did say so himself. Later on, Leo got dressed, and ran his fingers through his hair, murmuring, my hair shall turn sky blue, and saw his blonde tendrils turn a beautiful blue color, as he throws on a hoodie, some fake glasses and put up the hood, looking in the mirror, and saw he looked just different enough so he was happy about that. Leo skips to his feet, and he opens the door. Hey guys, I'm heading out now. Yes Master Leo. The car's ready. The head of the security dutifully bowed. Thanks guys, Leo salutes, and walks out of the room, going down the long winding corridor. He went to the lobby, and saw the limo outside, so he heads that way. However, as he walked forward, coming from the right-hand side, a man with flames wrapped around his chest and face brushed against him when Leo tried to get out of the way, as if he wasn't there. Leo was befuddled and looked at the hero, recognizing it to be Endeavor. Watch where you're going in future kid. Endeavor said harshly, as a girl with red and white hair that came down past her face, resting on her shoulders was following behind, looking disinterested. Leo folds his arms. I actually tried to swerve out of the way, you collided with me. Endeavor pauses, trying to remember that voice. That voice, Endeavor's eyes lock onto Leo, who in turn stares back, and moments later, it hit Endeavor like a train. It's you, is it? Hey, Endeavor, it's been a while. Leo greets kindly. But Endeavor doesn't show the same kindness. Shoto's been training since the last time. Leo paused, as Endeavor flared his nostrils. My daughter will never lose to you. You might be America's golden boy, but my child is stronger and shall reach #1 not just in Japan. Leo grimaced at his attitude. Best of luck to the both of us. Be prepared to lose to Shoto in the future. Come on Shoto. Endeavor stormed off, leaving Leo bewildered. When the girl called Shoto came close, Leo looks towards her, noticing the scar around her eye, and her overall beauty, adopting a small smile. Hey, been a while huh? Shoto didn't say anything for over 20 seconds, her eyes shifting to the place her father left. Yes, it has been some time. How have? Shoto. Endeavor yelled. You don't have to leave so soon, right? Maybe we can catch up. Leo retorts, as he sees Shoto walking off, her head hung down. Shoto-chan, I missed you. Shoto looks back for a moment in surprise, but then Endeavor scowls and calls for her again, so she sighs, and walks off. As she disappeared, his face crumbled a little, feeling a little disheartened their interaction wasn't how it used to be. Sighing, he moves ahead towards the limo, and drives off towards his friend's home. When arriving at a mansion, Leo managed to get through the gates thanks to saying who it was. He steps out of the limo, and moves towards the door. However, the moment he went to knock on the door flung open, and revealed a beautiful young girl, around his middle school age. Her long black hair was tied into a high ponytail, her eyes displayed what looked like cheerful sparkles. Leo-kun, I was surprised when I heard you were in Japan. Momo greeted. Leo snickered, his arms opened, and they shared a hug. It's been way too long Momo-chan, how have you and your family been? Doing very well, thank you. I'd ask the same, but I watched that commercial you and your mother did for Christmas. I have to say that you wear a Santa outfit very well. Leo chuckled awkwardly. Ooh, that was the government's idea, apparently to bring happiness to the people or something. I don't know. Personally, it's really just wild to me. I get my mom being shown, but me, right now, not as famous. Momo smiles. So, what are you doing now? Right now, nothing. So, are you free? Want to go out into the city and explore? I've got my disguise at the ready. Momo suppressed a little giggle, nodding a single time. Just let me get my coat, and I'll be ready. Alright. Leo walked back to his limo. But as he did, he felt a chill go down his spine again, so he stopped, and began looking around the area. Though he didn't see anything, he felt like something odd was happening. Shaking his head, Leo got into his limo, as up above a small portal vanishes out of sight. A small time later, Leo and Momo traveled together in a limo, and were catching up on various things. So tell me, thinking about going to UA. Momo purses her lips. I believe that's where I'd be going. Either there or Shikatsu, though UA is my first choice. What about you, Leo-kun? Are you going to a hero school in America? Well, I suppose that I would be, though Mom also mentioned about me going to UA, something about following her master's footsteps, something she couldn't do at the time. So, your mother got invited over to Japan again. I'm glad so we can see each other. Leo nods. Me too. Though thinking about it, it's been happening more over the last few years. Guess Mom's become more popular in Japan or something. Momo giggles. Yes, I'd say she is quite popular. All Might is still #1, though I have seen Star and Stripe figurines. Leo took a breath, as he briefly saw something outside the window. When he looked, it was a large shadow disappearing behind a building. Leo shrugged to himself, and continued on. So, I haven't been in Japan for New Year's before, and have seen something about festivals. Ooh, then we've got to go to one. In fact, I know there's a festival tonight. If you're not busy we should go to it. Ah yeah, now we're talking, Leo lightly laughed as they continued on. They arrived in the city, and walked around for a few hours, going to different shops, among other places. Leo went to a yukata place for Momo to get one for the evening. Leo sits down near the dressing rooms, and he waited for a few minutes. As he waits, he notices various people passing on by, people he didn't recognize, apart from one on a TV screen, and saw it was Mirko, a hero he actually did know about, and liked a good deal as well. She is so cool, Leo lightly chuckled at his thoughts. After waiting, Momo came out in a long pink yukata tied at the waist with a flowery design. Her hair was done up in a very beautiful style. She looked rather beautiful in his eyes, and he was left blushing at the sight. So, wow, why you look great, Momo-chan. Momo's face turned several shades of red. Really? You think so? Yes, I believe you do, Momo-chan. Very elegant, and beautiful. Momo flushes harder, her fingers lightly running through her black locks. Then, I'll go with this one. Leo smiles softly, watching her vanish back into the changing room, so he leans back, and waits for her to come back out. In the meantime, Leo feels that same feeling again, that he was being watched. He looked back, his eyes unable to see anything. He thought maybe he was just so used to people invading his personal private life that he felt like he was being watched. Though Leo didn't know that his concerns were slowly coming true. Arriving back to the hotel after spending the day together with Momo, Leo came across Shoto coming in the opposite direction. He allowed his smile to grow on his face, only to stop when he saw the belligerent eyes of Endeavor on him. So he sighed, and continued walking on. When he walked by Endeavor, the flaming hero glanced down at him, so Leo gazed back up at him, locking eyes with the flaming hero, and stared for a few moments. In those moments, it felt intense. But then Leo walked past them, choosing to go to his room. Shoto looked back and gazed at Leo's back, while Endeavor dismissed the young man, continuing on his path. Leo went inside his room with a skip in his step, having spent a good day with his friend. Upon entering, he noticed his mother standing in the room, seemingly getting some stuff ready for her to leave. Hey mom, going somewhere? Well, she gave an apologetic smile, recalling their previous conversations. Leo knew what was about to come, so he held up his hands. It's fine mom, hero duties are important. This is our vacation, I'm so sorry. Leo waved his hands. Really, it's okay. Don't worry about it mom. Are you going to be working with All Might? Not directly, I heard that in the next city over that killer we talked about was spotted. So I'm going to see if I can lend a hand. A request directly from Master himself. I couldn't refuse, but at the same time I feel guilt. Leo crossed the distance, shaking his neck side to side. You don't have to feel guilt about anything, it's really okay. And if you arrest a killer, isn't that really great? Would show the cooperation of America and Japan, and that's always a good thing. Besides, I'll be fine, I'll be with Momo-chan, you'd cramp our style, he joked at the end to relieve her heart. Star flashed her brightest smile, allowing her hand to lightly pet the top of his head. I'll make it up to you, I promise. I know, now go and kick some ass. Star salutes, and runs out of the room. Leo releases a breath, and gets refreshed, then grabs some of his things he'd need, then left the room to go and meet back up with Momo. Later into the night, just as it had gone darker, Leo and Momo arrived at the festival, and went inside. Leo awkwardly looked around, glad that he seemingly wasn't really being looked at, though he wasn't expected to be in Japan, so he guessed not many were on the lookout for him. Momo gracefully walked forward, and entered the crowded area. Leo followed after her, looking at all of the different stalls around. He was taken by the beauty of the scene before his eyes. He could see some heroes were wandering around as well. Leo could see so many different stalls. He even saw a Ferris wheel, which surprised him. But a happy surprise. He thought about going on it later that night, knowing it would be a fun one for sure. He even saw that just beyond the stalls was the beach and the ocean. At night, the moon and the lights of the festival illuminated the beautiful waters, and looked tranquil. The music playing all around them felt really refreshing to his ears, and caused his heart to remain calm. As they walked, and took in the sights, Momo went to a nearby stall, and grabbed some food. She came back, and presented it to Leo. Leo gave a one-over with his eyes, seeing the ball-shaped snack, wondering what it was. So, this is takoyaki, Momo said cheerfully. Try one. Leo noticed a stick close by, so he grabbed it off the plate, and pierced the takoyaki. Okay, what is it? Don't worry about it, try it. Momo urged. It's not bad, I promise. He went with her word on it, and put it to his lips, and ate it in one go. Not bad. Interesting flavor, so what is it? Octopus. Leo's face dropped considerably. His bewildered eyes went to the young woman next to him, the color draining off of his face, looking at her in disbelief. And you didn't tell me it was that because you might not have tried it. Momo reasons. It's better to try something than not at all, right? Did you like it? Leo grimaced, his mind casting back to the taste. He smacks his lips together, then shrugged. It wasn't bad. See, you liked it. And you wouldn't have tried it if I said it was octopus before, right? Probably not. Leo agreed. Alright, you win. Momo smiles elegantly as they continue forward. They go to various stalls, including one of where you have to fill a balloon with a water gun to win a prize. So Leo took up the challenge, and twirled the gun around his finger, aiming it for the clown mouth connected to the water balloon. Here we go. Leo fired the water off. Momo lightly cheered from the side, as Leo's aim wasn't bad. Momo was impressed. Done this before. Yeah, I've played games like this before. Leo replies, seeing the balloon become bigger and bigger. When it burst, the guy behind the counter looked amazed. Excellent young man, pick a prize. Leo looked at each of them, as Momo patiently looked on, so he shifted his hand to her. Whatever Momo-chan wants is fine. Momo lightly flushes, choosing to pick a giant teddy bear that somehow Leo in the end had to carry around. Momo's light look gazed upon Leo as he hauled the bear onto his back, and strived forward. So, is this how you thought a festival would be? Momo asked. Leo nods. I think so. I suppose fireworks would be going off soon. That, and you can pray at a shrine. Leo felt excited about it. He always loved learning about different things in the world, so followed Momo as she began to explain with fire in her eyes. As they walked through the festival and Momo was explaining about the various different things they did during the New Year's, they were abruptly startled when they heard the sound of something crashing outside, so he turned, and he saw that a side of the building had been broken apart just outside of the festival. What the? Momo looked around, seeing some people panic. Leo did the same thing, waiting his eyes through the chaos of the masses suddenly running away. But then he saw Hiro was thrown down the street they were on like a rag doll. Leo saw that the man was going to be hitting a crowd of children, so he waves his hand out of the air, muttering, "The air 50 meters away will form into a twister," and surely enough, his rule came about. The twister came out through the air, wind spinning around, and caught the hero in it. Moments later, Leo dropped the rule, allowing the twister to die down and safely return the man to the ground as he saw his security detail running towards him. "Young master, it's currently unsafe around here." Leo looks to the ground, seeing the chaos ensuing, and thought about the best option, while looking for the villain in question that was doing it. That's when he heard another sound of destruction, so his eyes focused, and looked to see a man with short blonde hair, and his muscles seemingly on the outside. He also only had one eye. Leo recognized the man being the same one who was in the report he read online, watching as he was bodying a few heroes around and they weren't able to put much resistance to him. Leo grits his teeth at the carnage, and turned to the guys. "Call my mom, I'll do what I can until she comes. There's no hero that can fight against him, so I'll do it." Leo looks to Momo, and gently gives her the bear. "Take care of Momo-chan, and get her and the others to safety. I've got muscles over there." "Wait, Leo-kun." Momo tried to argue, knowing it wasn't safe. But Leo saw someone being ready to be killed, so he adopts a small smile, and releases the rule on his hair, so it returned back to its natural blonde color. "Don't worry about me, just get to safety." Before they could argue further, Leo adopts a rule to increase his physical capabilities, and leaps out, moving across the ground at incredible speeds. "Splatter, you bastard." The villain was ready to make a pancake out of the villain, using both hands. Leo managed to slip between them in a few moments, as the guy's large fists came shattering down onto the ground. Momo gasped, as the security detail pulled her back, seeing that she was trying to go to his side. "It's not safe, ma'am." But aren't you guys his security?" Momo argued. "Actually, we're here to make sure he's able to fight." One of them replies. "He's Star's son, and the burning heart of a hero resides in him. We're here to make sure he can do what he does best." Momo was bewildered, as the villain looked around in confusion, his eye then shifting to Leo, who held a young woman in his arms. "Don't worry, you're okay. Run to safety." Leo soothed the woman, who bowed her head over and over, taking off down the street. "Ooh, who do we have here? A brave boy is it? Let me wipe that bravery off your face." Leo went to move, when he saw a hero using the distraction to jump the villain. The villain turned to the hero, his large fist readying to pulverize the hero, so Leo swings his hand through the air, calling out. "The air will harden into a shape 1,000 times my size." Forming his air avatar, Leo swung his hand out, the air avatar followed along with his movements, and slammed a giant fist into the body of the villain, propelling them away from the hero. The villain digs into the ground, and blood leaks from his damaged nose and face, pulling himself up, looking increasingly angry. Leo grits his teeth, searching around for any heroes, but couldn't see any that he recognized. "You actually hurt me. You're so dead," the villain yells out in disgusting desire. "Then come and get me." Leo leaps back, as the fist comes crashing into the ground, ripping it apart, and sent chunks of it flying all around, Leo grimacing at the sight, when the villain came towards him quickly. So Leo drops his air avatar, noting the speed of the villain, and swings his hand out. "The air before me shall harden to my size." When the villain goes to punch a second later, he punches against the solid air barrier that looked like a star, his fist managing to cause some of the air to crack, but otherwise held out. Momo at a safe distance looked on, seeing Leo managing to stay a step ahead of the villain. Though he was incredibly fast, and it took Leo's skills to make that happen, she was glad he was able to be skilled enough to fight. Leo saw another punch come for him, and it missed his face by inches, cutting into his cheek, drawing blood down his face. "You're a fast little thing. Let me teach you a lesson of pain." Muscular came at him at incredible speeds, so Leo leaps high into the air, avoiding the attack. Funny, just about to say the same thing. Leo came down with an axe kick. The villain raised his arms, and took the kick head on, generating a shockwave between them. The villain's body was pushed into the ground, but managing to stay on his feet as Leo grits his teeth while being repelled by the villain. Flipping a few times, he returns to the ground to see the villain coming right for him at high speeds. "My name's Muscular, I'm telling you because I wanted you to know who's going to kill you." Muscular's large fist came towards Leo, while Momo looked on, wanting to help him, but didn't know how she would be able to do it, and saw the security detail all looking on with worry as they helped civilians evacuate. Leo skates backwards, avoiding a punch to his body, and then slammed his hand forward. Momo didn't know what happened, as moments later, Muscular was repelled away from Leo, and sent flying down the street. What she didn't see was Leo activating his air avatar once more, and caused a heavy-duty attack on the villain, drawing more blood out of his mouth at the quick impact. Muscular's body digs into the ground, as Leo curls his fingers through the air, creating another order, and with his command, the air that was directly behind Muscular turned into an array of hardened spikes. Muscular's body received slices across his body, his muscle fibers managed to protect him from receiving a fatal attack, pulling himself forward, his eye glaring right for Leo, stomping on the ground as his body leaked blood. What an interesting fight. I don't know how you're doing what you're doing, but this ends now. As he said it, he ignored Leo, and leapt for the Ferris wheel. No. Realizing what he was doing, his large fist smashed into the Ferris wheel, Leo's eyes widening when he heard civilians screaming, so Leo rushed towards the Ferris wheel. Muscular tried to punch him, so Leo leaps up, and nails Muscular in the chin, his enhanced strength enough to flip Muscular's entire body off the ground and through the air a few feet. Landing, Leo's hand slapped the ride. This Ferris wheel will not break. And all of the damage it received, stopped progressing. Boys, get those on the Ferris wheel to safety, I'll keep it steady until then. Yes sir. They scrambled to do as Leo asked, while Momo was amazed to see how calm he was during a fight with a very fast villain, and powerful, she couldn't even see him move. Here I come you son of a bitch. Muscular yelled, his eye on Leo, he was fiercely determined to fight Leo. Don't you talk about my primary caregiver like that. Leo snapped, Muscular snarls angrily. Muscular's fist turned to Leo, so he went to defend, when he heard the sound of a little girl screaming. Though Leo had managed to stop the Ferris wheel from crumbling completely, when Muscular smashed his foot into the ground, generating a shockwave and sent a small girl flying out of the Ferris wheel's top compartment when she was being helped out of it. Ah! The girl screamed. Leo gasped, seeing the mother and father desperately crying out for their daughter, so Leo inhaled, and swung his hand through the air, murmuring, the air will be hardened into a shape 1,000 times my size, and his air avatar was formed. Using the giant version of him, he caught the child, but it left him with no rules on himself. Leo's quirk was similar to his mother's, in which he could keep 2 rules activated at the single time, and like his mother, he tended to have the enhanced physical abilities on most of the time, but seeing this situation, he had to switch that off, and couldn't deactivate either of his other rules as he could see people still coming out of the Ferris wheel, and knew he'd not be able to get to the girl with his physical body since Muscular was coming for him. So he smiled at his decision, as Muscular's fist embeds into his stomach. Leo grits his teeth as bile leaks out of his mouth, keeping his hand in the air and lowered it slowly so the girl would be safe, while using the other hand to grab a few people off the Ferris wheel when the shockwave from Muscular's punch rocked the structure, managing to catch them in time. Hey, not so tough now, are you? That all you got muscle man? Thought with them, you'd hit harder. Leo baited so he'd come at him, and leave the others alone. You little. Leo received a few punches against his body and suffers injuries, but managed to keep his hands steady as he evacuated those on the Ferris wheel, while the security detail lead them away, and keep Muscular's attention solely on him. His actions astonished the security detail, the defeated heroes, the public, and Momo as well, seeing him go through the pain, all the while protecting innocent people. But, despite the assault being quite heavy-handed, he remains on his feet, being pushed back to the beach. Even Muscular was astounded how he survived punches that could break buildings, noting Leo's natural durability to be very strong. Though Leo did suffer the injuries, and felt his body battered inside and out, he refused to drop his hands right now, not until they were safe. Why don't you die? Wah! Leo received a blow to his body, coughing out some blood as blood ran down his face from the right-hand side. Though Muscular was surprised Leo didn't get pulverized immediately, and that he withstood his attacks very well. Momo was in pain seeing her friend get hurt. But she knew he was sacrificing his own safety for the safety of strangers, which in her eyes was amazing. When Leo managed to get the people safely down, he saw his body was pointing at the ocean, and Muscular's fist was drawn back to deliver a hard punch, so he swings his arm at the same time. Though Leo was fired into the air, and towards the large body of water, Muscular was smashed deep into the earth by the large air avatar as well, drawing blood from his body, Muscular's arm becoming highly damaged in the process, bleeding profusely. Leo coughs up some blood, and deactivated both rules, seeing they were now in a safe place thanks to his actions and the security detail helping him out. When he neared the water, he whispered a new rule to himself to reach the physical limits his quirk could give him, increasing his strength and other aspects. Leo spun around, his feet touching the water. The water beneath my feet shall freeze. Quickly saying that, Leo activated a new rule. Momo looks worried, and went to move, when she saw Leo hit the ocean hard. But to her surprise he began running along top of it as if he was perfectly fine as ice formed where he stepped thanks to his rule. Though she saw he was bleeding from his mouth and holding his side in pain, he was able to keep going. It's time to smash this bastard into the ground. Leo wipes the blood from his face, and begins running forward towards Muscular. He practically skates across the ocean, before bending his knees, dropping the freeze water rule, propelling himself high into the air. When getting high enough, he turned his body for the angry-looking Muscular. The air shall harden beneath my feet. Using his new rule, Leo kicked off from the sky using a makeshift hardened air platform, and shot himself through the air like a bullet. Muscular was stunned to silence as Leo came in, moving through the air at different directions and different angles. Then when he got to the right-hand side of Muscular, he dropped the hard air rule, and tightens his fist as tight as he could do. Muscular grinds his teeth, as Leo used his enhanced speed. Leo got before Muscular, and embeds his fist into his damaged arm, and though he hadn't reached his mother's strength yet, it was enough as Muscular howled in pain while he was propelled down the road. What the hell? Muscular defiantly yelled, swinging his arms to stop himself, and growled at Leo. Leo skids on the ground, coming to a stop. What the hell indeed? Using others for your cowardly methods, attacking innocents so you could get the upper hand. It ends now. You are one tricky kid, now I'm pissed off. The villain demands Leo's blood. Leo scowls, his hand going down, slapping the earth. The earth will spike for a range of 10 meters the size of me. The earth returned the area into an array of spikes, jutting out of the earth. The villain received huge gashes on his legs and arms from the spikes, as he leaps high into the sky, looking down at Leo with an exasperated look. Who the hell are you? The villain yells angrily. Leo gets close to Muscular, and slams his foot into Muscular's chin, propelling him into the air. Leo gazes up, his eyes showcasing a strong will, as he swings his hand through the air, activating his air avatar once more. Star and striped sun, his fingers swing through the air. The air above me shall form a tornado thrice my size. Speaking a new rule into existence and deactivating his strength rule at the same so he could do that, Leo witnessed a violent tornado form above his head, catching Muscular in it, and dragged him through it at high speeds. Since he could see Muscular was attempting to break out but was having some difficulty due to his badly wounded arm, Leo leaps back, and swings his hand down as he announces. Fist bump to the earth. The air version of Leo's fist came smashing down onto the villain from the sky, burying him deep into the ground. A shockwave rattled the ground, and digs the villain deep into the ground, where Leo cups his hands together, announcing, double fist bump to the earth. And slams both hands down, smashing Muscular even further into the ground, shaking the very area around them both. Leo breathed hard, grimacing at his damaged body as a big crater was formed, and saw that Muscular was unconscious. Leo let out a sigh of relief, collapsing backwards as his body reminds him of the pain Muscular gave him, and then activates a rule where the earth wraps around the man's body, binding him down to the ground. Momo was stunned, and happy at the same time, as she rushes over, getting to his side, and looked at him with wide eyes. Wow, Leo-kun. You beat him and you saved those people. It was incredible. Are you okay? Leo looks towards Momo, giving a strong tired nod as crowds gathered around him, and began clapping. Leo looked around, seeing the little girl he saved come over, and shook his hand. Thank you mister for saving me. Not a problem. Glad you're okay. Leo lightly smiled, and lightly pats the top of her head. Meanwhile, Shoto was watching TV when she saw a news report on an attack, so she paid interest, and saw on the screen. It was the defeated Muscular, and Leo stood together with Momo, as people around were clapping. She heard the news reporter speaking about how Leo defeated the villain. A small smile began to appear on her face. But then it fell when she saw Endeavor storm into the room. That kid defeated that villain. Hey, he is her son after all, still you'll be stronger Shoto. Shoto ignored her father, simply staring at the screen. Seeing Leo managing to defeat the villain, made her want to try even harder than ever to become stronger. A few minutes later, Star came rushing to her son's side, as crowds gathered, and were cheering for him. She gave proud eyes, landing near him, as her eyes gazed at the defeated Muscular. Well, Looks like you managed to do my job. Trying to take it away from me. At his mother's joke, Leo began joking back, while Momo looked on with intrigue. Yup, you figured me out, Mom. Star looks towards the bound and defeated Muscular. Well done, Leo. I'm sorry I couldn't get here sooner, there was an incident. It's alright, everyone's safe and that's all that matters. Leo replies with a small smile, grimacing as he ran a hand across his bruised body. Though, I wish our rules were permanent, then I could heal my body, and once dropped, it'd not vanish, Leo whispered with a laugh. Star snickered. I know, but the important thing is, you're okay. Yeah. Leo paused, looking around. I know I've got no license, but I couldn't let anyone die. Star's hand affectionately pets his head. Rules are important, but so is protecting others. That's how I live, and that's how Master lives too. It's the signs of a hero, and today, you showed your heroics. No one else could fight, so you stepped up and saved many at the cost of getting hurt yourself. If anyone has complaints you've no hero license, they can be sent my way. Because in my eyes, you saved many people. I saw a clip of you as I came, you took a beating to protect those people. While seeing you in pain hurts me, I'm super proud of you for protecting and saving lives. Thank you, Mom. Star brought Leo close, and hugged him tightly. First day in Japan and you're already fighting villains. What's for tomorrow? Going to find Mirko. Star joked. Now that's a cool idea. Leo joked back. Star laughs, which Leo shares in as they watch as some police came and took Muscular away with them. Leo was glad it was over, and that he could relax again, even for a short time. Sometime after these events, the unconscious Muscular was brought towards a new place entirely. Hovering above him, was a doctor in a long lab coat. His mustache waves through the air as the man leans down, examining him. It took some pull to have him treated here, all for one. Thankfully, I was able to use someone else's pull so no suspicion is thrown onto myself. Behind the doctor, a mysterious man going by All for One lets out a chuckle. Muscular, he did well, confronting America's golden boy. I'm glad we could arrange for them to meet and keep other heroes out of it. Thanks to Muscular, I could see firsthand his current abilities, though with Muscular playing dirty, I wonder how he would have fought with no one to worry about. All for One's fingers twitch in excitement. This one seems like he'll be useful to us, Doctor, and his quirk, let's begin making a few copies. Yes, All for One. I'll get right on it. Though, are we proceeding with going for the boy? All for One's body leans forward, his black mask came into the light. Though his face couldn't be seen, the doctor could feel the excitement rolling off of him, the desire for power emanated from his very soul. The strongest woman would be impossible to get, but the child. Her precious son, has a very powerful quirk, and he's a powerful user of the quirk. But he isn't her level, yet. That's why, before he becomes unreachable like his mother, it's our time to strike. I can't believe he was hidden away for so long. Star did well to keep such a secret. But now, the world knows him, and his powerful quirk. Leonardo Bate, the golden boy, your quirk in your life, will be mine. All for One's plans began to move, and his desires, laid upon Leo Bate, the user of New Order, the very power that All for One wished to get. 119 Chapter 2. Welcome to He Next Chapter. Holy Knight X, thanks. Yeah, wonder who that is, lol. Yeah, that would be an interesting idea for sure. Yeah, as you said, each generation the quirks get stronger, so Leo's is, and will be shown as the story continues. All for One does. Yeah. That would be an interesting idea, I hadn't heard that, sounds like it would have been pretty cool. Guest 1, yeah, that would be an interesting story idea. Interesting personality. Cool powers for sure, quite a rare type of Longinus to be used. Yeah, Seraphal would go crazy for sure. Cool nickname. Thanks for the suggestions. Guest 2, thanks, glad you liked it. Not sure about that yet. Silver Crow, thanks, glad that you enjoyed it. Leo is. Yeah. Leo and Kathleen have a good bond together. Leo has pretty good balance to stand up there. Yeah. Mirko is quite a favorite for Leo. All Might and Leo have quite a nice bond. Yeah. Shoto and Leo have history for sure. Momo and Leo have quite a fun relationship. Yeah, the security detail is for Leo to do what he does best. Glad you liked the fight. Ooh yeah, AFO is definitely not wanting to deal with Star, but does have some sinister plans for her son. Yeah, he could have a pet like that. Thanks for the harem suggestions. I have some plans for Lady Nagant. Yeah, I could see Katsuki saying that. They'd be nice names for him. He could have a costume like that, yeah. That would be nice for Katsuki. Guest 3, here's the next chapter. Shadow Uzumaki 55, thanks, glad you enjoyed it. Leo has yeah, and he's quite the gamer. Yeah, that's how Endeavor is right now. Shoto and Leo's history shall be explored more as the story goes on. Muscular did for sure. Here's more. Guest 4, thanks for the suggestion. Guest 5, thanks. Jin, thank you, it's going to be a fun ride. Momo fan, thanks. Momo and Leo have a good bond for sure. Leo is pretty strong, yeah. It's going to be quite the ride. Joe, thanks very much. Yeah, I'd imagine his strength would be pretty wild being his son. Rox, thanks. I'm glad you're excited for the story. Jimmy SG0, thanks. Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. Nijire is a pretty cool character. Guest 6, thank you for the harem suggestions. Guest 7, yeah, it will be referenced and Leo might have had something to do during that event. The sludge villain would be pretty easy for either of them to defeat, yeah. Guest, here's the next chapter. Guest 8, thanks for the harem suggestions. Yeah, he's pretty strong. Guest 9, thanks for the harem suggestions. He'll know some, yeah. Some will recognize him, yeah. I've got some fun ideas for when he and Mirko meet. With those reviews finished, it's time to start the chapter. Chapter 2. Sitting in her room, all alone, was a young girl. Every day, she felt the pressures of society weighing down on her. The pressures her parents had put on her. She felt like she had to always wear a mask, to always be the good girl. And for a while, she became someone that would be seen as a girl who was popular. An urgent live update on a news program disrupting her program caught her full attention. Her eyes keenly focused in on the boy's bleeding wounds. His face dripping with blood, his body having wounds across it, and she couldn't help but notice, despite the wounds, he was smiling like the sun. Entranced, the girl moved closer to the screen, reading the bottom of the screen to see who it was. Star and Striped Son, the golden boy of America, she whispered to herself. Then the camera focused on him again, his face and his smile. But most of all, she focused on his blood, and the mask she'd put up to hide her real self was slowly beginning to crack. Leo Bate-kun, she whispered to herself on repeat, her face beginning to turn redder by the moment. Her teeth ran over her bottom lip, biting hard enough that the girl suppressed a groan of delight. Girlish giggles came out of her mouth, as she hugs her upper body. Leo-kun, Leo-kun. The girl twirled around, excitedly jumping in place as she kept her eyes on his bloodied face. Slowly, but surely, she felt it deep within her heart. She longed for blood. She refused to hide herself away. She wanted to be the real Himiko Toga. 2 days after dealing with Muscular, Leo laid back in his hotel room, relaxing after the fun day he had with Momo, hearing his mother in the showers. He watched his mother proudly sitting down on the bed after her shower, her eyes moving towards her son eagerly. You'll never guess where I just came from. From the showers. Leo wonders, his eyes shooting towards the door curiously. Star chuckled endearingly. Well yes, but before then. Leo shrugged. No idea. Where? Star gives a proud nod of her head. I was invited to go to UA, and I spoke directly to principal of UA, Nezu. Really? What did he have to say? Leo couldn't deny he was intrigued. Star's pride in her son emanated from her majestically. Well, there was already a question of you taking the test regardless of this, but Nezu's enthused if you could join UA. On special recommendation. Leo was taken aback. Wow, that's very cool. Star shows her grand smile. I'm really proud. And not only that, even Shiketsu have been in contact. They are both excellent schools, Leo. I wouldn't dismiss the idea of going to either so lightly. But it's in Japan, and I live in America. I'd have to move here if I attended. Star pauses, she had been so excited, she hadn't even thought about the possibility that Leo would move away. She had thought about it in the past, but now, the idea was very real that she wouldn't see her son for extended periods of time. You're right, I wouldn't see you every day. I could get you a place to live, then there's the hero schools in America that's already offered places. This is a bigger decision than I thought. Leo nods slowly. It's still a ways away yet, Mom. We can talk about it, and see what's best, yeah. Star agreed, reinvigorating herself. Exactly. For now, let's have some fun, and not worry about that. Leo wholeheartedly agreed, since nothing had to be decided yet. They had a good while to decide, and ended up having fun. That night, they explored the city together, going to various landmarks they could find, and posed for pictures. Leo and Star stood on top of the tallest building, and did a selfie together. Being the number one of America did keep Star busy, so Leo cherished the times when he got to be with his mother. When they returned to their room, Leo noticed there was a pomegranate left on his bed. Where did that pomegranate come from? Leo wonders aloud. Star shrugged as one of the security overheard him ask, and chimed in. A girl with blonde hair asked for us to leave this for you, Master Leo. But why a pomegranate? Leo wonders, moving his fingers to it. Star takes the pomegranate in her hand. This pomegranate will be rid of all poisons. Though both thought it was unlikely, they decided to use a rule and see if anything would happen. But they saw nothing happen, so it wasn't laced with any kind of poisons. And they did other checks, just to make sure nothing about it that could be dangerous. When they found nothing, Leo hums in thought, and raises it to his lips, taking a small bite. Not bad. You have an admirer, Leo, Star cooed, playfully jabbing her son's right-hand side. Leo chuckled lightly. An admirer that sends pomegranates. Star shrugs. Who knows, that might be considered really nice to the person who gifted you that. Leo thought that would make sense. But they didn't leave anything for me to thank them. Does seem a bit odd, but they could be shy. Star posed. Leo hums, as outside of the building, with binoculars, Himiko Toga was looking on. She couldn't get a good sight of them, and let out a, "Ah, no fair," when she saw that heroes were around making sure that no one could go to the hotel they stayed in. Himiko clicks her fingers, murmuring, "I'll have to get creative then," and begins walking away, getting ready to make a move. By the next day, Leo began walking around the city with Momo in disguise, and were catching up more since their time was cut off during the situation with Muscular. Though as they talked, Leo got a feeling he was being watched. Even though when he looked around, he didn't see anything or anyone, but he couldn't fight off the feeling, but he did wonder if it was because of what happened with Muscular, that he wished to be prepared. I heard that Muscular was taken to prison. Momo began. Leo nods. Yeah, that's what I heard, thank God he's away. Can't kill anyone else anymore. I was reading up on him, and that missing eye he had, was apparently taken out by two water-using heroes, but they lost their lives. Momo shakes her head sadly. How awful. But he's gone now. Momo mentally agreed. And you defeated him. How does it feel to fight such a guy? I also read up on him, and he was able to escape strong heroes. Leo rubbed the back of his head in a calm manner. Truthfully, those punches I got off him, I really felt them. Thankfully, all better now thanks to a little smooch from Recovery Girl. Momo grimaced. Smooch from Recovery Girl. Leo snickered, seeing Momo's grimacing face. It was entirely one-sided, I promise. Momo burst into a fit of giggles as they walked through a plaza together, where multiple people were going about their day. So, I have heard that you have been offered a recommendation place at UA, Leo-kun. Leo looked bewildered. How did you hear about that? Your mom mentioned it, I don't know the details though. Leo shrugged. Mom said that she talked with the principal Nezu, and she said that he would happy for me to come to UA, and there was a place for me there, still gotta do the recommendation exam, whatever that entails. Momo thought that made sense. It would be nice if you did go to UA, then we could be in the same school together. I mean, if I get in as well. Leo showed a supportive smile. I have no doubt you'll get in, Momo-chan. Momo felt happy at the confidence that he had in her. You think? I haven't had much combat experience. Maybe not, but if you'd like any pointers, I could help you out. Momo claps her hands together a single time, stars beginning to shine around her eyes. I could draw up a training regime. Leo loved when she got enthused like this. Yeah, you can do that if you'd like, Momo-chan. Sounds great to me. As they walked, and explored, Himiko Toga came into view, her eyes right on the young man, as she approached. Her face turned a crimson color, as she knew it was him. Leo did his best to hide his face away so he wasn't recognized, but Himiko knew she'd have to take this opportunity. She got in close, her fingers went into her pocket, where she grasped a knife. The cold steel pressed up against her body, seeing she was so close, and she could see it again. The blood that ran down his face, she could taste it. He's so close. That day he was bleeding, he looked so good, and even up close, he's cute, I wonder if he'll think I'm cute too. Himiko blushed at her own thoughts, shivering side to side. The thought was almost maddening for the young girl, to the point she even forgot where she was for a few moments. When reality came back to Himiko, she saw that Leo and Momo were casually walking away, so she began running after them, her feet carrying her like she was gliding along the ground. After they rounded a corner, so did she seconds later. But when she got around the corner, she found herself lost in a sea of people. What the? Himiko's eyes scanned left and right over the crowd, her face curling down when she knew she had lost him. She kicked the side of the wall, when she happened to notice a girl yelling from the other side of the road. She looked to see a spiky blonde-haired girl storming through the area. Himiko sighed, and continued going on about her day, knowing she would have to do something to get Leo's attention. That's when she heard Himiko from behind her, down a nearby alleyway. She looked towards it, and became curious, so she followed the sound. That's when she noticed in the air, purple smoke filled the secluded area. Himiko Toga. Himiko pulls back, clutching her knife, confused. Yeah. You want to spend time with Leo Bate, do you? Himiko's face became like a dream. Yeah. A deep chuckle came from the portal. Then, I can help you with that. Himiko tilts her neck side to side, wondering what was going on. But the idea of spending time with Leo truly did excite her. She'd do anything. Later that night, Leo returned back to his hotel room, but along the way, he happened to see Shoto coming up along the corridor, so he took in a deep breath, and approached, glad to see that Endeavor wasn't around. Hey, Shoto-chan, how've you been? Yes, I've been well. Shoto replies. I saw what you did, for those people. Leo rubs the back of his head. I'm sure others would have done the same. Perhaps, but not many others would have been able to defeat that villain, because he did have incredible strength. Even father said he was strong. It seems you're getting stronger. Leo couldn't disagree. Been training, I'm sure you're the same. Yes, I have. Leo could hear the unease in her voice. How is your relationship with your father now? I stay away as much as possible. Leo dips his head. You shouldn't worry about me. You have your own business to worry about. Don't I know it? Leo snickered, then his face then adopts a kindness Shoto felt through her being. Though I'll still worry about you, because I care, Shoto-chan. Shoto pulls back, her eyes shifting left and right as the thoughts ran through her mind on repeat. I wish my father hadn't cut communications between us. I'm sorry if he's offended you. Leo waved his hand. Ooh, don't worry about it, I get comments like that at times. You take the good with the bad, you know. Roll with the punches and all that. Leo exhaled. By the way, have you seen your mom? Shoto shakes her nod. No, I haven't. She's still in the hospital, because of Endeavor. Leo muttered. Shoto gives a single nod. Leo's eyes went to the red hair part of her head. You don't use your flames, do you? That's his power, I'd rather never see those flames ever again. Those flames might have come from him, but they're not his, Shoto-chan. Shoto's eyes widened for a moment. But then she sighed when she saw her father coming down the corridor, his eyebrows knitting together when seeing Leo. Shoto lowers her eyes. I hope you go to UA, and disappears away from her father. When Endeavor notices Leo, the young man's eyes caught his own, while flames burst from Endeavor, as if he was flaring his power. My daughter won't lose to you, golden boy. Even if you beat that muscular, I know Shoto would have done the same thing. I never said she wouldn't be able to do it. Shoto-chan is a strong girl, it's a shame she doesn't use her fire side. Endeavor scowled. She will, eventually. And when she does, prepare to lose. Leo inhaled slowly as Endeavor walked away, thinking, he truly is obsessed, wondering what drove him to such obsessions, letting out a small sigh, and continued on while thinking deeply about Shoto. The next few days flew by in a breeze. Leo and Star spent time together, he also hung out with All Might. He also spent a good deal of time with Momo, and had been shown around the different cities, even managing to go and pray at a shrine. It was his first time doing it, so he found the experience to be really fun. But, there was something odd that was happening. Leo kept receiving gifts, from someone he didn't know. First, it was pomegranates, then it escalated to other foods, and even his favorite food. He didn't know how the person found out his favorite food, since he hadn't ever divulged that to anyone other than his mother before. But he didn't feel threatened by it, in fact it felt really nice to be sent gifts, and treated kindly. On the last day in Japan before they were heading back home, Leo stirred in his bed, when he heard a knock at the door. He heard snoring beside him, seeing his mother being rather peaceful, so he got out of the bed, rubbing his bed hair lazily around, and opened the door. When he did, he saw that it was Endeavor, and immediately, Leo and Endeavor locked eyes. "Endeavor, is there? Your mother, is she in there?" His voice had a no-nonsense tone to it. Leo nods a single time. "Yes, she is. Is something wrong?" "Hero business, golden boy. Nothing you need to know." Leo grimaced at the tone Endeavor used, when he felt hands on his shoulders. He turned to see Star stood there, looking at Endeavor harshly. "Did you say something to my son then, Endeavor-san?" Endeavor could see the fiery passion within Star's eyes, and he locked eyes with her. But soon he relents. "Just asking after you, that's all. And I am here." Star walks by her son, and gives the peace sign. "See you soon." Star had this way about her that was so carefree when they were around one another. Leo felt himself always smiling and feeling relaxed around her, so he goes back into the room, and begins getting dressed himself for the day. However, over 10 minutes later, Star returns, and moves towards Leo. Seeing her serious face, Leo raises an eyebrow. "Something wrong, Mom?" "It's nothing really. Endeavor was just telling me the successful move of Muscular to his new home in prison, and that we haven't come across any beings like that of what came first during the flight over to Japan. Though, it seems ever since his defeat, Muscular hasn't said a single thing, almost like he's comatose, yet he's still moving, twitching, and breathing, so they don't know what's going on. For someone who was shouting his mouth off, it does seem a bit odd." Leo could agree with that. At least he's locked away and can't hurt anyone else. Star agreed, moving to her son, and lightly pats his head. "Don't worry about whatever Endeavor says to you." Leo hummed. "I'm not worried about it, he's always kinda been like that. Though it's ramped up since Shoto-chan and I had that little practice match." Star giggled lightly. "I don't know the man fully, but he has it in his head that you're a rival for his child to become the #1 of Japan. He's taking it way too personally. Besides, isn't competition healthy? That's what I've always thought." "Yeah, though he doesn't let us talk anymore." Leo sighed. "Anyway, more fun with All Might, Mom." Star's face turned into a sight to behold, flashing with several positive emotions, though she kept trying to keep as composed of a face as she humanly could do. "Why, yes, that's right. Yes. I'm sure we'll see him at press conferences. Master is a busy man after all." "Mom, it's okay to be excited to be around him." Leo chuckled, seeing Star desperately holding in her glee. Star inhaled through her nose a few times. "No, I'm professional, it's fine. I'm okay, this is Master, and he's really amazing." Leo gives a knowing look. Star stares into his eyes with curiousness. Anyway, we shall be going soon." "Sure. Hey, maybe we could ask All Might to come with us." Star's face fell, then rose into a bright smile, but then fell, and she kept moving between the two of those. "I don't know if Master would have time," Star murmured, being quite unlike her usual boisterous self. Leo understood why, and leans closer. "I'll ask him if you want me to." "No, that's okay. I can ask Master." Leo found his mother's ways rather amusing, going over and patting her back. Later on in the day, Leo and Star explored the different sites around Japan, and All Might came with them. Leo in the end asked All Might if he'd like to come while Star was quite excited to speak, and now Leo walked between the two strong heroes, seeing his mother's movements being somewhat robotic. Leo knew why that was, believing she was trying to keep her composure around her favorite hero, while All Might was relaxed, and pointed out various places. "Ah, that's where I first met Endeavor. He was a fiery young man back in the day. And now he's a fiery older man," Leo joked. All Might laughed, while Star's eyes radiated positivity. "Ah Master, thank you for taking the time to come with us. I'm sure you have a million other things to do." All Might waved his hand. "It's all right Star. I am very pleased to spend time with both you and young Leo. Speaking of young Leo, when are you going to call me Uncle Might again?" Leo lightly laughs. "I did that when I was a kid." All Might ruffles Leo's hair. "I'm happy to be called Uncle Might." Leo snickers. "Okay, cool." All Might gleams his grin, his eyes shifting to Star. "Ah Star, you remember when we first met, don't you?" Why yes master. Star answered rapidly. Near Santa Monica Pier, you saved me and my family from two villains. Their quirks gave one to shoot out rockets, and the other was able to grow larger into a monstrous form. You used California Smash to defeat them. Leo chuckled, Mom, loving her All Might fan ways, and saw her look towards him, slightly embarrassed, which he found super endearing. All Might laughs heartily. You've got a grand memory, Star. I never thought the girl I saved back then would turn to be the number one of America. It makes me happy that I got to meet you before you became the number one. No, the honor is all mine, master. Meeting you as a little girl has inspired me greatly. All Might found himself endeared towards her, when Leo noticed his foot stumble a little. He raised an eyebrow, since it seemed unlike All Might to stumble. You okay, All Might? All Might let out a small breath, nodding. Yes, I'm grand young Leo. Leo curiously looked at him, while All Might's smile faded ever so slightly from his face. Later that day, Star had been invited to a live signing with many fans lining up to meet the number one from America and All Might together, since it was a rarity that they had come together like this, along with a few heroes acting as security, or rather those that would take others away in case they were attacked, since Star and All Might together would be scary. Originally, Leo was just going to tag along and simply keep in the background. Momo had come with him, and they talked while Star and All Might talked to the crowd. That was until when he came in, he saw others waving towards him and shouting out his name. Mostly it was girls, shouting things out to get his attention. He waved back to them with grace and elegance. One in the crowd was Himiko Toga, whose eyes were dazzling upon him, though she wished he was bleeding. But she still was enamored to see him in the person, and watched him stand in the shadows of his mother. She couldn't just stand there, she had to speak with him, she had to know more about him. So she secretly slides out of the crowd, using her cat-like stealth to get around, but when she saw the stage, she went to go onto it, when she was stopped by security. Hey, wait, I wanna go and speak with Leo-kun. Himiko tried to force it. But they wouldn't let her go forward. Leo noticed the situation off to the side, and heard his name being called at the same time, so he moves towards them together with Momo, walking down a flight of stairs, and made it to the young girl. Excuse me, is something going on? As he said it, he curious stares at the girl. She seemed familiar a little, but Leo hadn't spoken to her as far as he knew. One of the security bows his head. I'm sorry, Master Leo, this young girl tried to break through security, we'll escort her out immediately. Leo furrowed his eyebrows, looking to Himiko, and saw her eyes on him. He adopts a small smile. So, you called out for me. Can I help you with something? Himiko shrugged off those that tried to restrain her, and she leans closer, a gleam within her eyes. Yeah, I saw you on screen the other day, and I thought you were really cute. Leo's face turned a little red. Thanks. Yeah, especially when that blood dripped down your face. Himiko sighed in a delightfulness like no other. I looked you up online, and I saw a few things about you, in a fight. You seem to like fighting. Leo tilts his head side to side. I do it when necessary. Not scared of the sight of blood. People can be, can't they? Leo shakes his neck, wondering why she seemed fascinated about blood. No, I'm not frightened or anything by the sight of blood. It's what keeps us going, right? Himiko's eyes light up in delight. Yup, that's exactly it, Leo-kun. You understand. I knew you would. Ooh yeah, my name's Himiko. I'm a huge, mega fan. Leo was baffled on what she was truly getting at, other than she seemingly had a fascination about blood. He also noticed she was looking at his neck a good deal, along with his wrists, and her fingers kept going in and out of her pocket, as if she was going to pull something out, but she stopped herself at the last moment. So a huge, mega fan, huh? It's great to meet you, Himiko-san. Himiko became giddy. Yup, did you get my gifts? Leo looked bewildered. So it was you. Yeah, I wanted to show you how I feel. Pomegranates are my favorite thing, next to blood. Leo blinks when she said that. So, would you want to show me some? Ooh my gosh, it's Golden Boy. I wanna see. Hey, Golden Boy. Leo blinks as some girls came running up, while the security guards did their best to keep things in order. Himiko was shoved aside, irritating the hell out of her, while Momo was bewildered on what was going on. Then a girl with brown hair and a cool smile walked on over, Momo noticing she was quite beautiful, her eyes lingering on Leo. No way, it really is you. I was so totes hoping you'd be here, I was there you know. On that Ferris wheel, you really saved us all, I'm uber excited to meet a total snack like you, the girl greets. She called him a snack. Momo bites her lower lip to keep her inner thoughts from leaking out, seeing the girl showing an angelic smile, and seeing Leo's smile being directed right back at her, noting she was quite beautiful. This one's dangerous, we have similar goals. Himiko's eyebrows narrow considerably upon the girl. Leo cheerfully smiles at her attitude. Ooh, thanks. I'm glad I could help you, Kami. Leo bows his head. Kami-san, nice to meet you. Let's take a pic. Kami grins, pulling out her phone. Leo shrugs. Sure. Kami flung her arms around Leo, her chest pushed against his face leaving him a blushing mess, while Momo's mouth hung open, shaking side to side as Kami brings her phone to the sky. Himiko breathes in slowly through her nose. Say cheese to the cam. See cheese, Leo did a peace sign, as Kami winks, taking the picture. Leo was left blushing as Kami pulls back. Is it cool if we talk more? I'd love to know more about a really hot boy like you. Leo scratched his reddening cheek. Sure, that'd be fine. Ooh, wicked cool. I'm so happy. Kami fished into her bag, and produced a piece of paper. That's my number, can I have yours? Momo coughed at her forwardness, while Himiko began slowly pulling out a blade. Leo chuckled lightly, and accepted it. Thanks, my number. Kami produced her phone for Leo. Ah, yeah, this is my number. Leo wrote down his number, and gave it to the excited Kami. Thanks cutie, see ya later, Kami winks, and walks off. Himiko glares as she disappears through the crowd. She seemed nice. Leo said cheerfully. Yes, she's nice. Momo murmured, as she moved her eyes to the side. Leo caught it, giving an amused look. Something wrong Momo-chan. Momo cleared her throat, shaking her head side to side. No, not at all. You're right, she seems nice. Leo holds back a small smile, while Himiko gazed at him, her fingers coming together in delight. Suddenly, there was an explosion from up above. Leo looked to see his mother and All Might already springing into action. So he focused his eyes to see high in the sky, it was something he had seen before. It was villains with flying quirks or quirks that gave them abilities to fly as a byproduct of their power, and they were triangulating on Star to try and pin her down. Leo could count more than 10, and they seemed to try and prove their powers, which Leo thought was crazy, considering that they were both #1 heroes of their respective countries. Mom, Leo watched as Star swings her fingers through the air, and creates her giant air avatar by her, and swings out her fist, causing the creatures to go high into the air. She then brings her hands together, the air avatar also following through, and slams them harshly together, generating a massive shockwave that sent the other creatures flying backwards, Leo looking on proudly. Leo then quickly began doing his best, coordinating with the heroes, to help others escape. However, as Leo helped with the evacuation, he saw something in the corner. He looked to see the wall melting, and flying out of it was a few villains as All Might and Star was fighting in the air. Kill them. Get the kids as hostages. Himiko looked towards one that came for her. Though when they tried to fire off some kind of energy for her, she falls to the ground, and her ankle was hurt, as Himiko called out, Leo-kun, while clutching her ankle. Don't worry, I've got you. Leo got before her, and punched the energy, destroying it with his superior strength. Following along with that, the man's fists lit up with energy, and came at Leo with a myriad of punches, but Leo expertly avoids them, then slammed the man's face with his foot so hard that he went flying backwards, skidding along the ground and digs into the earth harshly, taking him out. Ooh wow, you took him out, Himiko giggled. I'll get you to safety. Leo looked at her ankle, furrowing his eyebrows, as he saw a bandage there. You hurt your ankle. Ooh yeah, a few days ago. And now it's hurting again when he made me trip. It's alright, I'll carry you then. Leo takes the young girl in his arms when a villain with a large metal bat came, trying to hit him, so he deflects with a leg kick, and smashes his head into the head of the villain so hard that he went flat out on the ground. Ooh, like a knight in shining armor, Himiko grins, and lightly pets his reddening face. Don't worry, I know with you, I'll be very safe. Leo gives her a small smile, and begins relocating her, and others to safe areas where some heroes were ready to help evacuate. Leo helped coordinating the efforts so Star and All Might could focus on the other villains that tried to attack the area. After clearing out a good chunk of the room, and seeing others such as Momo being escorted out, Leo went to help more, when he saw a villain slide down to the ground in an acidic-like goo, and rushed towards some people running out. Leo rushes towards the villain, murmuring, "The air around my hand shall harden into a sphere," and punched his fist out, sending a powerful ball of hard air at an angle, delivered a chin punch, firing him off to the sky. When he did, Star noticed, and delivered a sideways punch towards it, taking it out completely with their strength. All Might had to admit he found it awe-inspiring to see how mother and son were in sync with one another, though Leo also noticed All Might seemed to be sweating more than he usually would be doing. "All Might," Leo murmured, when he saw a villain shooting through a wall with spikes erupting from his body, and rushing for Momo. The hero near her tried to fight him off, but spikes went to pierce the man, so Leo kicked the ground, dislodging debris, and firing it off with a leg swing, that blasted the spikes away from the hero. The villain changed tactics, and went after Momo instead. "I don't think so." Leo pushed his strength through his feet, dashing across the ground at high speeds, and the man fires off wooden sharp spikes for him, so he murmurs, "The air before me will harden into a wall my size," forming a star-shaped barrier before him, tanking all of the shots that could pierce him. He then raises his leg high to the sky, coming down against the ground, and generates a linear shockwave of debris that sends the villain flying against the wall. He gets to Momo's side, and offers his hand. "You alright?" Momo smiles softly. "Yeah, I am. Thanks, Leo-kun." Leo takes Momo in his arms. Momo's face begins to tinge red, as Leo leaps away with her. Soon enough, the event dies down, with All Might and Star taking out near 30 villains between them in the matter of not long at all, so Leo went to go and meet up with them once, making sure the others were fine. "Hey Mom, All Might." Star turns her dazzling smile to Leo. "My lion, looks like you kept things in here very well. Thank you, gave us more time to focus. Some of them had decent combat experience, but for Master it wasn't a problem." "And yourself Star," All Might praised, while Leo noticed his stance beginning to wobble a bit. "And young Leo, looks like everything's all in order." "Yeah, though I've gotta wonder, why would they feel like they'd be able to take you both together? Isn't it suicide to fight both of you? One of you is already scary powerful, so both together is truly as close to invincible as you can get." Star gushed at the thought of fighting alongside her master, but when Leo said it, she did begin to question it. "Now that you say it, does seem crazy." All Might hummed. "Could be villains trying to make a name for themselves. Or maybe it's being used for another attack, though we haven't been alerted to anything, and everyone's accounted for, aren't they?" Leo nods. "Everyone's been counted for, yeah, checked myself." All Might folds his arms with a sigh. "Then I couldn't say what this was, unless they were delusional, or blinded by their ambitions, or they didn't know we'd both be here." Star hums. "At least everyone's safe and sound, let's check everyone out before they leave and make sure they're not a part of this." "Good thinking Star." As All Might said it, Leo noticed his hand running to his side. As you do that, I'll go and check with the police, and see if we've missed anything major." "All Might, don't push yourself too hard." Leo chimed in. All Might gives an affectionate head pat. "Maybe you're right, I'll relax soon, I promise." Star nods happily. "Do not worry Master, I can wrap things up here. And I can help Mom with anything she needs, I'll contact the police for you." All Might let out a small chuckle. "Mother-son tag team, I guess I can't escape it. Very well, I'll do some other duties. Thank you, both." Leo watched All Might walk out, while Star stared with admiration for her hero. "Master truly is fantastic." Leo hums in thought. "Yeah, he's quite the man. Still, our trip's been quite an adventure, hasn't it?" Star snickered. "It surely has been." Leo gazed at Star, and adopts a light-hearted smile, flashing his toothy smile at her, so did the same thing. As he did, Himiko looked on, her lips curling into a grand smile. Time passed, and after their last day, Leo and Star returned home without incident. Leo could see that his mother was sad to see that she wouldn't be able to see her master more, and Leo wished he could have seen Momo and Shoto more, especially the latter since he barely saw her while in Japan. Sitting in his room back in America, Leo was in an online match with his partner Dynamite, and excitedly were progressing through their game together. "You were busy last week, huh?" Dynamite began. "Hardly played." "Sorry about that." Leo chuckled. "Lots of stuff's been going on. Missed it like mad." This is like my comfort unwinding. Dynamite let out a small laugh. Yeah, mine too. Now let's play, and destroy the competition. Ooh yeah, time to kick some major ass. Leo was all for that. Though it was a video game, it was one of the only times Leo had the chance to just be himself, a regular teen that liked playing games, and having fun. He could forget about the stresses of the world for a little while. So they began their game while discussing various topics. Damn, where did they go? They should have died. Dynamite yells through the headset. They couldn't have gotten far, let's check around here, and then spread out. Leo advised. Yeah, I'll go left, you head right. Leo agreed. By the way, you missed it in Japan last week. That golden boy from America showed up here in Japan, about 2 cities away from where I live. I wish I would have been around when he was there. Leo blinks. It was a little odd to speak about himself, but he rolled with it since she brought it up. Ooh right, sounds pretty cool. I did hear he went to Japan. Yeah, and I watched the video of him pummeling the crap out of that muscular guy that was killing a bunch of people, thought it was pretty badass. That son of Star and Stripe, I'd love to have a fight against him and see how strong he is. Rumor has it, even UA have offered him a place to study. Leo wasn't surprised even Dynamite had heard that, since it wasn't exactly a secret. Yeah, I also heard that. Might be pretty cool for him, wouldn't it? Might be. Dynamite let out a laugh. I've seen him before in person. Leo pulls back curiously. You have? Yeah, when we met from this disgusting villain. He seemed pretty strong from what I saw. Really, and you got to speak to him? No, he was gone before I got the chance. Wouldn't mind having a chat with him. Tried to when he was in Japan, but these damn idiots kept getting in the way. And you know, my ticket to that meeting with All Might got damaged. I don't know by who, but someone kept calling me an exploity girl. It pissed me off to no end. Leo curls his lips up. I'm sure he'd want the same thing. And exploity girl huh? Dynamite let out a small laugh. Anyway, enough talk. Time to find these guys, and blow them to pieces. Yeah, got the grenades at the ready. Leo sings, prepared to play the game. As they talked and played together, Leo heard the postman via an app on his phone. So he quickly says, be about 5 minutes Dynamite, and after hearing her goodbyes, he left the game. Leo went down the stairs, and goes to the postbox outside of the secure area. He saw a letter addressed to him, so he went back into his home, and went to the living room to open it. When he did, he saw it was a keychain of a cartoonish brain with weird eyeballs on, confusing him. He then saw a letter with it, so he checked it out, and it read, Leo Bate, I will always find you, and moments later, he heard the window break. Like in slow motion, Leo turned to see a winged creature come flying through the window, releasing some sort of sonic attack that caused his eardrums to feel like they were bursting. He lost concentration for a few moments. Its jaws opened unnaturally wide, and tried to snap down on Leo's neck when getting close. Regaining a little focus, he leaps off the couch, when the creature's body creates new arms, spreading them out, grappling onto Leo's body in a flash, slamming him against the wall, cracking it at the pressure. Gritting his teeth, Leo grabs the hand trying to pin him, and used his incredible rule-enhanced strength to throw it to the side, where he fell to the floor. The creature flew at his body to try and snap down with its jaw as Leo did that, Leo noting some kind of liquid producing from its mouth. He didn't want to be bitten by that. Leo had his strength already turned on, so his foot smashed deep into the creature's face. Leo then moves his fingers through the air while feeling dizzy from the sonic attack, managing to grab a nearby large lamp, switching it on as he closed his eyes. This lamp's light shall magnify by 1,000 times. The intense burst of light broke the bulb, but the light shined so bright that the creature's eyes unable to see nothing but bright white, leaving it staggering backwards. Giving Leo the chance, he takes aim with the large lamp. This lamp shall sharpen into a spear shape. Leo imposed a new rule after discarding the light rule, and threw the lamp like a lance with enough force that it stabbed the creature in the throat to stop the sonic attack, and propelled it across the living room, out of the window, smashing into the garden outside. Leo let out a breath, disengaging the rule since he didn't need it, putting a hand to his ears, hearing a ringing sound, beginning to recover from the sonic wave, noting its potency and it was strong enough to get through his physical abilities, which he thought was impressive, wondering who made these creatures. Damn it. Why isn't the security system going off? He grimaced, only to hear a howl from the creature outside. Leo rushed to the window to finish it, when he was spat at with acid-like liquid threatening to engulf him. Skidding back, Leo throws his hands out. The air around me will harden into a dome thrice my size. And when the rule took effect, the air became a barrier, stopping it completely from touching his body as items were forced away from the forming air, watching the acid melting the hardened air, but protecting him. The creature used that to its advantage, flying through the acid, since it didn't bother it, and came at Leo with the intent to kill. But Leo was prepared, his hand already moving through the air. The air shall harden into a spear twice my size. Activating the rule, Leo rammed the spear through the creature's body, and dug the spear into the ground, blood gushing unsettlingly around, so Leo left it pinned down to the ground, as he got in close. The mouth of the creature opened to snap down on Leo, so he dodges, and grips the creature's bleeding neck. Taking in a deep breath, Leo uses his enhanced strength to deliver a bone-crunching punch to the creature's exposed brain, slamming hard into the ground, and then took his spear, ramming it through the brain of the creature, stopping it completely from moving. Leo collapsed to the ground, still disorientated from the sonic attack, but was recovering quickly, looking at the disaster that was his living room, scrambling to his pocket, and called his mother. Only a minute and a half later, Star traveled across the entire city and made it home, to see what had happened. Leo. Star rushed her son, seeing him stood near the creature, taking his shoulders, and looked over him. "Mom, that thing came for me. Someone's after me," Leo murmured, showing Star the note he received. Star's face became unsettled. Before, she could have said either her or him. But it was no mistaken that it came for him now. She also recalled seeing something while on the way to Japan, and felt uneasy for a little while when her son was out with her, as if eyes were on him. "Whatever is going on, I won't allow anything to happen to you, Leo." "Mom," Leo's hand went to his mother's own. "Whoever is doing this, is a coward. Whatever reason they're gunning for me, going for a teen is a low move. And if I have a chance to meet this person, I'm going to summon a huge air avatar, and slam their ass down as far as I can into the earth." Star smiled at her son's strength. She knew he was naturally worried about this. And was trying to make sure that she didn't worry about him, something Star knew he did out of kindness. Even she was worried, since they didn't know who was doing this, and for what reason. If it was for her and was going through her son for her, or if it was for something else, she didn't know. But it was clear that Leo was the target right now, and so far to their knowledge, it all happened while he was in or near America. Star takes a deep breath, peering into the eyes of her son, and gave a reassurance that she'd be there, no matter what, while he mentally promised the same thing. Meanwhile, All for One sat within a chair as his doctor came into the room, letting out a small sigh as he did so. "Those specimens, what a waste." The doctor mumbles in disappointment. "Those villains we sent to unsettle the meeting with All Might, Star and Stripe to the public. It didn't work." All for One shows a smirk beneath his mask. "No, that's where you're wrong, good doctor. It worked in our favor." The doctor raised a brow. "What did it accomplish?" "A few things. I've begun moving chess pieces during that fight. And just now I've sent a seed of doubt, a seed that will be planted in their minds, and grow." The doctor raised his head as AFO's true meaning hit the doctor, a smirk appearing on his face. "I see, yes. That would be the best outcome." All for One's hand raised to the sky. "That boy, truly is a specimen. It's a shame that I couldn't get my hands on him when he was younger. He's a fine vessel. It's time to call upon my friends in America to help me, and then make sure he's back in Japan. Then, his quirk shall be mine." All for One couldn't wait for his plans to become fully realized. The longer they waited, he knew it would become increasingly hard. But All for One had begun soundly made sure that he had pieces in place for when he was ready to begin. 119 Chapter 3. Welcome to the next chapter. Holy Knight X, thanks. Glad that you liked it. Yeah, I'm sure Himiko would be like that. Yeah, Leo might have met him. Shadow Uzumaki 55, Leo has quite good hero schools, quite the dilemma. Yeah, it could be like that. Himiko's quite attached for sure, and Kami wastes no time. Glad you liked it. Yeah, it's a shame they never got to team up in canon. AFO is we'll see the impact he's gonna have. Silver Crow, thanks. Himiko has we'll see what she'll be up to in the coming chapters. Both schools have Momo will be Leo does his best to encourage Shoto in using her powers, and have a good dynamic with one another. Muscular is seemingly yeah. Leo really does care for All Might, and does look up to him as an uncle figure. Kami was yeah, she wastes no time, yeah, they made quick work of the villains. Himiko did yeah, they do have good security yeah. Leo could have been like that when he was a kid yeah. It would be cool if Agpar would send something like that. That would be a fun mention. That would be cool if he met them online before meeting them in real life. He'll be interacting with Inasa this chapter. Yeah, he could be. Thanks for the harem suggestions. It would be pretty awesome if he was able to coordinate with the abilities of others through rules like that. I could see Katsuki being like that. Yeah, they could come together like that. I could see Star naming it that. He could be known as that yeah. Guest 1, here's the next chapter. Guest, thanks for the harem suggestion. Yukinanchi, she'd be cool, thanks for the harem suggestion. Jin, thanks. Guest 2, thank you. Guest 3, we'll see as the chapters go on who he knows. Justin MLL 1971, I'm not sure when, but I will be. Guest 4, here's the next chapter, glad you liked it, thanks for the harem suggestions. Guest 5, thank you for the harem suggestions. Momo fan, glad you liked their moments. Yeah, he's quite famous, glad you liked the reveal. Himiko did yeah. Spirit Saver, he'll be revealed as the story goes on. He'll have a part in the story. Thanks for the harem suggestions. Guest 6, Leo and Momo are close yeah. At some point I will yeah. Thanks for the harem suggestions. Guest 7, Leo will show some interesting aspects of his quirk as the story goes on. Guest 8, thanks for the harem suggestions. Guest 9, Ochako could be yeah. With those reviews finished, it's time to start the chapter. Chapter 3. Almost a month had passed since Leo was attacked in his home, and it was already February. In the past few weeks, Leo had the misfortune to be confronted by monsters of all kinds. Both normal villains and the creatures he had defeated. Taking a decision that moving around wasn't the best idea, Star brought Leo to a secluded guarded area for the last 2 weeks. He hadn't gone outside while Star did investigations to see who it could be that's been sending villains after him, anywhere that he went in America. While letting out a small sigh, Leo leans back on his bed, his face pointing towards the ceiling, his hands behind his head. Leo yawned when he woke up, his eyes drifting to the TV on the wall. He switched it on, and tuned into a show about heroes. After an hour passes by, Leo was in a relaxed state, when he heard a knocking at the door. His eyes jolt open like electricity had surged through his being. Leo, it's me. It was his mother's voice. He sits up on the bed. Come in. Star comes into the room, her eyes moving towards her son. How are you holding up, Leo? I'm all right. Any progress? Leo wonders. Star takes a deep breath. We are still moving and working with what we've got, but to be honest, we aren't entirely sure where to proceed as of yet. We have identified one of the people who those creatures used to be. He was a boss of a gang that I once apprehended. I can't consider it a coincidence. Leo agreed. Someone clearly was sending a message to both of us then. Yes, that's what I also think. But apart from that, we couldn't get anything else from the body, nothing that would point us to who it could be. We haven't given up by any means, and are exploring different avenues, in the hopes it would turn up. Leo thought that was a good avenue for them to explore. Until then, is there anything I can do, Mom? Star shakes her head. As boring as it sounds, being here is the best thing you can do. Though the entrance exams in Japan start quite soon, so you'll be going to them, if you'd like to, Leo. Leo hums in thought. Is it alright? Wouldn't it put others in danger if I did? I mean, what happened at the exams for some American schools, Mom? Those things showed up at all 3 I attended. I couldn't put others in danger like that. Star recalled that. Each event he went to, those creatures showed up again and again, like they were on a mission to get him. Even during an entrance exam, Leo was attacked during, which caused Star to feel anger that someone would ruin her son's future like this. Star sits down on the bed, getting closer to her son. Whoever is doing this, doesn't get to interfere with your life. Yes, I won't lie, it could be a possibility, but we'll take measures if this is what you want to do. You've had to live a life of concealing who you are. I'm not about to let this person force you into living a secluded life. Leo loved his mother's optimism, and hearing her strength of heart, it was clearly evident that he was her priority right now, and she felt guilt that they hadn't found the villain. Though to Leo, it didn't even factor into anything, because he knew how much his mother loved him, and wanted what's best for him. Yeah, it would be nice. I know that UA's is next week in Shiketsu too. So, yeah, I think that I'd like to go to it, Mom. Star lightly pats her son's head. We'll make sure it's fine, I'm sure Commander Agpar is already sorting things out. Leave it to the commander to be on the ball. Star snorts. He surely is, and whatever this villain's wants with you, we'll get through it, like we always do, and show this person they're not in control. You're right, Mom. Let's not give this freak any control. Leo watched as Star stood, and left the room with a cheerful wink. Behind that, Leo knew she was worried, so he wanted to do his best to take that worry away from her. The next week soon came, and once more, Leo and Star rode on top of fighter jets, soaring through the sky at a high-speed pace. The wind rushes past their ears, flicking their hairs over and over. Star breezily runs her hand through her hair, and looks towards her son Leo. She saw he was stood at the edge of the fighter jet, his eyes looking down at the ocean. Everything okay, Leo? Leo turns to his mother, and nods. Yeah, I'm fine. Can't wait to get to UA's entrance exam. I have a friend online that's also going to UA, never met her, but I'd like to. This friend, is she going to be in your exam? Leo shrugs. I'm not entirely sure, she never said if she was recommendation or not. Still, if I get into UA, then we could meet, and could become even closer. Star was pleased to hear it. Sounds very nice. And I'm sure you're going to see some other friends, right? Momo-chan is also going to be in the recommended exam as well, yeah, so it'll be a good chance to see her again, and Shoto-chan too would be there. Would be good to see her without Endeavor hanging around. Star gives a strong smile. Yes, your girlfriends. As in plural. Leo asks curiously. Star smirked. Yes. Leo nearly choked when he coughed at her words. Seriously. Yes, I'm sure both would be suitable. I have spoken with Master about this very thing. Why you spoke to All Might about this? Leo thought that was pretty wild. But that was his mother, so he wasn't so surprised. Star's smile gleams like the sun. I needed some advice. So I spoke to Master, and he said it was perfectly good for such relationships to develop. Mom, you're pretty amazing, Leo chuckled, loving her attitude towards many things. Star continues to show her smile, and was endearing to Leo's eyes. They continued on, hoping that no more monsters would be appearing. His eyes shift to his mother, seeing the eagerness in her eyes. Mom, excited to see All Might. Star placed a hand over her heart, her enthusiasm caught Leo's eye immediately. I know we were there only last month, but any chance to see Master is a good one. I can't wait to see Master, and telling him everything. Leo was thrilled for his mother's eagerness, and he himself would also like to see All Might. Along with his friends, Leo couldn't wait. However, it wasn't smooth sailing for Leo and his mother Star, for as they flew for over 10 minutes, Leo noticed in the sky, something zooming towards them. He knew what it was, and he could see its hollow eyes on them, or more specifically, him. Here it comes. Leo murmurs, watching its flight patterns. Star gives a small growl. Time to smash. Star quickly causes the team to form a formation around it to fire the lasers to stop it in its tracks. But to their surprise, it took high into the air, and flapped its feathery metal-like wings. Releasing from the wings, the feathers rained down on them, sharp as blades. Star looks to Leo, and he nods, sweeping his hands through the air. The air shall harden into a dome 100 times my size. Using his quirk, the air quickly hardened into a dense dome barrier that encapsulated all of the fighter jets, allowing the feathers to repeatedly hit them over and over. Leo was surprised to see the dense feathers had begun lighting up with electricity, seemingly increasing the power of the feathers. Like the others, Star noted, but it won't be enough. Star steps into the fray, and raises her hands to the sky. The air 100 meters above shall become a tornado 50 times my size. Using her quirk, the winds quickly began to twist and churn. The creature tried to escape via flying towards the right, but Star thrust her hand out, and created a rule, hardening the air into a thick wall. The creature's body slammed into it, while the tornado picked up speed, dragging in all that was near it, including that of the creature. Unable to fight it, the creature's body was dragged into the tornado, whipping it around over and over again, while Leo went to help, when he noticed a shadow moving through the air. So he turned to see a small little insect-like creature heading right for Star. "Mom, 5 o'clock." Star turned, seeing the creature's fangs dripping some kind of purple liquid. "Got it." Star activated her rule on herself once more, to give herself super strength, while Leo waved his fingers through the air. "The air shall harden into a spear thrice my size." From the air, a hardened air spear formed, as Star confronted the creature in hand-to-hand. She leapt forward through the sky, and went to deliver a devastating punch to the creature, when it flaps his wings, and propels up into the air, very narrowly avoiding the hit, so Leo swings his air spear, catching Star's feet as the jet flies closer, and uses his own enhanced strength to send her in hot pursuit of the creature. Ha! Star caught up to the creature's body, and delivered a massive punch while she twisted around its body, firing it off to Leo. "Got it." Leo used his great accuracy to throw his spear, piercing the little creature in the head, and fired it right back to his mother who fell through the sky. Star smirked, and reached out, grabbing the spear as it neared her. All while falling, she twirled the spear to above her head, and used her strength to slam the creature off the spear, sending it towards her twister she kept the other creature at bay in. A fighter jet then catches Star, and she flies high into the air, all while clutching Leo's air spear. Soaring to the tornado, she could see the two creatures still inside, so she leaps high into the air and goes to the eye of the storm. Using Leo's air spear, she quickly slices through the creatures' bodies, and disengages the tornado once finished, making sure they're gone. She soon lands on the jet Leo was on, as Leo disengages his air spear, seeing his mother showing a strong smile. And done. Leo adopts a soft smile. "What does that make now?" "I lost count after a while." Leo held back a small snort. "Yeah, me too. Too many to count." Star agreed, as she looked back to her men, and then to her son, wishing he wasn't targeted like this. Eventually, after dealing with that situation, they arrived in Japan. After Star met with a few people to make sure that Leo's entrance exam went off without a hitch, that if anything would show up, Leo was grateful his mother was going through so much to make sure he could have a good time, and to complete an entrance exam. They decided to get a hotel close to UA for the exam the next day. Leo rested on his back after putting his suitcase away, and let out a happy sigh, while Star stretched her arms above her head, twitching her neck side to side. "Have you noticed for the past year, we've spent a lot of time in hotel rooms?" Star brought up. "We should just buy a hotel for ourselves." Leo joked. "Save the guys having to book for us. The unsung heroes." Star ran with it, and grins. "You're right. And name it after Master." Leo chuckled lightly, seeing the sparkles in Star's eyes. "Ooh yeah, we could be the All Might Hotel, and even name the suites after his techniques. Like, you could name the honeymoon suite the California Smash." When Leo joked about it, Star nods eagerly. "What a great idea, Leo. I'll ask Master if he'd like that. Then he could stay at his own hotel." Leo didn't know if his mother was serious or not, but rolled with it regardless. As the time passed, Leo heard a knock at the door, so he walked towards it, and opened it, seeing it was Ethan, one of his mother's close friends, and fighter pilot. "Sorry for the disturbance, Leo, there's been another gift left for you by a blonde-haired girl." Leo became surprised when he saw that there was a tray of pomegranates presented to him. It's that girl again. How did she know we were here?" Ethan shrugged. "I don't know about that one kiddo, but she seemed eager for you to have it. She said she made it with all her love." Leo was astounded, accepting the tray and walked back into his room. Star noticed the pomegranates, snapping her fingers. "Hey, isn't that?" Leo nods. "A gift from that girl, Hamiko-san. She told me herself when we went to that meeting with the public. She found out quickly that I was back in Japan. We've only been here, a few hours now. Guess she's a very excitable fan." Star mused. Leo hums, as he eats the pomegranate, sitting down on the bed, and leans back on the bed, his eyes shifting out of the window, noting the sun beginning to set in the sky. As it turned midnight, Leo couldn't sleep, while Star slept soundly. He was thinking about all of those people that had come for him, so he went to go just outside the hotel, noticing a pool on his way in. He made sure he wasn't too far away, he just wanted to clear his head. Leo exhaled, as he sits by the poolside, his shoeless feet going into the water, and looked up to the sky, more specifically, to the stars above his head, and the moon, noting the fullness, the brightness of the moonlight and stars twinkling in the sky. You're up late. Leo was startled by the voice. He turned to see that it was Shoto stood there. Shoto-chan, what are you doing here? My father received a call this afternoon about you arriving here from your mother. I didn't hear it all, but I heard you were in this hotel. I couldn't get away until now. Leo smiled to himself, recalling how he spoke with his mother about how he missed hanging out with Shoto, and was glad to hear. You shouldn't be wandering the streets so late at night. I should be saying that to you. Shoto moves closer to the water, sitting down beside him. I heard what happened in America, for the past month now. Who is attacking you? Not sure. Leo replied truthfully. Then when you find out, I wish to know so I can freeze them solid. Leo chuckles lightly. You being protective over me, Shoto-chan. It's only natural, you are to me also. Like when you found out about my father. Endeavor, he hasn't done anything, right? Leo asks. Not recently. I don't speak with him anymore. If he did, Leo didn't finish, as Shoto glanced towards him, knowing what he would do if something happened to her, and felt appreciative of it, remembering when he found out before, and how he felt about Endeavor. I know, it's why when I find out who's after you, they shall freeze. Leo appreciated it, in her own way showing her care for him. The light reflecting from the water due to the moon bathed her in a light glow, and to Leo, she looked radiant. You know, we could always drop Endeavor into this pool. Put his fire out, Shoto adds. Leo snickered. Yeah, I'm sure he'd be annoyed, but it would be funny, don't you think? He'd be a waterlogged fire hero. When he joked, Leo saw her lips curling up ever so slightly. It was barely noticeable if not looking hard enough, but Leo saw it, and he found himself really liking it. He pulled closer, and smiles to her softly. You know, your smile makes my heart flutter, he lightly joked. But when he did, Shoto blinks curiously, her eyes shifting to his chest. Why? Leo snickered, lightly shaking his neck side to side. Don't worry about it, I'm just glad you're here. Me too. Shoto's words tumble out of her lips. Leo earnestly smiles, pulling closer, and watched the sky together. As they did, Leo felt something touch his shoulder, so he looked and saw Shoto's head resting on his shoulder. His eyes went towards her, and murmurs, Night, Shoto-chan. As he continues looking at the sky, glad on a night like tonight, the stars and the moon looked dazzling. The next morning, after making sure Shoto got home fine the previous night, woke up in his bed, prepared for what was ahead. They left the hotel together. Star and Leo made the travel to the exams pretty quickly, only taking less than a minute to get there using their quirks to slingshot them through the city. Once arriving, press were outside of the UA building, and Leo could see Star letting out a breath. Though it's good to speak to the press, I think for today, we can go in a quiet route, what do you think? Leo agreed. Sure, sounds great to me. Going inside of the building after avoiding the public to give both of them an easy time, Leo follows the signs to where he'd be going for his exams. He knew today's entrance exam was for those that were recommended, so he could see a few students, including a girl with dark greenish hair, who upon seeing him squealed out, "Golden boy." So Leo casually waved towards her. As they walked, various middle school students recognized him, and waved energetically. Is that Golden boy? No freakin' way. I didn't think he'd show. But he's here. Leo could see a few people wave towards him, so he waved back, offering his smile. They then continued until reaching the hall the other students were in. This is it. Star grins. Ready. More than ready. As you'd say, Mom, it's time to smash. Star grins eagerly, as he sees All Might in the distance waving. See you later, have fun with All Might. Star's face became bright red, and she began nodding as she turned to her master. Yes, of course. Love you. Love you too. Leo was enamored by her ways, and nods a single time, moving over towards Momo. When getting to her, Leo flashed a smile. Momo immediately turned when she heard, "It's the Golden boy," and saw him. She immediately hugged Leo's body, who did the same thing right back. I heard what happened. Are you okay? Leo nods. I'm alright, it's been a bit crazy since we last saw one another. Hopefully, it isn't anything like that today. Momo pulls back, her eyes meeting Leo's own. I'm just glad you're okay, it must have been worrying when those things showed up. They even made the news over here. Leo whistled. Damn, I guess I'm a celebrity in more ways than one. Momo gives a giggle, glad to see that these incidents hadn't brought down the cheerful boy that she knew and cared for. While standing together, Leo and Momo saw others approaching, and began speaking with Leo with a happy grin on their faces, and he in turn gave respectful smiles and energetic answers, something Momo adored. When Shoto came into the room, she was followed by a boy that was trying to speak with her, but Shoto gave him the cold shoulder. Momo grimaces, glancing to Leo. You know the daughter of Endeavor-san, right Leo-kun? Yeah, she's quiet, but a very nice girl. Momo slowly nods her head, pondering what he was thinking. But that was dismissed when the youth caught eyes with Leo, and his eyes shined like diamonds. Ooh, it's the hot-blooded golden buoy. Leo cringed as the boy rushed towards him like a tornado rushing through the world. He bowed before him so far that his head smashed into the floor, Leo and Momo both grimacing at the sight. Oh ooh, don't hurt yourself, Leo greeted. The boy threw his head up, and met eyes with Leo, who noticed a bit of blood trickling down his forehead, sharing a look with Momo once more. My name is Inasa Yoarishi. I can't believe I get to meet the golden boy of America. Glad to meet you Inasa-san. Your Japanese is very well for someone not native to Japan. My mom helped me learn from a young age, and I heard a few native-speaking Japanese as I grew up. Inasa flashed an impressed smile. Leo-kun, it's good to see you. Shoto bypassed Inasa. Inasa's eyebrow twitched, while Shoto stood next to Leo. Ah, Shoto-chan. Great to see you again. So, you've decided to join UA. Leo waves his hand side to side. I'm doing multiple exams, and then deciding, seeing which ones I get into. Still not decided between America and Japan yet, making sure which is the best for me personally, you know. Then it's UA, it's the best place for you. Momo wasn't surprised by Shoto's forwardness, and assumed that's how she usually was. Unless you're having heart problems again. Momo coughed, while looking confused. Heart problems. Why you have a heart condition Leo-kun? Leo face-palmed. No, I don't have a heart condition. But you said that when I smiled, your heart began to flutter. Shoto said seriously. Momo half understood now, while Leo smiled awkwardly. I have booked a doctor's appointment for next week. Leo chuckled lightly at Shoto taking what he said very literally, but then paused, and repeated what she said in his mind. Wait, you've booked a doctor's appointment for me. It was oddly sweet, since it showed Shoto cared a good deal about him. Yes, the physician I chose is very versed in problems of the heart. I recommend you attend to get to the bottom of your heart condition. My smile shouldn't be making your heart flutter. Leo and Momo look to one another curiously, as Shoto looks on. No, I didn't mean it that literally, just that my heart beats faster in a good way, that's all. Leo flashed a smile. Shoto tilts her head, and moves swiftly on. Anyway, it seems that a few people have shown up for recommendation this time around. Leo looked around and became excited to see others attending. Yeah, they must be pretty talented guys and girls, can't wait to see what we're gonna be doing here. Inasa, vibing with Leo's chill personality, pushed ahead. So, you're deciding to go here, golden boy. Leo nods happily. Yup, if they'll have me, it's a very big possibility. Then I'll have to become more hot-blooded than ever before. Leave it to me golden boy, I'm gonna show you my skills. Inasa flashes a bright smile, and offers his thumbs up. Leo continues to smile. I can't wait to see it, Inasa-san. Inasa shows his enthused smile, and wanders off. Shoto glances at him, and hums. He kept following me and staring at me, and said something about me being cold. Leo looks to Inasa, and then to Momo who shrugged, so he exhales. I'd not worry about it Shoto-chan, I don't think Inasa-san's a bad guy, but must have some kind of personal reasons, ever meet him? No, never. Then just show your smile and be kind, and don't worry, no one's gonna be sent to the hospital due to your cute smile. Momo held back a snicker, while Shoto tilts her head curiously. My smile is cute in your eyes, I see, that's good. Shoto hums, continuing on. I don't know what we're doing today, but I'm going to show you how I've improved. Can't wait to see it, Leo beamed. Shoto nods a single time, and stands close by, arms folded, and leaning her back against a wall. Leo watches on, seeing Inasa looking towards Shoto, and compared to how before, he seemed to be trying to have a smile on his face while his eyes was displaying unsureness about her, wondering what was going on there. Soon enough, Leo and the others went for their first exam. It was a written exam, and Leo was placed in a room with Shoto, Momo and Inasa. The tension in the air was palpable, but Leo focused on his test before him. His time in isolation thanks to the constant attacks had given him a good chance to catch up on studying, so he was able to breeze through the written exam. Momo also finished around the same time as himself, Shoto not long afterwards, and finally Inasa a little later on. Meanwhile, Star sat near her idol, All Might. His eyes gleamed when he was watching Leo on the screen in the written exam, while Star gushed about both her son and favorite hero at the same time. Master, you didn't have to come today. I know how busy you are. For my favorite nephew, of course I'd come. All Might smiled enchantedly. Though I have been hearing about those attacks in America, Star. Your son was always the focal point, wasn't he? Star dipped her head. It started at New Year's. Just before we came here, we were riding on our jets, when one of those monsters came up, and attacked. It was dealt with easily enough, but for a moment, I thought I saw something trying to grab Leo. All Might furrowed his eyebrows. I see, and then? Nothing, until we got back to America. But the next day we did, somehow my security system was shut down, and he was attacked again. Whoever did it, had quite the ability to shut down my system. I had it made specifically to keep others out, since I have natural enemies, and since my son was revealed to the world, he has been targeted a few times in his life, but not like this. It's a good thing young Leo's quick to react. All Might adds. Star nods strongly. Yes, he's quite capable. But from there on, it became a near daily occurrence. Not all were those monsters, in fact most were groups of villains, but when captured, they would each say a different villain had told them to do it. I see. Star folds her arms. Yes, it troubles me that my son's the target of some kind of criminal. I don't know their intentions with my son, but I won't rest until I find the person who is after my son. I'm just glad that so far, in Japan, he hasn't been targeted. Maybe whoever is in America isn't able to easily get the funds or access over here, than over there. All Might posed his thoughts. Yes, I drew that same conclusion, Master, astounding as always. All Might chuckled lightly. Whoever it is, seems set on Leo. All Might didn't like the sound of it. Any leads? As for who it is, I couldn't say. We're looking into it, but so far, nothing. Whoever it is, has good connections. All Might's eyes shift back to the monitor, looking towards Leo. And how is young Leo holding up? It can't be easy. Star showed her signature grin. My son's very strong mentally. Ever since his identity has gotten leaked to the public, it's been not the easiest times. There's good people out there, and also some that wish to get back at me, through my son. The villains I locked away and got released, or families of them and so forth. I see, it must have been difficult for young Leo. Star nods. It is, but my son's resilient, and he's kind, that's what I'm glad for. Even through all of this, he still tries his hardest, and does his best. And also doesn't want to worry me either, so he does his best to show his strongest smile, and do his best for everyone around. All Might's eyes shift to the monitor once more, his smile radiating off of his face. That's my nephew. Star gushed when hearing that. Even with no familial connection, the fact All Might thought of her son as a nephew meant the world to Star. When the written exam finished, Leo went to the bathroom to do what he needed to do. Once finished, while washing his hands, he saw Inasa come into the bathroom, his smile gleaming off his face. Ah, golden boy, that was a hard test, wasn't it? Leo chuckled lightly. Yeah, some tricky questions, huh? Inasa shows a bright grin on his face. For sure. By the way, golden boy, I'm surprised you're friends with Endeavor's daughter. She seems quite opposite to you. Leo tilts his head. They do say opposites attract. Leo's joke went down well with Inasa, who began to laugh. Ah, that they do, though it's still surprising. How come? Inasa rubs the back of his head. She comes off as so cold, you know. Her eyes are like her father's. Cold, distant. It's exactly what a hero's eyes shouldn't be. I wasn't sure if I should even approach her. Leo's eyes flickered, wondering what had happened for Inasa to dislike Endeavor so much. So he finished washing his hands, and began drying them while speaking with the eccentric boy. You've had a meeting with her father before, Inasa-san. Yeah, sort of. He was, well, I tried to get his autograph. I thought he was so cool, and strong. That he had the fiery spirit of a burning passionate hero. But, when I asked for an autograph, he coldly rejected it. I couldn't ever forget those cold eyes. I thought maybe I was brash, and when I saw Todoroki-san, maybe I'd give her a shot. You know, the sins of the father shouldn't be on their child. But I don't know what to think. Leo could hear the pain in his voice. So Leo pulls closer. I'm sorry to hear that. Endeavor isn't exactly the friendliest of people. Trust me, I've got experience with that. Exactly. I knew you'd get it, golden boy. I saw your fiery spirit on TV. Your drive to protect others, even when you were being punched and kicked around. But you stood there, and took it all to save others. I did, but I know Shoto-chan would have done the same thing. She might come off as cold if you don't know her, but she's just as determined to be a hero as I am. I'm sorry for your rough experience with Endeavor, but I can't say that Shoto-chan is cold like that. She's a good person, and deep down, her desire to save people is burning brightly, even if it seems she isn't on the outside. I've seen it for myself. Inasa rubs his chin in thought. You seem to vouch for her quite candidly. Leo slowly nods. She's one of my best friends, I adore her, and I guess you could say, I just want what's best for her. Just please don't bring up Endeavor around her. I can't really go into why, but it's a sour subject. Inasa rubs his chin, beginning to understand a little more. Then I'll do my best to befriend her. Thanks, golden boy. No worries, Leo flashed a cool smile. Also, for Endeavor, while he isn't my favorite person in the world and I'm definitely not his, I can respect his hero work. He is good at what he does, even if he as a person is more cold and distant. Inasa hums in thought. I hadn't thought about it that way before. I don't really like Endeavor, but he is strong and does good work. Sorry, I'm keeping you, aren't I? Not at all, nice talking to you. Leo spoke with Inasa for a few minutes. When it was time to go, Leo waved, and left the room, leaving Inasa some things to think about. After that, Leo and the others went towards the field. Leo stood between Momo and Shoto while noticing a few people turning to look towards him, and then his eyes shift to see Inasa grinning like the sun towards him. Leo smiled at them all, as present mic came onto the field on a small stage, music playing in the background. Songs Leo didn't really know, but liked the vibe of, especially when seeing present Mike, beginning to shake side to side in some dance-like moves. What's up, UA's recommended candidates? Thanks for tuning into me, your school's DJ. His voice was loud, almost too loud for some ears. Let me hear ya. No one said anything, while Leo looked around. Seeing no one saying anything, not even Inasa who Leo thought might do, present Mike hung his head down. He's quite eccentric, wouldn't you say? Leo said to Momo. Momo let out a small giggle. You could say that. Not have anyone like that in America. Captain Celebrity, I guess. He can be eccentric. His sidekick's nice, I've got to speak to him from time to time. He's from Japan too, and he's an All Might fan, so you know my mom is very sold on him. Momo slowly nods her head in curiousness, while Leo glances to Shoto, seeing her eyes laser focused before her. They then listened to the rest of what present Mike had to say, including what they'd be doing, which ended up being a race, to showcase the use of their quirks, among other things. After the speech, they were groups of people getting together. Shoto and Inasa were paired off together, and Leo was paired off with Momo and a few others. Leo looked to Shoto and Inasa, seeing the tension still in the air. Though Inasa was thinking about what Leo had said, and looked to Shoto, wondering if she was like her father, or different from him, while Shoto simply kept her eyes on the prize. Inhaling, Leo went towards his point to race, while Momo did the same thing. Lining up with others, Leo saw a few in his group all looking towards him with wide eyes, so he adopts a small smile, and waves towards them. Momo, getting more prepared, throws off her shoes, and adorned skates via her quirk. Leo looked curiously at her, and then adopted a wide smile. Good luck, Momo-chan. I'm cheering for you all the way. Thank you, Leo-kun, I can't wait to show off my training. Leo had given her some pointers on training regimes that he did, and it seemed she took it seriously. So he got into a stance as well, and prepared himself to shoot forward. Okay, with the written portion done. Now it's time to make it to the finish line. Use your quirks creatively, you rockers. Present Mike said when he ran towards their side of the track field. Leo and Momo got into position along with their fellow recommended students, and prepared. 3, 2, 1, begin. Present Mike yelled, so the students did just that. Momo sped off at high speeds with her skates sailing across the ground. She was soon able to get ahead of a good few people using her natural athletic nature, along with her skates making her look as if she was gliding across the ground. At the same time, Leo flung his hands through the air as he shot forward like a bullet, murmuring, "The air around my hands shall rapidly spin into tornadoes." And surely enough, his rule was created. Two separate mini tornadoes soon whipped all around his hands, generating rapidly spinning air currents with Leo's hands at the center, and he used them to shoot across the sky. Snapping his fingers, he was able to change his trajectory and gain even more speed. Using his enhanced strength to propel off the ground along with the wind jet streams his hands produced, Leo propelled himself across the track in blinding speeds, while avoiding the obstacles on the ground that could get in the way. Whipping right past Present Mike's head, he stopped his watch when he saw Leo's body land on the other side of the track, deactivating his winds, and took a bow, while Present Mike looked at the stopwatch. "Why you completed it within 10 seconds, why you are the son of the number one of America after all." "Golden boy," Present Mike murmured. Leo did a peace sign. "Thanks, I've been training really hard for this." "Yup, that's great golden boy. Awesome time." Present Mike nods excitedly, while Leo smiles and waited for the others to finish. Leo soon saw Momo coming up, and he saw from behind her, she had created little wind turbines and looked to be imitating what he had done with his quirk, propelling her across the ground, and added with the skates, she built up a good deal of speed. He was very proud to see her do that, coming in second place within their group. But she flew by him, and disengaged the wind turbines, but she kept flying forward, yelling, "Leo-kun, I can't stop." At the top of her lungs. Leo grimaced, and runs for her, using his enhanced speed to close the distance within a second, and gently took her in his arms, lifting her off the ground by sweeping her legs gently with his hands, carrying her bridal style, stopping her forward momentum. "Phew, thanks. I'll have to think on how to stop myself next time." Momo mumbles, her cheeks reddening as she realizes Leo's strong protective arms were around her. "I've got you, Momo-chan." Leo placed her on the ground. "So, how did I do?" Momo asks. "Besides the last part, that is." Leo showed his enthused smile. "That was amazing, Momo-chan. You've gotten way faster. And those were turbines, right? I thought about how to build up speed, while thinking about how you might have done it. Then I saw you using wind like that to propel you, and I thought about turbines. Next time, definitely going to think about how to stop. Maybe like a jetpack or something. That'd be cool, right? A jetpack, huh?" Momo mused aloud. "I suppose a jetpack would be." Leo watched in amusement, as soon the others in their group came running along. When his group finished, Leo and Momo went to go and watch Shoto and Inasa's groups go about it. They stared as Present Mike did the same thing for them that he had done for him and Momo. When the buzzer went off, Inasa whipped up winds around his body, firing himself off like a tornado. Leo then saw Shoto stomp on the ground, and propel herself forward with a wave of ice across the ground. "Yahoo! Go Shoto-chan." Leo eagerly watches on as Shoto's ice shards propel her across the ground at fast speeds, while Inasa was catching up. He could see Inasa's fiery passion, and Shoto's as well. Even if it was more hidden, Leo knew she was giving it her all as well, and he adored her for it. In the end, Inasa's foot managed to get over the finishing line first, and Shoto came right behind him a mere moment later, leaving Inasa the winner and Shoto as a second place. Her eyes went to Inasa as he stuck out his hand. "Looks like I win this one. But you were great too. Your power's amazing. How about we shake hands?" Shoto gazes at him for a few moments, then turns her head. "It's only a race." Inasa stares as Shoto walks off. Leo looked on, letting out a breath, and walked towards Inasa, his eyes shifting to the blonde as he tried to bridge the gap between the two. "I thought how you used your wind was really awesome, and Shoto-chan, you've become really fast on your ice slide, you were cool." Inasa gains a bright smile, while glancing at Shoto briefly, seeing her eyes on Leo, then turns back to the blonde. "Thank you. I also saw your race, and you're incredibly fast. What's your secret?" Leo snickered. "Ooh, I can't say. Ooh, I got ya, it's a hidden secret." "You could say that." Leo mused, then thought. "It's also something the government told me to never talk about. My quirk's ability is a secret to many after all." Leo watched as Inasa bowed his head straight into the ground again. Both Momo and Leo grimaced. "I am glad I got to meet the golden boy of America. You are a burning passionate hero in the making." You too, glad to meet you Inasa-san. Leo shook his hand, and Inasa grins brightly. After those events, Leo went to go and meet up with his mother, when he saw Shoto standing in the corridor, so he walked towards her, and got to her right-hand side. You alright Shoto-chan? Shoto turns to Leo. During that race, and afterwards, that boy got the impression that I was being cold when I was stating facts. Would you consider me a cold person? I don't think you're a cold person, Shoto-chan. Leo moves closer. With what you've had to deal with, it would naturally be hard opening up to people. You're right, I don't find it easy to be like that with others. Leo nods his head. I know deep inside, you've got quite the warm heart, Shoto-chan. A heroic heart. Shoto went to adopt a small smile, but stopped, and gazed at Leo. I thought about smiling, but then I remembered your heart condition. I don't want to put you in the hospital. Leo snickered, understanding it was her joke. By the way, I was speaking with Momo-chan before, and we're going to go and get something to eat. Wanna come with us? Could be a little celebration of doing the exam together. Shoto thought about it for a few moments. Ultimately, she agreed. Yes, I would. Leo casually pulls close, and winks. Let's find mom and get going. Shoto nods a single time, and walked off together. After finding Star, Leo, his mother, Momo and Shoto all went out to get some food together with Momo's parents. They all had fun, talking and laughing, besides Shoto who mostly kept quiet, though Leo could see she was enjoying herself. As the days went on after attending entrance exams in Japan, Leo played a good deal online. It was an escape from all of the seriousness in life, and he was always up for playing with Dynamite. He found her way of doing things to be very fun and would love to meet her at some point. Even their chats, it could be about something mundane, yet they'd always end up being rather fun in his eyes, and he believed Dynamite felt the same, because they both would invite one another to play when getting online. So, how did your entrance exam go, Dynamite? Leo asked as he hit a few buttons on his controller. Mine had robots, all we had to do was destroy them. What about you? Done yours yet? She laughed out in her eagerness. Some yeah, and in mine, I did some written tests, and like a race. Dynamite laughed. Get in yet? Not heard, you. Same, probably won't for a few days yet. But when I do, I can't wait to get into UA, and rocket myself all the way to the top. To surpass even the likes of All Might. Leo was thrilled to hear her drive, she wasn't someone that held back her thoughts and he appreciated that. Yeah, I wanna surpass Star and Stripe too, one day. She's so strong and cool, I want to be able to be just as strong, and then even beyond. Not a bad dream, those who aim higher than their heroes can go far. Leo took that in stride, and found himself agreeing. In fact, Leo and Dynamite were on the same wavelength for a good few things. By the way, make any new friends in your exam. Dynamite sighed deeply. There was this girl there that kept saying, let's become besties. To me, while she kept smiling at me. I did the exam with her, and she kept following me. Leo burst into a fit of laughter. Ooh man, sounds like a nice bestie, it's a good thing though, isn't it? Dynamite snorted. She was, something for sure. Never met a girl like her, I don't think there are any girls like her out there beyond her. Leo continued to laugh, having the time of his life, and was relieved he was able to relax like this, despite all that was going on right now. As he played the game, there was a knock at his door, so he bid his goodbyes to Dynamite, and invited the person inside. His mother came into the room, along with All Might. He blinks when he sees All Might stood there. Welcome to America All Might. All Might flashes his grin. It's good to be here. Did you come just to see us? Leo joked. All Might showed his enthused smile. Actually, I did have some business, but I also came to tell you, congratulations, you have gotten into UA. Leo coughed and wore a grand smile on his face, seeing his mother's face showcasing a bright grin. Wow, I got in. Yes, UA, the hero school that had All Might in it. Ah man, what a dream. Not only that, top marks my boy. Star beams. Leo cheered, but then stopped when he thought about something. So, if I went to UA, that means, moving to Japan huh? Star's face dipped, as she came over to the bed. That's another thing we're here to discuss. Leo nods for her to continue. Star pauses, and bites her lower lip. Not many things in the world could silence Star, but this, seeing her son move to a different country, would be difficult for sure. All Might could see Star's eyes lowering, so he spoke up. What do you want to do, young Leo? Would you like to study in UA? Well, I've thought about it a good bit, and it's an excellent school. Though the idea of leaving America behind, I grew up here, but it would be good for my future too, and I've always loved Japan. Then there's these people that are after me in America. If I came to Japan it might solve that, though I'd not see mom every day either. Star showed her bright smile, a look of sadness however ran through her eyes. I can't say that I'd be happy to see you go. But this is an amazing opportunity, the school that made Master who he is today, and a chance to learn from Master himself. I wish I was so lucky to do that. The decision is yours, Leo, if you want to go to Japan. Leo's eyes went to his mother's own. Staring into her bright brown eyes, he thought of all the fun times they had together, and he knew he could call whenever he wanted. It was different to think they'd not see one another every day, talking face to face, and enjoying one another's company, knowing she'd have to stay in America to fulfill her hero duties. It did bring a bittersweetness to his heart, as it was both a dream and a sadness at the same time. He thought about all of the options in his head, and thought about his future, and also what was best for him, knowing that's what his mother would want. His eyes shift to All Might, seeing the encouragement shining right back at him. He always did appreciate his uncle figure, and how kind he was. Inhaling deeply, Leo stared back at his mother. I'm gonna miss not seeing you every day, Mom. Me too. Star says with a dazzling smile, her voice cracking a little. I must admit, the house will be quiet without you, but this is for your future, and you can come back whenever you want. During the holidays, and I'll make trips when I can. And we can. Star paused, rubbing her eyes, Leo inhaling through his nose, seeing she still was showing her big smile. We can talk whenever we want. Besides, I know you'll thrive in UA, and as a bonus, maybe not get attacked as often. Leo sniffled, and laughed, his arms going around his mother, who did the same thing back. I'll make you proud, Mom. Leo promised. I already am so proud of you. Star whispered back. All Might felt the emotions run through him, turning away as he felt a surge of happiness and sadness enter his chest. Star and Leo hugged for over a minute, before they mutually pulled apart. Well then, I guess we'll have to make arrangements for you to live in Japan. Star smiles like the sun. Leo chuckles. Yeah, you're right. All Might turns back, showcasing his signature grin. And don't worry young Leo, we'll get to the bottom of what's going on with these weird creatures. Until then, I'll keep an eye on you. Leo lightly snickered. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on you too for Mom. Star promptly turns as red as a tomato, facing away while Leo snickered at his mother's adoration for All Might. Though it would be sad to leave his life in America behind for a time and not see his mother as often as he had through his life, Leo decided to see this as a new opportunity. To learn how to become the strongest hero, and one day, surpass who he saw as the greatest heroes, his mother, and All Might. Meanwhile, back in Japan, Himiko returns to the place she didn't really care for, her home. Fighting her urges when seeing her parents, wishing she could see Leo again, though she replied his video of fighting muscular on repeat when she got the chance. She strolls to her room. She then saw on her bed, a letter. Ooh, she came excited, and went towards it. Opening it, she saw only one sentence written there, along with a hologram disc. The letter said, Welcome to UA Himiko Toga, and a gleeful expression worked its way onto her face. Her smile radiating beautifully across her face, whispering, See you there, Leo-kun, as she let out little giggles of excitement. She couldn't wait to be in the same class as the boy she admired. 119 Chapter 4. Welcome to the next chapter. Takeda-sensei, thanks. She could be. ADUY Nguyen 07, it's on break. Shadow Uzumaki 55, thanks, Leo has yeah. It's going to be a big change for him for sure. It's going to be pretty fun, that would be cool. Silver Crow, thanks. Yeah, he's had a pretty tough time for the time being. Yeah, it would be funny to see, yeah, they'd not be much problem for him. Yeah, they're wondering what's going on with Himiko a bit. Glad you liked that moment. Leo and Inasa seemed to hit it off a bit. Shoto was doing her absolute best for sure, yeah, Leo's met a good few American heroes in his life. It is a bit odd she never created a jetpack, should be easy enough for her to do. Katsuki's going to be dead surprised for sure, All Might really cares for his uncle. Himiko and Katsuki could have met, yeah, Sato's like that huh. Ooh yeah, Himiko wouldn't care about them, after how they repressed her, and treated her. Himiko's got her unique motivations for sure. Leo's pretty tall, yeah. That would be pretty cool, he could be for New York, yeah. That would be a cool outfit for him. Ooh yeah, if Mineta tries it with Momo, Leo's gonna have some words lol. Thanks for the harem suggestions. Guest 1, she'd be cool. Guest 2, here's the next chapter. Guest 3, yeah, a Pokemon story could be cool. Being from Alola would be fun. Ralts is a fun Pokemon for sure. That team would be fun to play around with. Yeah, it would be nice if he had her around, thanks for the suggestions. Guest 4, yeah, doing a fairy tale FIC like that could be pretty interesting, imagining all the strength the kid would have. Zara could be yeah, being adopted by the royal family would be an interesting angle to go with it. Mirajan could be like that yeah. Pretty interesting magic for sure. Demaria could do yeah, that would be a fun power up. They'd be cool attacks, thanks for the suggestions. Guest 5, thanks. Jin, thank you. Inasa could be yeah, Himiko's going to be pretty fun for sure. We'll see soon. Guest 6, thanks for the harem suggestions. Guest 7, thank you, glad you like them. Harem lover, thanks for the harem suggestions. Yeah, it's nice to shake things up. Momo fan, glad you liked reading it. Yeah, Leo's words helped have Inasa see that Shoto isn't an intentionally cold person. Himiko is yeah, Leo's gonna thrive in UA and yeah, he'll always stay in contact with Star, and tell her about his day and she hers among other things. Riku Kaitani, Valerie could be. Yeah, that would be an interesting time in the FIC and how it would go down. Yumi and Kaneko would be for sure. And yeah, they could help him out. Rossweiss would be an interesting addition. I have a few ideas on what he'd be. One would be half angel to go with Valley's half devil. Thanks for the harem suggestions. With those reviews finished, it's time to start the chapter. Chapter 4. The next day, after being told he was going to be heading to UA, early in the morning, Star and All Might were downstairs, chatting away. Or more like Star gushing over All Might, and All Might praising Star. Leo loved to hear the sound of their conversations. Leo gave them the time to hang out together, because Leo knew how much Star loved All Might, and he'd be seeing All Might very regularly from now on, so wanted his mother to get all the time with her master that she could have. So Leo logged online, wanting to speak with his online friend. Now that he knew he'd be going to UA, he couldn't deny he did wish to meet her in person. They had played online for so long, and now had the chance to actually meet up. Leo saw the username of Dynamite already online. He typed out a message and went to send, when he saw one already come through moments before he could hit send. Leo looked at it, and smiled, seeing, ready to kill the enemies. With a gun emoji, and a grinning emoji as well. Leo grabbed his headset, and switched it on. Hey, Dynamite. Yeah hey, got news for you. Is it about UA? Yeah, damn right it's UA, got it this morning. I got in. Leo grins. Congrats, I'm so pleased for you. If she was going to UA then he'd be meeting her, and he couldn't wait to see her surprise when she sees his face. How about you? Get into the school you wanted. I did, found out last night. Ah, Dynamite, we'll be meeting. Dynamite coughed. No way, you got into UA. Yup, heard last night, hero course here we come. Dynamite laughed loudly. Alright then, can't wait to see you in person. Me neither. We've talked for so long and now we'll be meeting, it's incredible. Yeah, think I speak to you more than most people I know in real life. Dynamite joked. Leo snickered. By the way, remember, I get to pick what role you play as today since you did mine yesterday. Leo gave a fake cry. You're going to make me be the medic, aren't you? You bet your ass you're the medic, Starlight. Get the medkit, time to start healing while I blow the hell out of the enemies. You got it, Dynamite. One healer, coming up. Leo began playing with Dynamite, and as they downed an enemy team, another team came and stole their loot. Damn it, Deku. Dynamite cursed, then laughed a little at the slip up. Leo tilts his head. What's a Deku? I've heard you say it before. It's something we don't talk about. Leo snickered. I meant to say goblins, those freaking loot goblins stole what was ours. They've just painted a bullseye on them. Yeah, no one steals our loot and gets away with it. Let's show no mercy. Leo and Dynamite began laughing together, enjoying the game they played. If Dynamite was as much fun in real life as she was online, Leo knew he'd be so happy to meet up with her. A week after getting into UA, Leo was once more jetting off to the sunny shores of Japan. During that week, Leo and Star spent all the time they could together, wanting to just enjoy the moments. They were attacked a few times, but it was swiftly dealt with. Star was angry that even with his last week in America, that he'd get attacked. Before school was set to start in the following few weeks, Leo wanted to get a head start and settle in. All Might had invited Leo to come and live with him, since it made the most sense between the villains that would come, and it would give Star peace of mind if she knew her son was well looked after by her favorite hero. Damn All Might, no wonder you're the number one, this place is freaking awesome. Leo looks ahead at the building, it looked to be similar to the size of his own home that was back in America. Star stood outside of the home, mumbling to herself, I'm at Master's home right now, over and over again, mostly to herself, though she'd occasionally look at her son as if to ask, is this really happening right now? Which Leo thought was super endearing, something he was surely going to miss. Leo and All Might stare, the former holding back a small snicker, while the latter was endeared by her enthusiasm. Master, are you sure it's okay for Leo to stay? I do not mind building a place for him. At least allow me to build upon your home. Star said with an eager grin and a slight nervousness in her eyes that only All Might could ever bring out in her. That's kind of you, Star, and I wouldn't have my nephew be anywhere but with me. Besides, I'm sure that young Leo would be great in helping me as I help him. Living with Uncle Might is going to be the best. All Might's heart melted when he heard Leo call him Uncle Might, again after a while he had said it. Star's eyes fluttered as they entered the luscious home. Leo's eyes explored the very American-themed home, it almost felt like he was back home. Though he did see some things that made it look more Japanese, and he liked that all the same. Follow me, young Leo, I'll show you to your new room. Leo thanked him, and went up the stairs in the large house. They made it to a hallway, and traveled down it. All Might soon opened a door, and Leo stepped in, and Leo saw that it was similar to his room in America. It seemed All Might had gone out of his way to make his home feel like Leo wasn't away from America, which he really appreciated. Star had sparkly eyes, looking around her master's home was the treat she had to love more than anything else. This is freaking awesome, Uncle Might. You didn't have to get all this stuff in for me. Perish the thought. After the time you've had for the past, well, a good long time now, it's the least I can do. Leo took his belongings, and placed them near the bed, knowing he'd unpack later on. Well, still, thank you. It must be an inconvenience for me to be here. No, it's a happy time for sure. Besides, I've been hearing that you have some interesting girls. Endeavor's daughter, and that girl Momo Yaoyorozu-san as well. Leo was left a little red-faced. Well, that's, Mom told me she asked you about it. And I gave the best advice that I could do. Star nods knowingly. Master's words are very wise, Leo. You should always take every opportunity you can to absorb all of the information that he wishes to give to you, and use it to your advantage. He hasn't been the number one for this long for nothing, you know. Leo snickers. Yeah, I know, Mom. Uncle Might is a very wise guy after all. Now what are we doing standing around? Let's go and explore. All Might cheered, so Leo flashed a smile, and together explored the home. After a few hours together, Star couldn't stay long, she had some other duties that she had to do. Albeit, she didn't want to do it in the end, because she wished to spend time with her son. She had been away from America for a little too long, and had to make sure the person after her son was stopped, believing they were in America. So she stood at the door to All Might's home, while Leo stood facing her. They adopted small smiles to one another, knowing they'd not see one another for as long as they'd wish to. Well, this is it. You're growing up, my boy. Star praised her son, her hand lightly patting his head. Leo smiled up at his mother. I'm gonna do my best, and take Japan by storm, as they say. Star snickered. I have no doubt. You just keep being the wonderfulness that is you, and I'm sure that you'll shine like a sun. And with Master beside you, I know that you'll excel even more than I have. Leo's adoration was easy to see in his eyes, even All Might who was stood a distance away could see it. I'm going to grow strong, so strong that I'll stand by you one day, and we'll fight together, and I'm even aiming to surpass you, and Uncle Might. Star's mouth curls up, seeing the eagerness of his heart, and the energy that he exuded. She trusted in him to accomplish anything that he would want to do in his life. That's my boy. Aim for the heavens, and go as far as you can. As they say in UA, go plus ultra. Leo watched his mother do a pose similar to All Might whenever he said the same thing, her fist in the air, so he mimicked his mother, announcing, "Go plus ultra," and high-fived his mother. They then laughed together. Though it was bittersweet, Leo and Star savored the moment. Though reality could be cruel, and Star received a message. "Looks like I've gotta go." Star moves closer, and hugs her son. Leo hugs her back. "I'll see you later, Mom, love you to the stars, and back." "Love you, to the stars and back." All Might was in the background, feeling his emotions beginning to bubble to the surface, his hand raking over his eyes so he didn't release anything that shouldn't be released. Don't worry, Star, leave your son to me. I'll make sure that he's well looked after." All Might promised. Star unraveled from her son, bowing very respectfully for her master. "Yes, master. If Leo needs anything, please contact me right away and I'll send the money. I have also set up an account for Leo in case of emergencies, and for money for any need he may require. And if you need me, please contact me immediately, master, and I'll be on my jets." All Might had to admire Star's ability to go above and beyond. He was glad that he was able to meet her again after a long time, and was glad he was able to get to know her son more, and see his shining smile. "Yes, of course, thank you, Star." Star looked happy with everything, and then her gaze settled on her son. They shared one more hug, before Star left to do her duties with a reluctant heart. But knew he was going to be in good hands. Leo watched his mother disappear into the darkness of the night, as All Might came up behind him, and placed a hand on his shoulder. Leo looked back to All Might, letting out a small breath. "So, guess we're housemates. Don't worry, I'll do my share too. I have no doubt. Now how about we get something to eat?" "Sure." And, All Might nods. "You can drop your hero form whenever you want, no need to waste it when you're not doing anything heroic." All Might chuckled, and his muscles seemingly looked like they were deflating, and he returned to his normal form, with sunken eyes, and his shirt now hanging loosely on his body compared to when he was in muscle form. "Sometimes I even forget when I'm like that. Now, how about we get something to eat, young Leo?" "Sure, let's do it." Leo agreed, and walked off into the house together. Later into the night, Leo and All Might hung out in the lounge watching TV together, seeing a documentary about a former hero. Lady Nagant, the former hero turned into a villain. We have here a family member of one of her victims. Leo looked at the screen, flashing an image of a young woman with long indigo-colored hair, with pink streaks scattered throughout them. Leo stares at the image on screen, noting, she has sad eyes. Something All Might picked up. Did you say something, young Leo?" "Lady Nagant-san, she has sad eyes in that picture." All Might stares at the image flashing on screen. He saw it was of Lady Nagant smiling, but like Leo had said, her eyes looked notably sad. "Ah yes, Lady Nagant, what a truly tragic case. I remember hearing about her once as a cautionary tale. I wonder if her reasons truly were because of some sort of disagreement, always seemed odd to me. She was a good hero." All Might takes a breath, and changes topic. "So far, no monsters have come for you, right?" Leo was thankful for that. "Yeah, really strange, huh? Those creatures with different types of powers, and how they honed in on me while in America. I don't even want to think who it could be if they could create things like that. Though they didn't seem to be very tactical, more like animals going off basic instincts." All Might tilts his head, mulling over what Leo was saying. "Yeah, I can see why that would be difficult for sure. But at least they haven't shown up here so far. And you've not seen anything out of the ordinary." Leo shakes his head. "Not as far as I know anyway." "Great. Also, you've been made aware from your mother regarding situations such as those monsters." Leo nods, producing a card. "Mom said Commander Agpar went through a lot, so if I'm attacked, I could fight without worry. He gave me this card to flash if anyone questions me. I'd not have to worry about any issues regarding quirk usage without a hero license. Had to pass a few tests before coming here to satisfy the Hero Association in Japan too." All Might gives a strong nod. "Hopefully you'll not have to do that until you gain your actual hero license, but it's good to have. Commander Agpar fought quite hard for you. Saying something like, he's Cassie's kid, he'll save someone no matter what, so this is a great way." Leo burst into a snicker. "Yeah, I could see the commander saying something like that. And great impression of the commander." All Might adopts a bright smile. This was one of the reasons All Might truly trusted Leo with his secrets, because he knew he had a courageous heart. He'd do what it took to protect anyone that needed it, and others could clearly see it as well. All Might grins. So, is there anything you'd want to ask me, young Leo? Well, there is one more thing. Leo brought up. All Might nods in a curious manner. How long can you last now, in your hero form? All Might hung his head low. About an hour, maybe an hour and a half if pushed. Leo sighed sadly. I see, then, you can also count on me, All Might. If you ever need me to help, I've got your back. You've had mine, so you can count on me. If there's any rule you need me to give, just let me know, or if there's something you want to handle, but can't for whatever reason, I'll do my best for you, Uncle Might. Leo's words resonated within All Might, and he found himself adopting a strong smile on his face. Even with all of the things he was going through, even uprooting his entire life to move to a different country, he was willing to do his best for those that he cared for, and it made All Might adopt a bright smile. I'll hold you to that offer, young Leo. Leo flashes a peace sign, as his eyes shift to the TV screen once more, seeing the image of Lady Nagant there, wondering how that came to happen. The next few days flew by in a breeze, and Leo was adjusting to not being with his mother. It was weird for sure. Leo would often hear his mother in the morning, or see her when he came downstairs, though he did have to say he loved to live with All Might as well. All Might said Leo could go out, so Leo donned a disguise so he wasn't seen, and met up with Momo. She wore an elegant-looking dress, while he was in jeans, and a hoodie, along with rimmed fake glasses. His hair that peeked out of the hoodie was dyed via his quirk to be a black color, far from his natural blonde, covering his identity from being seen almost immediately. It was so good that Momo initially walked by Leo without realizing that it was him, so Leo walked towards her, and got beside her. Momo-chan. Momo jumped, her eyes shifting right, and saw the disguise of Leo. Leo-kun, sorry, I didn't even recognize you. If you can't, then that's a good thing since others can't either. Momo fully faces him, as they move towards a nearby bench in a busy area of the city. Getting to it, they sat down, and Leo saw no one really looking his way. Sorry that I didn't meet you sooner, just settling in and all that good stuff. Momo waved a hand. It's fine, but I can't believe you're coming to UA with me. Leo flashed a smile. Yeah, I can't believe it either, we're gonna do so great at UA. Anyway, before anyone notices me, let's get going. Momo nods, and together, they walk out together into a shopping district, beginning to talk and have a good time with one another. As they walked through the area, on top of a building, a young woman with rabbit ears stood, looking down at the ground. Her eyes seemed to be scanning for something, murmuring, "Where did that little bastard go?" As she ran her eyes over the crowds. She was looking for something specifically, and then in the distance, she saw something. She saw the disguised Leo, walking together with Momo, her eyes fueled with determination. Think you could get away from me, do you? Leo and Momo, along with a majority of the open shopping area, froze in place. They looked to the source, and Leo saw something magnificent. Oh my god, it's her, Momo-chan. Hey Mirko-san. Leo waved towards her. Mirko narrowed her eyes, mistaken Leo's wave as a, come and get me, kind of sign. If that's what you want. She smirks, and pushes her feet off of the building, breaking some of the side of the building as she did so. She shot through the air like a bullet, her face determined as she saw Leo in her sights, and was convinced this was who she was supposed to be gunning for. Momo widens her eyes when realizing that Mirko had the eyes of a warrior right now, and her eyes were on Leo. Leo also realized it, grimacing, "Aw shit." Knowing what was going to happen, seeing Mirko flip in the air, raising her leg high into the sky, as she got within a few meters of Leo, her eyes meeting his brown ones. Ha! She came down with the kick. Leo grabs Momo, and with his strength rule always active, leaps into the air as the ground around them shattered, chunks of the ground firing into the air. Noticing the shockwave could go to the others, Leo thrust out his hand, briefly deactivating his black hair rule, and went to activate a rule to stop the shockwave produced so others didn't get caught up. Though as he did, Leo noticed Mirko having moved her feet along the ground and stopped the ground from hurting anyone, which he thought was cool. Everyone, please retreat back to a safe distance. Leo called out. Though they didn't initially recognize him, Mirko smirked. Do as the villain says, step back everyone. I'm going to apprehend him. The civilians do as she says, while Leo safely lands on the ground. Knowing he might need to have two rules against Mirko, knowing she was a ferocious opponent, and wouldn't settle for anything other than a fight. Leo grimaced, and quickly put Momo down, murmuring, "Get to safety Momo-chan," knowing that Mirko was gunning for him. Momo whispered, "Be careful," hastily, running through the area, while Mirko set her eyes on him. Leo deactivated the hard air, and reactivated his hair to turn black again, pondering how he was going to go about this. "No more running now, is there, villain? I'm not a villain. My name is..." Mirko spoke loudly, cutting him off. "Yeah right, nice try. You got away before, not this time." Mirko uses the dislodged pieces of stone from her previous shockwave, and repels them towards Leo with her foot. As the pieces of debris came back at him, Leo used his military training to kick and punch the stones out of the air with timed precision. He was strong enough that the stones pulverized under his strength, leaving Mirko to be impressed. "Yeah, you have the moves. But so do I. Now you're going to be stopped, you fiendish villain." Leo let out a breath, stopping the rule on his hair so he had access to two again, the blonde in his hair coming back brilliantly. Though it was still hidden mostly by the hood, people around began looking towards Leo curiously. "Wait, please." Leo tried to stop her with words. "I'm a really huge fan, I don't want to fight you." "Well, we always don't get what we want in life. Thanks for being a fan though. Send me a postcard from jail." Leo grimaces, seeing her right near his body, flings his hand before him, murmurs, "The air before me shall become hard." Forming a barrier of solid air, the pieces of debris rang against the barrier, which managed to stop all of them. But Mirko didn't stop, and her body moved forward. Using her incredible strength, she slammed her foot into Leo's barrier. To her credit, he saw that chunks of the air was beginning to break as if it was glass, something that only Muscular had really done recently. "Not bad, this barrier seems pretty strong. Didn't show this before, did you? But I won't be stopped by the likes of this." Leo watched her land, and deliver multiple strikes on his barrier, cracking it more and more under her incredible strength, reminding him of a certain character that kicked like Mirko did from a video game franchise that he liked. So Leo deactivates the hard air rule, as Mirko got in close. She saw an opening, and went to strike Leo. He pulls back, the foot gliding near his face, and he stomps on the ground hard, causing the earth to form a wall. Mirko was forced backwards. "You seem stronger than before. I've never met you. And even though you're fighting me right now, I still think you're so cool. Like, you're strong, swift, agile, amazing." Mirko paused, her face tinging red a little at his cheerful admiring voice. "Compliments won't save you." "I figured, but I wanted to say it anyway." Leo parries her foot with his arm, feeling her incredible strength transmit through his arm. She was undoubtedly strong, though he managed to push her away, and kick the ground. When he did, he saw her going for another stomach, so he did the same thing. The ground blasted open with a punch, sending a shockwave of debris out towards Mirko to stop her. Mirko flipped back a few feet, and came at Leo from the right, twirling in the air, and calls, "Luna Arc." And because Leo was a fan of hers, he knew what move that was, so he tightens his fist, and collides it with Mirko's foot. A shockwave generates between them, Mirko gritting her teeth as Leo does the same, mutually pulling away from one another. But Mirko didn't stop, and calls out, "Luna Tijeras," while Leo grimaced. "Why you're going to rip off my head with your thighs? Why you know that move?" Mirko asks, bewildered. Leo nods, as he skates back, narrowly avoiding Mirko trying to grapple him with her thighs. "Of course I do. I know all your moves that you've shown." Mirko smirks to herself. "Well, I wasn't going to rip off the head of a cute fan, I was just going to slam your ass into the ground with my thighs." Leo saw Mirko wink, wondering what the hell was going on, though to have Mirko wink at him, he did feel a little warm in his chest. "Can I skip the ass slamming, and just maybe get something to eat with you?" Leo flashed a small kind smile. Mirko blinks in confusion, her face once more tinging red. "Are you asking me out?" Leo waved his hands, not wanting to anger her more. No, I just thought we could get something to eat, and explain what's going on here, because I'm not who you think I am." Mirko slowly nods, and grins. "Let's see if you can stop me, then I'll consider it, smart guy." Mirko takes off at high speeds. Using her rabbit abilities, she jumps all over the area, pushing off buildings, and the ground, trying to build up more and more speed so she could catch Leo off guard. Realizing his strength was something that could contend with her own, and he knew her moves, so she had to be creative. When she saw an opportunity, she broke off some ground, firing it off to Leo, and covered her moves by firing off other stones all around her, so he couldn't directly see her. Though when he did see her, his arms crossed his body, and blocked the shot of stone, only to see Mirko come up towards him, getting before his eyes. Looking up at her, Leo lunges forward when she was about to slam him in the face with her foot, so nails his foot onto the ground, opening the earth and blasted it up, forcing Mirko flying back through the air. She flips, landing on the ground. You have good instincts, I'm glad we're fighting. Mirko charges for him again, showing her endlessly energies. Leo pats his mouth. My breath shall increase a 1000 times normal output. By doing that, and with the enhanced physical abilities already in affect, Leo was able to handle this level without his body being ruptured or blown apart. Leo took in a deep breath, and blew out of his mouth a gale force wind, when he saw Mirko coming at him with a strong kick. The strong blast of wind ripped through the area, blowing Leo's hoodie back, revealing his golden locks. People around looked as the glasses also fell from his face, as his hair was whipped around by the intense winds. Mirko lands on the ground, skidding as the force of the wind was so strong that her feet were digging into the ground and pushing her back, impressed by what she was feeling right now. She looked to Leo, and saw his blonde locks. Didn't he have black hair a minute ago? She mumbled to herself, wondering if she saw things or not. However, shock came to her when she heard, "Oh my god. It's Golden Boy," come from the crowd. "Look at that hair, and his adorable face, I've always liked blonde boys. I wouldn't mind being in those strong arms. He's so cute and precious, I want to pick with him." Girls his age and a little older complimented him, while Momo was worried about what was going to happen now. "Get lost, he's mine," Leo heard a voice in the crowd. He looked to see Himiko Toga stood there, waving energetically towards him. How in the hell, he didn't know how she happened to be there. But he didn't have time to think as people were gathering around, after initially scattering away. Leo glanced back at Momo, and they both sighed. Well, that lasted a few days, referring to him being in Japan supposed to be a secret, at least until closer to the time they'd be going into UA together. Mirko blinks, looking towards Leo's face, and her face drops and pales at the same time. "Ooh shit, it's Golden Boy, and I just attacked him. Ooh shit, I'm in trouble now." Mirko had heard of him, and knew this wouldn't be good for her. Leo saw her flash of panic, realizing her mistake. So he takes a deep breath, thinking quickly, and bows to the crowd, confusing Mirko. "Thank you everyone for coming out today. Let's give a big hand to Mirko-san for helping me with her excellent performance." Mirko looked perplexed, as Leo gestured for her to bow. So she did the same thing, and the crowd began cheering, believing it was all a publicity stunt in the end. Momo was glad he could think quick, and was seeing the crowd believing it as well, as they clapped, and cheered. So, Leo and Mirko began signing things for the crowd, while Himiko stared in awe, and came over to Leo. "Leo-kun, I found you. Yeah, nice seeing you. Thanks for the presents," Leo said elegantly. Himiko shudders, her body shaking side to side. "You got them, I'm glad. You know, I'm going to UA too." Leo echoed, since his announcement for going to UA hadn't happened yet, wondering why she'd say it like that, unless she guessed based on him being in Japan. "Yup, I got into UA, maybe we'll be classmates, that would be so good, we could come together, and cuddle in class all day long." Himiko twitches her body around, her smile growing bigger. "I see you didn't bleed this time, I was wondering if you would. I thought it might have been good." Leo raises an eyebrow, as she leans forward, kissing Leo's blushing cheek. "I'm glad I got to do that too. Yip." Momo was left shock-faced, while Himiko giggles in place. Leo exhales, and begins signing a few things, while still his mind lingers on Himiko, and though he did find her ways a little odd, he had to admit, when she smiled, it was very cute. After getting away from the crowds, Leo, Momo and Mirko went to a quiet area so they could talk. Mirko lightly laughed, rubbing the back of her head. "Quick thinking Golden Boy. But you just attacked Leo-kun." Momo was exasperated that she wasn't more flustered by what had happened. Mirko shrugged. "I thought he was a villain, he had the same design of hoodie, similar build, I thought I saw black hair, and well, when you called me over with that challenging wave." He was waving energetically. Momo interjected. When he waved energetically at me, Mirko corrected, looking to Momo, who gives a small sigh. I thought it was a sign you knew I had found your ass, and I was about to slam your ass into the ground for trying to harm innocent people. But when I realized you weren't the villain, I stopped. Momo and Leo both turned to one another with bewilderment. Leo coughed, facing Mirko. Well, yeah, good thing we sorted that out, and no one was hurt. Mirko nods strongly. Exactly. Now, you're coming with me. Why you can't kidnap him? Momo gasps. Call it assistance. Besides, I saw how he handled himself. It's fine if I borrow your boyfriend for a little while, right? Be boyfriend. Momo gasped, her face burning red. Mirko's smirk grew on her face, while Momo looked back curiously. I see, not that level yet. All right then. Mirko pulls Leo close, his head bouncing off of her breast, his face burning hot while Momo's teeth chattered across her lower lip. Don't worry, I'll keep him warm for you. Keep him warm for me. Momo blushed a deep scarlet at the implications. Leo felt her soft chest rubbing against his face while she bounced in place like an excitable rabbit. This is official hero business, and I need his. Mirko looks to Leo's face, adopting a grin. Good nature on my side, and his strength's pretty kick-ass too. Plus he's pretty handsome, so that's a bonus. Don't worry your head, I'd not let anything happen to him. If you need help, I don't mind helping you. Leo said, his face like lava while Mirko looks down with a grin. See, it's all good, now we should get going. I need to escort Momo-chan home first. Leo stepped in and said. Mirko shudders. Gentleman as well as kick-ass, I like you golden boy. The name's Leo Bate, Leo introduced jovially. And I have to say, a chance to work with you is like, on my bucket list. Mirko smirks. Golden boy, a fan of me? No, Leo Bate-kun, my fan huh? Alright then, let's drop off your friend, and go and kick some ass. Momo had reservations, since she didn't want Leo to be in danger. Leo saw them on her face, and did his best to relieve her of them. I'll be alright, I'll be with Mirko-san. And I've got permission to do this in cases like this. I know, just be careful. And ring when you're finished, okay? So I know you're safe. Will do. Mirko looks between them, showing her smirk. Later on, after dropping Momo off, Leo and Mirko journey off together to find the culprits of who it was Mirko was chasing down, leaping across different buildings. So, you were fighting this guy that set fire to a building with his air hands that had some kind of flamethrower attached. Then they hopped off into a car, and sped off, right? That's right. Through his flamethrower, he channeled his air hands, and tried to burn my ears, little bastard. Leo grimaced. Managed to down the car they tried getting away in, but they got out, and ran. When I gave chase, got most of them, then I saw you. Guess they'd be long gone by now. Though I did have some heroes in the area look for them, so maybe they'd hide. Leo runs his fingers over his chin in thought. Well, depending where it is, there might be cameras around that could give us a clue on how to find them. And if we can get a face shot, then maybe we might be able to use the criminals database to get places this guy hung around, you know. Mirko hums. Smart, not a bad idea. I assume you know how to do tech stuff like this. Leo waves his hand side to side. Sort of, I'm no tech wizard, I was given basic classes on how to use technology in crime solving when I was younger. We should go to the police station, a friend of my uncle's works there, and will allow us to use their systems. Alright then, so we're off to the police station. They'd be able to bring up camera data or whatever it's called. Leo chuckled, glad he could have this time with her. Nearing the police station, Leo received a call from Shoto. Ah, hey Shoto-chan. Yes, hello. Why are you on the news fighting Mirko the rabbit hero? It says it is some sort of publicity stunt. Endeavor isn't thrilled. Leo held back a snort. Well, it's a long story, basically being caught in wrong place, wrong time, mistaken identity and all that. I see, and you're safe? Shoto asks, Leo detecting the slight worry in her voice. I am, thanks for worrying. Leo assured the young woman. Then I'll see you later. Bye. Leo and Shoto mutually ended the phone call. When Leo came off the phone, Mirko smirked at him. So, how many girlfriends do you have? I don't have any. Leo retorts. Mirko raises a curious brow. Well, by my count, the girl on the phone, the girl you were with before. Leo raised an amused eyebrow. I'm not dating them. But you like them, Mirko countered. Leo went to retort, but stopped. He couldn't refute what she was saying. Well, yes I do like them. They're great girls. Mirko's smirk grows on her face. Arriving at the police station, Leo and Mirko walk inside, seeing many policemen and policewomen busy at work. Leo had called ahead, and was greeted by a tall man with short black hair. Leo-kun, always a pleasure. Tsukauchi-san, thanks for letting us use the systems here. Not at all, please go ahead. I've already got the access codes punched in for you Leo-kun, so when you're ready. Thank you, Tsukauchi-san. Ooh yeah, your sister's doing great, putting Captain Celebrity through his paces. Tsukauchi let out a small chuckle. That sounds like her. And how is Skycrawler? Doing well, as far as I know. Last time we spoke he seemed pretty happy, if not still a little nervous. Yes, that sounds like him. Mirko whistled. Who are you in with to have the police give you access to this huh? Mirko paused, and then hums. Well, I guess your mother would make sense. Leo nods. Yeah, my mom. Mirko followed Leo with her hands behind her back. Leo sat down at a computer, seeing the criminal database already up, so he got to work on getting all of the cameras needed for the information they would need. She had to admit that she didn't really get what he was doing, but she saw how he pulled up the cameras of where she was, and what times she was there relatively quickly. Pretty smart huh? Mirko praised. Leo gives a small bashful smile. You're too kind. Mirko didn't know how he was doing it, but she didn't complain because she thought it was cool. Tsukauchi looked impressed as well, watching Leo's fingers flying through the keyboards at incredible speed thanks to his enhanced physical abilities rule on his body. Only a minute later, Leo turned to Mirko. Okay, checking through the different cameras, got an image of the guy you fought Mirko-san. Mirko leans forward, as Leo brings up his name on the database. Looks like a small-time criminal, so he doesn't have big connections. Now I'm checking to see if he could have escaped anywhere else. Mirko folds her arms, a small smile growing on her face as Leo swiftly flies through several footages with his enhanced speed, able to speed up the natural recording to get the information faster. Half a minute passed, and Leo brought up a small map on the computer, and placed markers on it. He then prints the map, while Mirko curiously looks on. Based on what info the database gave, such as his criminal history, and going through the footage of all known locations he could have been in, I think I've triangulated where he may be held up, to these locations. Because there were other heroes on those roads he could have escaped to thanks to you having them search, and we have no reports of any attacks despite him being brought up to all heroes in the area, I'd have to say he has to be around there. But maybe not forever since the heroes are seemingly moving away and the police too. Alright, good work. Let's hit them up. Leo nods, grabs the printout, and thanks Tsukauchi, before heading off. Arriving at the locations, Leo and Mirko see the neighborhood being less than stellar, so they begin searching the area. Going to different houses on the map, they came up empty initially. Mirko let out a breath as Leo and Mirko tried one of the last places, landing near the house. Now let's see if he's in here. Do your stuff Leo-kun. Mirko grins. Leo placed his hand on his eyes, murmuring, my senses shall become infrared, and using that to see heat signatures inside the building's walls to see if anyone was there. I can see someone, and I can see he has some kind of device on his back that's giving off some heat. Leo focused his eyes, watching the man move to the living room, giving Leo a good shot of his back. Same shape as what was on the video from before, I think that's our guy. Mirko's lips curl into a grand smile. That's our guy then. Good work, looks like you triangulated it just right. Thanks, so now, time to kick their ass, come with me. Leo watched as Mirko leapt from the side to the entrance of the house, so Leo followed through, disengaging the rule of the sea in infrared. Mirko exhales, and slams her foot into the door, blasting it off its hinges. Knock, knock, Mirko enters. Leo follows, and sees the man that Mirko had been fighting. He looked a little similar to Leo, albeit had natural black hair, and wore a similar hoodie to Leo's own. Mirko. How did you find me? Sorry, that's my secret. Leo watched as the rabbit hero launched forward, and tried to take the man down with a single kick. But he grabbed a piece of wood from the floor, igniting it on fire with his flamethrower plus air quirk, and threw it at the hero, along with what looked to be some sort of grenade. Mirko growled, slamming her foot into the grenade, and fired it through the ceiling, and into the air. So you're going with the same tactics like last time, are you? This time, it's only you and me. The man panicked, then glanced at Leo, and smirked. Not only us. Mirko watched the man rush Leo, his hand producing steam. It was that hot. You're attacking him, huh? Yeah, say goodbye to your little sidekick. Good luck with that one. Mirko laughs, as Leo moved forward swiftly. The man was startled by his speed, and received a gut punch, his eyes widening and almost popped out of his head. He was fired through towards Mirko. Mirko gathered speed by spinning, delivering a bone-crunching kick to the man's upper body, firing him through a wall. Shattering said wall, the man's eyes rolled while Leo saw that the piece of wood Mirko batted aside landed on the ground, and fire was beginning to spread. So he waved his hand in the air inside the room, and murmured, "The air in this room shall be removed." And as he had commanded, the air indeed was removed. Because of that, the small fire didn't have the capability to burn and fizzled out soon enough with no way to fuel itself for long. Mirko noticed the fires going out, and looked impressed, as she made her way to the man. Quick and easy, when you don't have others to hurt and sacrificial pawns to use so you can get away, isn't that right, my man? The man's eyes looked fearful of Mirko. Leo stopped the no-air rule when he saw the fire being put out, so the air naturally returned to the room, joining Mirko. Mirko looks to Leo, her enthused grin lighting up her face. Good work, partner. Leo's cheeks lightly flush. Partner. Yup, couldn't have done it without ya. Leo was thrilled to hear praise from one of his favorite heroes of all time. Soon enough, the man was arrested, and Leo stood on top of a building together with Mirko, the rabbit hero rubbing the back of her head. So, about the whole attacking you thing. Didn't say sorry for that, did I? Shouldn't have done it, was in the heat of battle, and well, you know how it is. Sorry. Leo shakes his head. No one was hurt, don't worry about it. I've been attacked by people I really don't like, so when I'm attacked by people I do like, it's better. Mirko snickers. Yeah, I can see that. Leo's fingers strum through his blonde hair, his eyelashes fluttering towards the young woman. So, how come you wanted me to come along anyway? I mean, I'm sure others could have looked up things that I did. Maybe, but I wanted to see the golden boy in action, that's all. Saw how you fight, gotta see the rest, don't I? And, I kinda wanted to apologize, just didn't know how to say it. Plus, it helps with that girlfriend of yours. Leo's cheeks begin to burn hotter. Well, I'm glad that you did choose me to come with you, it's been a dream to meet you, I've always found heroes like you to be pretty interesting, Mirko-san. Mirko's lips tug up. Then I'll need your number. Are you asking me out? Leo teased, bringing up like she did before. Mirko laughed a little. Might be doing. So, number. Leo was happy to give it to her and gave the number to Mirko, who quickly sent hers to him as well. Then, I guess I'll have to get back to my hero duties, but I've decided to officially make you my partner. I don't team up often, but when I do next time, I'm giving you a call. Leo's heart was set aflutter as Mirko winks at him, and takes off. Seeing her sailing through the sky as she hopped from one rooftop to another, he heard his phone buzz. So he looked, and saw that it was the rabbit emoji, and a flirty wink emoji sent towards him, from Mirko. He looked back in her direction, and he begins to snicker, running his teeth along his lower lip with a smile growing on his face. Leo later returned back to his new home after ringing both Momo and Shoto to assure them both that he was alright, and was greeted by All Might stood in the lounge, his eyebrow raised, his eyes dancing between his phone, and Leo himself. So, I got a call from Tsukauchi today. Have a good day, young Leo. Leo nods slowly, chuckling slightly. Yeah, Mirko-san kinda attacked me, thinking I was a villain. I was in disguise, you see, so when I was revealed, she did stop. But yeah, people saw me. All Might slowly nods his head. It can't be helped if things like that happen. Are you okay? Leo felt touched by his concern. I'm fine, yeah, she's a tough woman, and she's pretty cool. Also, she also made me her official partner, I can cross that off the bucket list too. Damn, she was awesome. All Might burst into a fit of laughter. So that's how it is. It was going to be announced soon you'd be in UA anyway, can't keep things like that secret for long no matter how hard we try. Thankfully, even with you revealed, no attacks today from any monsters. Nope, seems like whatever, or rather whoever did it, can't do it in Japan. Thankfully. All Might agreed. It does seem to be like that. Also, I watched a few videos of you and Mirko fighting one another. I thought it was a pretty good match. Managing to keep up with her isn't an easy feat for many. And I also saw the wind storm from your breath. What an interesting way to use your quirk, young Leo. Leo rubs the back of his head sheepishly. Thanks, Uncle Might, glad you liked it. All Might flashed a proud smile on his face, and moves closer to the young man. And after that day, it's time to get a good meal. Sounds great. Leo and All Might traveled to the kitchen, and began cooking together. Though Leo had to admit it was odd not being at home with his mother, he did like being in Japan, and he did like being with All Might, and the highlight of his day was meeting Mirko herself. Now all that was left was for him to finally begin at UA. 119 Chapter 5. Welcome to the next chapter. Karasuno Yachi. The ending for the Todorokis seems to be pretty much how I thought it might go after seeing what we saw. Really hard to say what I feel about it, is some stuff I like, some stuff I wish we got to see more of. But for what it wasn't bad. Riku Kaitani, thanks. Yeah, they're going to have a fun dynamic between them. I'm glad you like the relationship between those two characters. Since it was Leo she went after, nothing will happen, since Leo covered for her, though she gets her headrush style didn't work out for her there. I could see him wanting to go to Mirko for sure. Yeah, they'd be interesting additions. It would give a good contrast between Valley and OC if he was half angel. Probably Michael I'd lean more to, be very fitting the leader of the angel's son is with one of the leaders of the devil's descendants. I'd give him a Longinus sacred gear, though I'd be torn on which one to go for, since I could see a few fitting with his angel powers. Might put it to a vote. Silver Crow, thanks. Yeah, it's going to be fun when they meet up. Yeah, Star wasn't thrilled her last week with her son was ruined. Yeah, it was quite the heart-wrencher huh. Leo does yeah. He knows a good bit. Lady Nagant was yeah, she could be appearing sometime soon, yeah, Agpar knew what was what with Leo, Mirko had quite the entrance for sure. It was a dream for Leo. Yeah, he's had quite the training, Leo could gain a third rule at some point. AFO would be shocked yeah. That would be a nice outfit for him. Leo will be interacting with a few league members for sure. When he discovers what Overhaul does to Eri. It's going to be quite interesting, if he needs to, he's willing to do what's necessary. Thanks for the harem suggestions, Mineta would be yeah. Guest 1, thanks. Jin, thank you. Yeah, they had a fun team UP. Shadow Uzumaki 55, Leo has yeah, and he's gonna be staying with his favorite uncle. Yeah, Leo and Katsuki are going to be having their first ever face-to-face this chapter. Yeah, Mirko came in blazing, Leo had quite a bit of fun working with Mirko. She did yeah. Lightwave, yeah, he could be his brother. Yeah, they could have a dynamic like that. Sounds cool to me. He would do for sure, thanks for the suggestions. Momo fan, yeah, it's great for them both, he had fun with Momo. Himiko is having quite a bit of fun. Ooh yeah, Leo meeting Mirko really excited him. She'll be appearing pretty soon. Guest 2, thanks for the harem suggestions. Guest 3, ooh I'm sure Mirko will do that at some point lovingly, midnight would be fun yeah. Thanks for the harem suggestions. With those reviews finished, it's time to start the chapter. Chapter 5. Flashing lights dazzled the area, as buildings were being broken all around him. Blasts of purple energy whipped around the ground, the sky blackened by dark lightning streaming through the clouds. A very young Leo looked around at the massive destruction, seeing shooting into the sky, was All Might, dodging multiple beams of energy firing off towards him. Leo looked behind to see a man readying to snipe All Might, so he runs forward, and gets between then. Get lost kid, the man yelled, and tried to fire his gun fused with the villain's quirk's power. Leo however snagged it out of his hands with his physical abilities enhanced rule active, and broke it in half, before delivering a sharp kick to the man's face, firing him away into the side of a building. As he did, more villains came out of the woodwork, and Leo looked to All Might, seeing him busy, so he clenched his teeth, yelling, "Who's first?" and ran right at the enemies. All Might looked down to see Leo protecting him, a small smile formed on his lips, allowing him to concentrate on the villain before him. The man All Might faced, sent out a strong force that repelled All Might inches from his body. Uncle Might. The man's eyes turned from All Might, to Leo, and he froze in place, as the man's twisted smile grows on his face. Uncle Might, is it? The man's dark smirk stayed with Leo, his eyes like thunder as lightning rained down all around him. Uncle Might, look, your little friend defeated some of my friends. But watch this. Another victim for you to mourn. Young Leo, run away while you can. All Might tried to get to Leo, seeing the lightning ready to kill him. But Leo raised his hands, murmuring, the air will harden above me. And formed a wall of hardened air that managed to stop the lightning reaching his body, but the shockwave blew him away and slammed into a building, spitting out blood. But remained conscious, his eyes looking at the villain. The villain All Might was fighting raised an eyebrow. Who are you? Leo's head shoots off the pillow, sweat on his brow, waking from the bad dream, as his alarm rings in the background. His fingers rut over his eyes, clearing his head, looking at the time on his phone. Early. Leo's mind returned to the dream he just had. All. 4. Leo's head collapsed onto the pillow, letting out a sigh. But then he recalled what day it was, and his smile grew. You. Ace today. Dynamite, here I come. Excitement flowed through Leo as he jumped out of bed, and down the stairs. Ah, young Leo. Ready for today. All Might greeted, wearing an apron. Ooh yeah, I'm ready. Leo's eyes shined like stars, ready to tackle the day. When making it to the school, Leo walked through the gates, noticing many eyes were on him. He could hear the gossip such as, isn't that golden boy? Among other things directed towards him. He showed his kind smile, and began waving as he walked forward, seeing a few girls letting out an, he, as he passed them, waving at them all kindly. Getting inside of the school, he was abruptly surprised when he came across a fellow blonde-haired young man, his eyes showing wild intensity as he did so, and nearly collided with Leo, but Leo managed to skate around him just before the collision could happen. Geez, watch where you're going. The boy yelled. Leo blinks in confusion. You nearly crashed into me though, I avoided you. Even if that's true, it doesn't mean, when the boy got a good look at Leo, his face dropped. Why you're golden boy. Leo chuckled lightly. Yes, nice to meet. Don't think fame's going to save you. He yelled, perplexing Leo even more. I heard you're in class 1A, well I'm in class 1B, and I'm going to show you that we're the superior ones around here. Leo was befuddled by this conversation, when suddenly a girl with orange hair came up behind the blonde, and whacked him in the back of the neck. He let out a cry, and went limp, falling down to the floor in a heap, while the girl let out a small sigh. Geez, Monoma. Already causing trouble. The girl's eyes apologetically went up towards Leo. Sorry about that, this guy's just, I don't know what goes on in his head if I'm honest with you. Leo waves his hand. No, don't worry about it. My name is. I know, Golden Boy, the girl giggled. Or I guess Leo Bate-kun. Leo smiled at her approachable nature. My name's Itsuka Kendo, it's a pleasure to meet you. Can't believe I'm going to school with someone famous. Well, my mom's more famous than I am. Leo gently said, showing a humble expression. Itsuka snapped her fingers energetically. Don't sell yourself short. Monoma from the ground let out a small scathing, siding with the enemy Kendo. So Itsuka's eyes forced themselves to Monoma, who whimpered in submission, which Leo thought was highly amusing. She knew how to do that so swiftly. Guess you can keep him in line, huh? Yeah, someone has to, guess it's fallen to me. Itsuka stuck out her hand, so Leo shook it. Nice to meet you anyway, it's a bummer we're not in the same class, but we can still hang out, can't we? Of course, Leo says with a big smile. Itsuka giggles, and drags Monoma off, who groans and cries while Itsuka kept saying, stop harassing people. In a strict voice, Leo had to admire their dynamics immediately. When getting to the classroom, Leo took in a deep breath, and walked inside. When he did, he was greeted by a glasses-wearing youth with bluish hair, who moved akin to a robot, stiff, and spoke without really looking at Leo. Welcome to UA, fellow student. My name is Tenya Iida, what's your name? Leo Bate, nice to meet you. Leo Bate. Iida looked up to meet Leo's eyes, and gasped when seeing him. It's Golden Boy. Iida bowed his head respectfully. It's amazing to meet you, Golden Boy. Thanks. Leo awkwardly watched Iida bow his head a few times. When hearing Iida call out, Golden Boy, more of the class turned towards him. He could see a few girls looking his way, one with pink skin and matching hair, another with long earphone jack-like lobes, and a girl with long green hair, perched on her desk like a frog. He also saw a short young man, with what looked like balls coming out of the top of his head, murmuring, holy crap, he looks strong, as the pink-skinned girl sighed happily, holy crap, those muscles look so good, while Leo chuckled awkwardly. While Leo wasn't the tallest in the class, he was one of the tallest, standing near 6 feet. He then was nearly bombarded by a few people, when the frog girl came between them, and stopped them. He's also a student here, Ribbit. Maybe not ambush him on his first day, causing some of the other students to back off a little, though the pink-skinned girl kept flashing winks his way. The frog girl then turned to Leo, and had her hands out in front of her. Sorry about everyone, Ribbit. You probably get that a lot, huh? Either that or people trying to kill me. The girl tilts her head in surprise, so Leo laughs it off. Don't worry about it. Sounds tough. My name's Suyu Asui, it's great to meet you, Ribbit. My friends call me Sue. The name's Leo Bate, great to meet you too, my friends call me Leo. Suyu's lips curl up, already vibing a little with him and his positive nature. But then she saw his face fall when he seized up. Something wrong, Ribbit. Suyu was confused on what was going on. Leo on the other hand was sure someone was hugging him right now, but he couldn't see anything. Who is that? My name's Toru, you have a huggable body. Leo looked as he unraveled himself from the mysterious Toru, looking to see her, but couldn't find her within his line of sight. Suyu looked bewildered. Ribbit, invisible girl's already making a strange move. Leo smiles slightly, when he sees Momo in the back of the class, so he gently excuses himself. As he walked to the back of the class, he could see the small boy looking at him with envy, while Leo simply went to Momo. Though as he did, he could swear that Toru was behind him. Nearing Momo, he heard, "Revelry in the dark," coming from a boy with a bird head, igniting a surprised expression on his face, glancing towards him, but he was already walking off before he could comment. Leo shrugged, and got towards Momo, who in turn showed a gleeful look. Morning, Leo-kun. Time to show that golden boy smile. Leo's amused eyes land on Momo, when he notices out of the corner of his eye, Shoto coming into the class. He was relieved to see another friendly face, watching her cut through the class, and move towards his right-hand side. Why have I heard that you've already made waves in the school? Did you use your ability to manipulate water? Leo and Momo stifle a small laugh. Leo definitely loved how Shoto saw things at times. No, I think they mean, people have noticed me. Shoto tilts her head curiously to the side. I see. I also came across a young blonde man that threatened you, so I said I'd freeze them if he made any moves. He soon ran away into the arms of an orange-haired girl who karate chopped his neck. I see, Leo snickered, he could take a guess on who that would be. Shoto then cleared her throat. Incidentally, I have begun doing research. On what? Leo asks, curiously staring at her. Shoto went to elaborate, when the door flung open, and Leo looked, to see an ash-blonde-haired girl stood there with red eyes. Leo thought she looked pretty attractive, and when she looked at him, she adopted a small smirk, and came over, bypassing Iida who tried speaking with her. So you're golden boy, huh? I wanna see how strong you are. Leo's face dropped, then immediately brightened, recognizing her voice. Dynamite. Is that you? Leo croaks out, his chest filling with excitement. The girl's face also drops, and then lifts instantly afterwards. Starlight. You're Starlight. Momo and Shoto look to one another. Why did they call each other those names? Shoto asks Momo. Momo shrugged, watching as Leo did a loud cheer. Dynamite, I can't believe we're in the same class too, Leo happily greets, showing an effervescent smile. No wonder you're a fan of Star and Stripe, you're her freaking son. I was playing games with Star and Stripe's son. The girl's eyes look over him, and a light tinge of pink filled her cheeks. Damn, lean yet have pretty good muscles, huh? Leo's cheeks filled lightly with red. So, should I call you Dynamite, or do you have another name? The name's Katsuki Bakugo, and you're, Leo Bate, right? Yes, that's right, Katsuki-chan, I'm so happy to meet you. Momo was still perplexed, leaning closer to Leo. Leo-kun, how do you know her? And why did you call her Dynamite? Leo chuckled lightly. Ooh, she's my online friend. We've been playing together for a good while actually. Katsuki just stared at him. This moment was a long time coming, and now she could put a name to a face, and to find out he was the #1 of America's son, it was equal parts surprising and exciting. Damn, America's golden boy. I saw you fighting that muscular guy. Who was explosive? Shoto interrupts wistfully. Katsuki's eyebrow twitched. Who the hell are you anyway? Shoto Todoroki, best friends with golden boy. Leo resisted the urge to slap his forehead, while Momo looked amused. Katsuki went to speak, when the door opened dramatically. Stepping inside, wearing the school uniform for UA and wearing a badge that said, Golden Boy's #1 fan. Attached to her school shirt, coupled with a bag that had Leo's face on it, a bear keychain that reminded Leo of himself, and a cheerful face, came in Himiko Toga. Momo was bewildered to see Himiko there. Leo was just accepting it was a part of his life now that Himiko would show up, and since he didn't get evil vibes from her, he was pretty happy to see her, thinking her smile was quite cute. We've seen her before, right? When Mirko-san. Yeah, and when those villains attacked us at that meeting with the heroes. Yup. Momo nods slowly, Leo noticing that Katsuki had pulled behind him. He didn't take her for the shy type, so he knew something was going on, as if she was trying to avoid someone she didn't want to see. Himiko's eyes locked onto Leo's, and she exclaimed, Yip. We're in the same class. Skipping over to the young man, flashing her brightest smile, and hugged Leo around his neck, earning a narrow brow from Momo. Even Shoto didn't look amused. Hey, seems like we keep meeting one another. Himiko winked. Yup, I'm glad about. Himiko stopped, when she saw a flash of blonde behind Leo she recognized. Katsuki tried staying out of her line of sight. But it didn't work, Himiko gasped loudly. Best friend. Go away. Katsuki snapped. But Himiko jumped her, and hugged her around her neck. What a reunion, best friend. Leo stifled a laugh, recalling Katsuki mentioning meeting a girl during her entrance exam, surprised that it was Himiko of all people, but now seeing them together, he definitely could make such connections. We are not best friends. Ooh, best friend, I'm already planning a best friend trip. Himiko kept her smile shining, while Katsuki fought her off. Though Himiko managed to snag her hand, and held onto it, while Katsuki's eyes turned white with rage, and worry at the same time, she couldn't make heads or tails of Himiko. She was unlike anyone she had ever met, and now they'd be in the same class. As they talked with one another, more and more students came in, including one that Katsuki didn't wish to see. A young boy with fluffy green hair, and similar green eyes, freckles in the form of diamonds on his cheeks. Ah, Deku. So, that's the infamous Deku, is it? Leo cheerfully spoke, his eyes moving to the freckled young man. Seems pretty nice to me. You don't know him personally. Leo didn't know how he'd be bad. He watched and saw his face curl up brightly. Gee, golden buoy. Leo grimaced as the boy called Deku rushed him, his fingers shyly pushing together. Leo chuckled lightly. Nice to meet you, Deku. The boy's face became shell-shocked. Why, you know that name? Yeah, my best online friend told me. The boy was bewildered, looking to Katsuki for answers. Kachan, I didn't know you knew Golden Boy. There's a lot you don't know about me, let's keep it that way. Leo could feel a certain animosity between the two, wondering what that was about. Shrugging, he pulls closer. I assume Deku isn't your real name. And no, my name is Izuku Midoriya, I'm pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you too. Leo greets. The names. L. Leo Bate. Star and Striped Sun. Golden Boy of America. I've watched you since your debut. Ah, thank you Izuku-kun, Katsuki-chan, you called her Kachan. Leo raised a brow to Katsuki. Can I call you that? I'd much prefer you call it me than that damn nerd. Even in UA, I can't escape him. Leo lightly chuckled, wondering what that was about. Himiko on the other hand looked over Izuku, murmuring, a fellow fan of Leo-kun I see, well at least he's not a romantic rival. Something Momo overheard, looking towards the blonde-haired girl in surprise. Soon Iida came by, he looked to the others, seeing Katsuki sat on the desk, and a stickler for the rules as he was, his hand aims at the girl. Excuse me, but I believe it is not allowed for you to sit on the desks. This is the first day, and you're already breaking the rules. It is simply unacceptable. Katsuki's eyebrows furrowed at the sight before her. What did you just say? Class hasn't even started yet. Iida backed down as Katsuki leaned forward, cupping her hands together. Ha ha ha, do I hear the door? Alright, I'll go and get the door, you stay there, and why yeah, glad to meet you. HMPH, good answer pencil. Iida laughed awkwardly as he walked away, with Katsuki turning around, seeing Leo snicker. What? Pencil. Leo snickered. Katsuki laughed a little. Well, he acts like one. How do you act like a pencil? Shoto mused. Katsuki snarled, while Himiko giggles. Ooh, that's best friend's humor. Can you let go of my hand? Katsuki yells at Himiko. But, I thought we were besties. Himiko didn't release her grip, and swayed their hands, while Katsuki's fury grew. Soon, the sensei comes into the class, and was within a sleeping bag. He rolled through the classroom, with the students looking perplexed. Leo saw that he had tired eyes, and an equally tired voice as he spoke up. My name's Aizawa, I'm your sensei. He said bluntly, before reaching into his sleeping bag, and pulls out a training uniform, presenting them to the class. Put these on and head outside. Leo and the others had some questions about why they'd have to put it on, but shrugged, and did what they were told to do, Leo grabbing his, and hops out the window, to the surprise of most. But to Katsuki, she vibed with it, and announced, good way to go. Following after him, to the perplexity of the other students. Once finished dressing, Leo arrived to see that Izuku was already there, so he approached the young man. Adopting a small smile, he greets him kindly. I'm shocked you're the Deku Kachan mentioned. When she described a bit about you, I thought you'd be scarier. Izuku chuckled awkwardly. I didn't know you and Kachan. Online gaming, Leo explained. You never know who you're going to find out through that, huh? Amazing, I didn't know Kachan gamed. Leo looked amused. Well, not only does she game, she's pretty good at it, the best partner I could hope for. Izuku gushed, his eyes land on Leo and the ground in set intervals. I can't believe I'm actually speaking to you, golden boy. I thought you were so cool when you fought that muscular guy. Weren't you scared? Honestly, if I took the time to stop and think about being afraid, then others could have become hurt. So I did what I could and charged right ahead, and fought to protect the others. And you know, now that I see your face, and Kachan's, you both look vaguely familiar. Oh, I'm sure we haven't met, but we have now. Leo found it endearing that Izuku was acting like that. As they talked, Leo noticed more people coming along, including Katsuki who stares at Izuku, while grimacing when Himiko came along, and held onto her hand, which Katsuki tried to shake off to no avail. That's when Leo felt hands run along his body, he shivered, and looked, seeing nothing there. Toru-san. Great, just what we need, Casper the clingy ghost. Katsuki chides. Toru huffed. Hey, I can hear you, and you're clinging to him. Leo looked amused, when Shoto came by, standing close to Leo, as Momo did the same thing. Ah, Shoto-chan, you were mentioning before you had been researching. Yes, I have been delving into relationships, and I came across something called an icebreaker. Initially, I thought it meant we broke ice together. Leo and Momo giggle awkwardly, while Katsuki and Himiko give her strange looks. But then I looked it up, and I believe it will be a good idea. So Leo-kun, please tell us 2 truths and a lie. 2 truths and a lie. Himiko finished off for Katsuki. Shoto nods. Yes, it's a game to help bond people closer together, because the person closest to Leo-kun would know what's a lie, and what's the truth. Leo hummed, and thought it could be fun, seeing others gathering around. Let's see, some obscure things huh, okay, I once was proposed to. I feel like I'd know that, so I'm going to say that isn't true. Momo mused. There are some females out there that would propose to Leo-kun. Shoto adds. Leo shrugged with a playful smirk. I have made a music video in both English and Japanese that's going to be coming out in a few weeks as my debut as a solo artist. Ooh, that could be true, I mean, you did sing with that other hero a few times, right? Himiko giggled. Shoto hums. A music video, Katsuki snorts, if it's anything like the other music video then it wouldn't be bad, while looking intrigued, which Izuku and Himiko both caught, the former becoming bewildered while the latter grins. And finally, I was almost arrested. Leo capped off. That couldn't be true, could it? Momo murmured. I think I know one is definitely true, but the other 2, Arrested huh, that's a tough one. Katsuki laughed. Himiko shudders. Even I don't know which is true, and I've done research on Leo-kun, these are obscure, good work Leo-kun. Thanks, and yeah, 2 of them are definitely true. The proposal one, Momo murmured in thought. Mina purses her lips. Let the music video one be true, we could see sexy dancing. I want to know the story behind the almost arrest if that's true ribbit. Suyu said with a glimmer in her eyes. As they spoke, Leo saw Aizawa arriving, so he said, write it down, and show me later on. Whoever guesses it right, I'll give them anything within my power they could want, for a fun incentive, so most of the class begin musing it over. Great, you're all here. Now, we're going to be doing a quirk assessment test. What? A quirk assessment test? Nearly all of the class shouted that out. The only ones that didn't were Leo, Katsuki, Himiko, Shoto and Momo. Everyone else was understandably freaked out, with Ochako, a girl with pink cheeks, and cute brown hair shyly poked her fingers together. Sensei, don't we have orientation? If you really want to make it into the big leagues, then you'll not waste time on pointless ceremonies. Aizawa interrupted her, something that caused Ochako to pull away, and hid behind Leo who glanced at her curiously. Here at UA, we're not tethered to traditions. That means I get to run the class any way that I see fit. The class looked on, and still weren't sure. Himiko on the other hand giggled. Wow, everyone's like super nervous right now, but, it's okay, I've got my best friend, so I'm fine. We are not best friends. Katsuki snaps. Himiko giggles wildly. Aizawa could see that Leo, Momo, Shoto, Himiko, and Katsuki didn't look worried like the rest of the class did, seeming more determined than worried. You have 3 years to become a hero, it's my job to see who is and who isn't cut out to be in the hero course. Today, you'll be competing in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last, will be expelled immediately. Fought. Most the class screamed. Leo blinked at how casually he said it. Momo furrowed her brows, and thought about it. Shoto folded her arms. Katsuki scoffed. Himiko giggled, but then saw Ochako looking nervous. Ooh, you're making a cute face. Are you in love too? No. Who with? Himiko shrugged. I'm just thinking out loud, but you've got eyes of a maiden, I have those eyes too. You know when you want to be around the person you love every day, you want to hold that person, be that person, ooh, love is so much fun, I mean, Leo-kun's got strong arms, such a good heart, full of warm delicious blood, hotly pumping around his tight body. Ochako was understandably confused by what was being said, while Katsuki stares at Himiko in wonder. What was that about blood? Katsuki asks. Himiko whistled. Did I say blood? Katsuki stares at Himiko oddly, seeing she was feigning ignorance. Ochako didn't know what to make of that, and looked to Aizawa. I mean, it isn't fair, right? And you think natural disasters are then? Aizawa shot towards Ochako, who flinched as a result. What about power-hungry villains? They don't play by the rules, they don't think about what's fair and what's not. Hero's life is difficult if you can't manage that, then I suggest leaving right now. Aizawa's finger went out to Leo. You would know this better than anyone in this class. Tell them about your experiences. Leo saw others looking towards him, so he nods. I think Aizawa-sensei is right. Being a hero can be joyous, it can bring happiness to others, to yourself. You can save people, but like he said, there are villains out there, that don't play by the rules. As he spoke, he could see more and more heads turning towards him. So he followed up with gentle words. I don't know how many people here saw my fight with Muscular, but when we fought, he endangered the lives of innocents, also he could get free shots at me. I don't think Aizawa-sensei is trying to scare us into leaving and neither am I, he's speaking the truth and being practical. Heroes can be put into difficult situations, sometimes people do die, Aizawa-sensei is trying to prepare us for it now so we understand how serious it is. Aizawa was happy to hear Leo's words, and could see that it resonated with a good few people. Aizawa, while overlooking the students thinking hard on what Leo said, spoke strongly. Over the next 3 years, UA will throw hardships at you all, one after another. So, go beyond, plus ultra, and listen to Leo Bate's words well, I think he said it even better than I could. Now then, let the tests begin. The first test consisted of the 50 meters dash. 2 students lined up, and ran, or floated, or flew, to get from point A to B. The first 2 up were Tsuyu and Iida. Making it to the place they needed to go. Iida bent down on bended knee, while Tsuyu got into a hopping position. Go on Tsuyu-san. Leo cheered. Tsuyu looked back, and gives a small nod when seeing him waving towards her. Then, the pair went forward on Aizawa's command. Iida naturally was in his element thanks to his quirk, Tsuyu didn't do so bad either, and came at a respectable 5.58 seconds, with Iida coming in at 3.04 seconds. Ojiro was going next, a boy with a tail, and got a score of 5.49 seconds. I guess it's me next. Ochako stepped forward, touching her clothes and shoes to make them lose gravity. With this, I should be able to succeed. You do it, Ochako-san. Leo cheered. Izuku smiled, nodding. Why yes, do your best. Yeah, I believe in you. Himiko added, with Ochako smiling, and got into position. Ochako did the test and got a good score of 6.05 seconds. Because she had been training, she was able to go even faster than before, being inspired by how Leo trained, and Himiko, she wished to do her best as well, and managed to get a very good score. Ooh, my turn. I'm sure you've got this, Himiko-san. Leo cheered. Himiko swooned, and hugged Leo tightly. Just watch me, darling, I'm going to be running to you. Running, to him? Katsuki questioned. Himiko giggled, and walked towards her destination. Himiko marched forward, and when it was time to go, she shot off like an arrow, receiving a time of 4.02 seconds, which impressed most around due to how she didn't have a quirk that enhanced her speed. When it came to Leo's turn, he took a few steps forward, while Katsuki looked over his form, tugging her lips up, Himiko noticing and grins. Which part do you like the most? What are you talking about? I wasn't looking. Katsuki denied, her flushing face told a different story. Himiko giggled. I personally like his arms the best, well, one of the best anyway, nice hips huh. Katsuki faced away from the blonde-haired girl, as Leo moved to Aizawa. He saw his opponent was Shoto. Shoto looked over his body, while Leo smiled at her. Good luck, Shoto-chan. This reminds of that race with that boy. Inasa-san. Yeah, what happened to him? He blows up my phone from time to time. I don't know which school he chose, he isn't in our class. Maybe 1B. Or Shiketsu. Shoto quizzically looks at him. Huh, is that so? If he's here, I'm sure we'll know soon enough. Yeah, anyway, good luck. Then, when Aizawa hit the timer, both shot off. Shoto used her ice, and skated across it, while Leo used his strength rule, propelling him through the air at whiplash speeds. Even Katsuki and Aizawa were surprised by his level of speed, though it excited Katsuki all the more. Flying by Shoto, the young girl wasn't surprised, pushing her all into the ice she had, propelling her even faster across the ground. Leo was briefly distracted, when he thought he saw a flash indigo fluttering in the air, but when focusing on it, he saw that it seemingly vanished out of sight behind a building. Leo wondered what it was, but pushed ahead. 2.00 seconds. Aizawa announced for Leo, then turned to Shoto who crossed it a little lag behind him. 3.07 seconds. Shoto looked towards Leo, who smiled, and waved. Great showing, Shoto-chan, so fast. Next time, I'll try harder. She promised, while Leo snickers, up for the challenge. Leo walked back to the others. Katsuki saw the time Leo got, and was surprised by how fast he could go, so she was determined to do even better. Katsuki's turn then came up. It seems like Leo's pretty good, he is a #1 hero's son after, well, it doesn't matter, I'll still show my strength. She thrust her hands behind her, and shot off strong explosions, propelling her through the air. She passed through with a time of 3.13 seconds, Katsuki twirled as she landed on the ground, before exhaling slowly. Seeing that she hadn't managed to come above Shoto, she looked slightly annoyed. Well done, Kachan. Leo praised. Katsuki cracked her shoulders side to side. HMPH, I guess it's an alright time. Don't think though that you're going to be winning this. Let's do our best, Kachan. Katsuki nodded as she folded her arms. Then after that, more rounds came up. One was a grip strength, and then the long jump, then repeated sidestepping. Each test Leo was able to adjust to pretty well. As the tests went on, Leo noticed Himiko seemed more focused on him than the actual tests. Though to be fair, the fact she could consistently rank high from what he saw, and she hadn't shown off a quirk yet, was a testament to her abilities. Then the final was the ball throw. Leo went up, and grabbed the ball, then he tossed it into the air, activating his air avatar at the same time, which caught the ball, and yelled, "Goo!" launching it at high speeds, disappearing into the sky. Good throw, Leo-kun, Himiko praised. Leo rubbed the back of his head. Thanks. Katsuki went up, and threw the ball while yelling, "Die!" Getting a very good score, it going quite far thanks to the usage of her explosive power. Fairer than most of the other students that were throwing it. Amazing Kachan, that's outstanding. Katsuki smirked. Ooh, it's my turn. Ochako said as she skipped forward. Leo watched Ochako grab the ball, and placed her fingers onto it, using her quirk to make it lose gravity, tossing it into the air with a quite underwhelming throw, but because of her quirk, the ball went high and eventually disappeared. Aizawa showed the distance, and it just showed the symbol for infinity. Geez, are you stronger than All Might Ochako-san? Leo lightly joked. Ochako giggled as a response. Then it was Izuku's turn. His hand placed itself fully on the ball, looking at it as if he wasn't sure what to do. By what Leo could see, he knew that Izuku was towards the bottom of the rankings right now. He assumed what Aizawa said was weighing on his mind. Izuku's arm lit up with his power, and he got into a throwing stance, when Aizawa's eyes lands on him, showing a red glow, and stopped his quirk altogether. Sensei. What happened? You were going to break your arm, weren't you? Izuku's eyes flutter while Leo looks on curiously. I saw you in the entrance exam. You broke your arm, and after that, you became useless. You can't handle your power. I don't know why they passed you in the exam. Leo could see behind Aizawa's harshness. He was trying to get it through to Izuku that damaging his body wouldn't yield him the results that he'd want. But sensei, I want to try. Have you not listened to what I said? You use your power on your arm, and you're out of options. You can't fight. You'd become a liability, to yourself, to those around you. If you can't work around that, then you're wasting your time. Izuku's eyes lower, as Aizawa deactivates his quirk. I've returned your impractical quirk, so get it over with. Leo gazed at Izuku, then looked around. He saw All Might in the distance, having a worried look on his face. Exhaling, Leo spoke up. Izuku-kun, Aizawa-sensei is right. Izuku looked to Leo in surprise. Leo-kun, that's. I know it sounds harsh, but he's right. Think outside the box. Your power is too much to handle right now. You've got to find ways that it'll gift you power, but not at the cost of breaking yourself. Izuku felt Leo's words resonate with him, and he begun thinking outside of the box. Things that he could do, and what would work for him. Then, something clicked in his mind, as he looked at his finger. Adopting a small smile, Izuku began throwing the ball, and at the last moment, Leo saw his finger receiving the power of One for All. Though unconventional, and it did break his finger, he looked to Aizawa with a smile as the ball was jettisoned away. I can still keep going, sensei. Leo looked on, and while it wasn't the best solution, since he broke his finger, Leo thought it was a pretty interesting way to go about it. He also saw that Katsuki was confused. I don't get this, Deku didn't have a quirk before this, unless he was hiding it. Leo took note of Katsuki's musings, while the others did their own throw, and the other exams as well. After the exam was over, Himiko rubbed her legs as she hunched over. Ooh, I could use a massage right now. Himiko's eyes turned to Leo. Want to give me one, Leo-kun? Leo lightly blushed, hearing the flirtatious tone he used. I know, I really could do with a massage. Ochako smiled, Himiko gleamed. Leo hummed, as he could hear the students worrying if they would be sent off the course, while Leo stares at Aizawa in thought. Aizawa locked eyes with him, and said nothing. Moments pass, neither said a thing, until Leo's smile grows on his face. I think we'll be alright. Leo murmurs to Momo. I also agree, Leo-kun, I think we'll all be fine. Aizawa-sensei seems to have an unusual teaching method, but I understand he wishes for us to have the best understanding we can have since the real world can be tough. Leo nodded. Exactly. As they were talking, Aizawa tallied up the results, and brought out a scoreboard, showing it to the others. Alright, it's time to go over your results. I won't bother with individual scoring, I've ranked you from best to worst. Though you should have a good understanding of your ranks already, here's the entire list. Overlooking them, Leo saw that he came in first place, Momo came in second overall, Shoto third, Katsuki fourth, Himiko fifth, and Izuku came in second to last place, right after Mineta, who paled when seeing that. Leo looked thrilled, Momo smiled brightly, Shoto nods in acceptance, Katsuki was ready to get stronger, while Himiko kept her eyes on Leo the entire time. Since he's last, that means he's gone, right? Katsuki said, firing a look at Mineta. Yeah, don't think I didn't see you doing weird crap to girls all day. Mineta cringed. Well, that's what sensei said, see y'all later Mineta, no more peeping now, Himiko giggled. Mineta shivered while Katsuki and Himiko gave him a small grin. As they said that, Kirishima, a boy with red hair, walked towards Leo and raised a fist. Damn, that was impressive. You're so manly. Thanks, you did amazing as well, Kirishima-kun, right? Haha, yeah that's right, thanks man. Leo then adopted a kind smile and turned to Momo. Ah, you came second, that's such an achievement Momo-chan, I'm so proud. Momo showed a cute smile on her face, blushing madly when Leo hugged her, glad that he had such an upbeat attitude. Shoto on the other hand glanced towards Leo once more. Seeing how he did do so well, made her want to do her best as well. Mineta then pushed forward, and let out a cry. Am I going home? I got in dead last and wah. Leo looked towards Mineta, then bent down towards him. Sensei's not gonna send you home. Please calm down, though I do agree with Kachan and Himiko-chan, don't peek on girls again. Mineta grimaced, seeing Leo's eyes gazing at him, remembering how he beat Muscular. But hearing what Leo said, most of the class turned to Aizawa, who remained stoic. Sensei. Is that true? Yes, that's true. No one's going home. Momo looked at the other students, glancing at Leo, before speaking up. I'm surprised, didn't anyone besides Leo-kun and I get it? You could have told us. Some classmates yelled at Momo who cringed. Leo lightly chortled. Don't worry about it, it made us all want to do harder, right? Aizawa glanced over Leo, who said it with a kind smile, something that Aizawa did like to see, someone that wished to do his best and encourage those around him. That's it, we're done for the day. Pick up a syllabus up from the class and read it before tomorrow. Things are only going to be tougher tomorrow, so you should aim to do your best. The class bowed their heads, albeit reluctantly after what they went through and went on their way. Though as Leo began to leave, he glanced at Aizawa, and waved, Skycrawler says hey, catching Aizawa off guard, and watched as Leo walked away with the others. Skycrawler. Huh. Aizawa gives an amused brow, as he walks off. After that, Leo got changed, and went towards his classroom to pick up what he needed for the next day. When he got there, he was bombarded with papers from various people. Oh, right. Yeah, the game, alright, let's see who's won. Leo looked at Momo's, Katsuki's, Shoto's, Himiko's, Izuku's, Ochako's, Tsuyu's, and a good few others. He could see some had taken good guesses, but no one got it right, apart from one. The winner is, Himiko-san. Yay! Himiko cheered. The others in the class gave wide eyes. Seriously. How did she win? Katsuki yells. She guessed the right one. Shoto quickly said to Katsuki who scowled right back. I didn't mean it like that, I meant her of all people won. No one else guessed it right. Because she guessed. I know she guessed the right one. Katsuki snaps at Shoto, but Shoto seemed to remain curious as to what was going on. So, which one was the lie? Momo wonders. The one where I said I had a music video coming out. Leo revealed. Momo's jaw hit the floor. That was the lie. I thought that one was going to be true. I thought the arrest one was a lie, so I went for that. Shoto adds. Himiko whistles, as she skips to Leo's side. I win, what do I win Leo-kun? A delicious taste of your sweet essence. While Himiko meant blood, the others didn't know that and thought she meant something else entirely. Leo coughed while Momo and Katsuki both flare their eyes at the blonde, Shoto twitching an eyebrow. Izuku, Ochako and a few others were left blushing at how she said it, including Leo, as it sounded very suggestive. Or, maybe a date. Himiko giddily says. A date. Katsuki snaps, seeing Himiko flashing the peace sign. A date, Momo mumbled to herself. First Mirko-san, Todoroki-san, Bakugo-san, now Toga-san. Shoto glanced at her, then towards Leo. Leo-kun, shall we go on a date afterwards? Katsuki's antagonizing eyes land on Shoto, while Leo nods slowly. Sure, let's do it Shoto-chan. Katsuki snarled. You're coming to mine to play games. Sure, I'd love to, Leo smiles brightly, looking to Himiko. So, that's what you want Himiko-san. I'd love to. Yip, I get a date with Leo-kun to taste his essence. Can you stop saying, taste his essence? Katsuki asks with irritation. Himiki giggles sweetly, as Tsuyu pulls eagerly close. So, how did you nearly get arrested? Leo chuckled lightly. Well, this was before I was famous for being mom's son. There was this villain in America, I wanna say I was 7 or so, and the villain was terrorizing people in the park, and no hero was around, so I jumped in to stop them from killing someone. Naturally, the police were called, and someone mistakenly heard I had been the threat, not that I had stopped the threat, and told the police. I had the guy's weapon in my hand, basically wrong place, wrong time kinda thing, so I was put into the back of a cop car, and my mom had to come down. You should have seen their faces when mom got involved. Yeah, they were shocked to say the least. Katsuki burst into laughter. That's how it happened, huh? Hey, sounds like you were a wild kid fighting villains at that age. Got it from mom, Leo cheerfully smiled. Katsuki snickers right back. And the proposal? Momo asks this time, very intrigued to know what was going on with that. Leo scratched the back of his head. Well, you'd have to ask Shoto-chan on that one. Eyes fell on Shoto. Shoto looked around, seeing the eyes of Himiko, Katsuki and Momo all looking right at her, unblinking. Yes, I proposed to Leo-kun. You could have mentioned that before. Katsuki yelled. And you even said that maybe other people had proposed. So, what was that about? Some other people might have, I was one of those people. I don't know of any others. Shoto expertly deflects. Momo places a hand to her face, giggling slightly. So it was Todoroki-san that asked. I see, but why did she? Leo couldn't resist, lightly poking her cheek. You've got a bit of a flush there, Momo-chan. Momo fanned her face. It's really hot today, isn't it? So hot, yeah, Leo chuckled. Katsuki glared at Shoto. Why did you propose exactly? I thought it was the most logical conclusion, considering I have known him for a long time. That doesn't mean you should propose. Katsuki argued. Shoto tilts her head. I thought it warranted such an action, though I was young at the time. Katsuki looked at her strangely, while Leo gives amused eyes. Himiko was living on cloud 9 right now, she was going to be spending an exclusive time together with Leo, she couldn't wait for it. Leo then felt something hug him from behind. He glanced, and saw floating clothes. Curiosity came over him, and he asked, Toru-san, what is your last name? Since he didn't hear it before. Hagakure, she giggled. So Leo's hands ran down, touching her fingers, muttering, Toru Hagakure shall become visible to me. And saw for his eyes only, her face fully revealed. He saw she has long, messy, wavy chartreuse hair, with pink specks, bushy eyelashes, and big round eyes, with irises that are teal on the outside and yellow on the inside. He thinks, wow, she's cute, as he deactivates the rule. So, how come you wanted to know my name? Toru asks, still clinging to him. Just wanted to know my cute classmate, Leo retorts. Toru's eyelashes flutter with a flush on her face, but then she blinks, and wonders how he knew what she looked like. However, she then shrugged, and thought maybe he was just being polite, not working out the truth that he saw her face via his quirk, something Leo couldn't really talk about due to the government's rules. After everyone left, Izuku was about to leave, when Leo chuckled out. Izuku-kun, can I ask you a question? Izuku stopped in his tracks, and looked back to Leo, nodding his head. Why, yes, what is it, Leo-kun? Leo skips closer, and gets to his right ear. How did you get your quirk exactly? Izuku's face immediately fell, looking surprised Leo would say that. Sorry. I was born with it, how else? Leo giggled, playing along. It's funny, during the tests, Kachan told me you didn't have a quirk before this. Izuku's heart thudded in his chest, shocked Leo was able to work it out. I'm a late bloomer, that's it. Leo slowly nods, forcing his smile down. Right, I see. Late bloomer you say. Izuku nods, hoping Leo was buying it. Why yeah, that's right. Leo rubs his chin. So you didn't get that quirk from All Might by chance. Izuku's jaw hit the floor, and he struggled picking it up off said floor. Fought. All Might. No, I didn't get one from him. Why say him? Leo begins to laugh, holding the sides of his stomach. Aw man, you were right Uncle Might, it was fun. You Uncle Might. No sooner than Izuku said it, All Might stepped into the room, flashing his signature grin. Sorry young Midoriya for worrying you. Izuku's eyes ran between the two of them. All Might. How does Leo-kun know? Because he's my nephew. No secrets among family. Izuku's lips trembled, while Leo chuckled. So this is the inheritor of your power, Uncle Might. You're right, he's a pretty interesting guy, definitely different from you. Yes, quite different, but very heroic. I don't doubt it if you're saying it. Leo showed a soft smile. Uncle Might was telling me that you feel as if you maybe don't deserve it. Izuku scratched his cheek. Sort of yeah, I mean I'm grateful, truly. I don't want to let All Might down. Uncle Might chose you, Izuku-kun. Always remember that. Izuku's lips trembled happily as Leo winks. Need any help, I've got your back, and don't worry, secret's totally safe with me. Thank you very much golden boy. Can I have an autograph? Well, sure, I'm not a pro or anything, but if you want one. Leo quickly got out some paper, and wrote his autograph on it for Izuku, handing it over. There you go. Thank you. I have to go and see my mom. See you later All Might, Leo-kun. Izuku ran off, leaving the pair of adopted uncle and nephew behind. Once alone, Leo looked amusingly towards All Might. Quite an eccentric guy you've got there. All Might chuckled. Yes, he's quite an interesting young man. I know since you chose him, he must be worthy, even if Sir Night-Eye-san doesn't agree. Speaking of, he asked me to lunch next week. Huh, that sounds fun, All Might chuckled lightly, but then develops a serious face. Young Leo, do you remember the day I told you about One for All? It's a bit of a blur to be honest. I remember being in Japan, and spending time with you, talking about your quirk and all that. Then I remember you fighting that evil man, then, it happened, and I woke up from a coma. All Might's eyes lowered. You fought just as valiantly as I in a war you shouldn't have been dragged into. To think he'd strike that day, yet you paid a terrible price for me. Leo adopts a soft-hearted smile, pulling closer to his uncle figure, trying to rid the guilt in him. Uncle Might, it wasn't your fault. It was that crazy bastard All for One. Thankfully, All for One's gone now. Well, I hope so. Hope? All Might questioned. You've also thought it. Those monsters had multiple quirks, only one person I know ever could do that. Could it be him uncle? How would he survive? I don't know, but if it is. I also thought it, but with it happening only in America, I wondered why, would he go that far? Yet nothing in Japan, even if he did, if he's alive. We just have to deal with it what it comes, could be him, could be some mad scientist able to steal quirks or something. I thought before moving here, it could be him. But I still came, and Mom also said the same to me, knowing this would be the best place, just in case it was someone else. And if it is him, then, this time things will be different, he won't get away with what he's done. All Might nods his head. You know, young Midoriya was quirkless before One for All. Kachan mentioned it, though I don't think she's made any leaps that you gave him a quirk. So, a quirkless boy huh, making dreams come true, like your master did with you. All Might offered a small smile. You were my first choice. But after what happened, what All for One did to you, I feel so guilty what he did to you, and Star, she left you with me so we could have a fun weekend, yet I failed to keep her son safe. Seeing the pain in his eyes, Leo did his best to dispel it. She never blamed you. And I feel the same. Leo's hand entwined with All Might's. What All for One did. I'd rather have what he did happen to me, and still be here, than not have you, uncle. Only you could have defeated him that day, so protecting you to me was a no-brainer. And yeah, it was awful what he did, but I'd do it again in a heartbeat to protect you, like I know you would me, uncle. Leo assured. All Might began to tear up, pulling closer to the young man as said tears rolled hotly down his face. Ooh young Leo. Leo cheerfully winked. Besides, who says I'm going to lose to One for All? I don't plan on it. I was gifted my mother's power, and I'm going to make it even stronger, and stronger, train as hard as I can, and I'm determined to surpass One for All with my own power. So, don't worry about me Uncle Might, prepare your apprentice, as it's no fun if there's no challenge. All Might gave a jovial laugh. That's my nephew. Now, let's go home. I'll order a pizza for us. Yeah, let's go. All Might and Leo exited together, happily smiling to one another. As they left UA and traveled down the road, on a rooftop in the distance, an indigo-haired cloaked head-to-toe young woman's eyes locked onto Leo. She produced a photo from her pocket, and looked at it, the image of Leo, then to Leo. Leo Bate-kun, I've found you. Moving her hood up to get a better shot of Leo, the person behind the hood, was Kana Tsutsumi, aka, Lady Nagant. 119 Chapter 6. Welcome to the next chapter. Riku Kaitani. Thank you. Yeah, a good bit was shown last chapter, also setting up some stuff to come. Yeah, he managed to meet a good few people. Himiko and Katsuki are becoming very odd friends together, thanks for the vote. Yeah, pretty surprising huh? Yup, that's how it happened. Glad you liked their conversation. Yeah, there would be some interactions between the angel parent and their son. Yeah, it'd be up for a vote, Annihilation Maker could be yeah. Thanks very much. Jose 19, thanks, glad you liked it. If you mean the poll, then it didn't win the poll, all other Sekirei stories I've done are still up. Shadow Uzumaki 55, thanks. Yeah, Leo was a part of it, and All for One has done something. Yeah, Leo's met a good few people for sure. That's Katsuki for you, Leo did yeah, Himiko's pretty excited right now for sure, yeah, he'd tell if people ask. Lady Nagant's going to become quite important pretty soon. Silver Crow, thanks. Yeah, Leo was there for sure. Leo became public for a different reason for sure. He is pretty famous yeah. Suyu got pretty close for sure. If Toru had any on, Leo would have mentioned it. Yeah, Leo finally met his gaming buddy. Glad you liked it. Inasa and Leo do yeah. Ooh yeah, Himiko won the game and she was excited. I can't spoil it, but what All Might and Leo said last chapter, is going to be more elaborated on in future chapters. For now, All for One did something to Leo that day, what that something is we shall see. Yeah, they're pretty aware it could be him. Lady Nagant did yeah, she's going to have a fun time in the story. Leo did yeah, they could do yeah. It's a shame Himiko died in the end, I expected it as well, but still sad. That'd be cool for the movie events. I think the ending's good for what it is, I wish some stuff was elaborated on more, but leaving the characters off in this way seems like a good move on Hori's part. I'm surprised Dabi's hanging on still with all he went through, but it was nice to see one last Todoroki family moment. Yeah, surprised those two out of all are still alive. I could see Monoma doing that yeah. I could see Katsuki being like that yeah. Lady Nagant could do yeah. Guest 1, thanks. Here's the next chapter. Jin, thank you. Momona can copy the quirk, and I believe he does get the knowledge on how to use it, but he doesn't have the refined abilities that Leo has with his quirk, so he'd not be nearly as effective as Leo or Star is with it. Guest 2, thanks very much. Guest 3, thank you. Thanks for the harem suggestions. Yeah, it's gonna be quite fun. Momo fan, glad you liked it. Yeah, he got to meet a fair few people. Himiko's having a blast. Lady Nagant's got a fun role in the story. Mergamerandwatcher, thanks very much. Glad you like it so far. Thanks for the harem suggestions. Guest 4, Sato and Koji are the ones replaced. With those reviews finished, it's time to start the chapter. Chapter 6. Leo had been attending UA for a few days by this point, and on Katsuki's request, he was walking with her after school to her house. While walking, Leo felt a chill go down his spine. His eyes look around, going across the rooftops, and saw for a moment, a flash of indigo that vanished behind a building. Something up? Katsuki asks. Leo shakes his head. No, thought I saw, never mind. Guess it's nothing. Leo looked at the building once more, wondering if his experiences with the monsters had left him on edge or something, though he did ponder since he didn't feel any killing intent, if there was anything to worry about. As Leo thought about it, he noticed a few kids looking at Katsuki, and giggling while coming from the opposite direction, causing irritation to grow on her face. Why are those kids giggling at you? Katsuki's eyes snapped to the children. Because they like angering teenagers. The kids let out cries, and run off. Leo hums as he puts his hands behind his back. So what was that about? Last year there was this villain that captured me, and Deku of all people comes to try and rescue me, gets himself in danger of course, then someone came to save us. Katsuki looks to Leo's eyes intensely, who tilts his head. Shaking her neck, she sighs, as they continue on. Anyway, come on, let's go. Daylight's burning. Leo looks at the sun in the sky, then shrugs, and follows after her, as they casually chat about various things, including the current levels they were in the games they played together, and more than that, getting to know one another more. They eventually found themselves at her home. When he walked in the door, Katsuki's mother, an older version of her, shot for Leo. When Katsuki said that she knew Golden Boy, I didn't believe it. But wow, you're here. You're very handsome in real life, I can see why Katsuki likes you. Leo chuckles lightly, while Katsuki glares with irritation returning to her eyes. Thank you very much. When Katsuki told me she was in class with you, and was friends with her online this entire time, Katsuki's mother, Mitsuki, adopts sad eyes, while Katsuki's own flare. Why you see, my daughter is quite aggressive, I worry for her, and her potential partner in the future. But if her partner is Golden Boy, then I think it would be the best, please take care of Katsuki for me. What the hell are you actually saying? Katsuki snaps. Mitsuki shines her smile. What? I'm helping you. I can do it on my own. Good, I'm glad. I just want you to be happy. Leo scratches his cheek, as a mother-daughter standoff happened before his very eyes. Though it was clear from their interactions that Katsuki and her mother did seem to care for one another. Anyway, I can't believe my daughter knows Golden Boy, I remember when my daughter first got your. Quiet. Katsuki coughs, and quickly snags his wrist, pulling him away while Mitsuki looks amused. Making it to her room, Leo and Katsuki sit on the bed, while Leo examines her room. He could see the All Might love immediately, from the posters, to the figurines, she was an avid All Might fan, not that he could blame her, since he was one as well. Then he noticed something to the side of her bed, partially hidden between her bed and bedside table. He looked towards it, as he thought it looked familiar. Hey, I think your calendar fell down. Katsuki became speechless as Leo reached for it. But she quickly intercepted, and grabbed, forcing it into a drawer. That's nothing to worry about. Leo adopts a cool smile. You don't have to be embarrassed if it's an All Might calendar. I have one too, and one of my mom. Yeah, that's what it is. Guess it was just a little embarrassing, had it since I was a kid. Leo snickered, and pulled out his wallet, showing Katsuki a trading card of All Might. My first ever one, got it signed by him, I'll never forget that day. Katsuki lets out a laugh, and goes to her drawer, pulling out a similar card. Need to get this one signed by him. Leo pursed his lips in thought. Well, I'm sure he'd sign it for you, he's a pretty cool guy. Unless you're shy. Leo's light teasing ignited a growl, with a small smirk on her lips. Yeah right. Leo and Katsuki begin to laugh together, while continuing their conversation about various things. But then they came to a topic that surprised Leo when she asked it. What do you think about Deku? Leo hums in thought. Izuku-kun huh, well, I don't know him that well, he seems determined, but breaking his body like that can't be good. I didn't even know he had a quirk, it makes me wonder if all this time he had a power, and he was, lying about it or something. Leo knew why Izuku had the power, but Katsuki didn't, so he did his best to divert her worries, knowing All Might didn't want one for all becoming common knowledge. What would he gain from lying about it? Maybe he's always had it, and didn't know how to use it, I mean it breaks his body even now, so it must be difficult to wield, which from what I can assume from you not knowing, that's probably the more likely. Katsuki thought that was plausible. Makes sense. He still bugs the hell out of me. What bugs you about him? Leo questioned softly. Katsuki lets out a small breath. Ever since we were kids, he's always followed after me, trying to be a hero. I never thought it was possible, a kid without a quirk can't be a hero. Now he has a quirk, to be honest, it's weird, seeing Deku's strength, it surprised me. Leo could feel something conflicting within her, so he gave her the space. Well, if you ever wanna talk about it, I'd happily listen. Katsuki nods in thanks. Anyway, I'm sure you've had a lot of people follow you like that, right? Well, when I was a kid, I was just like everyone else for the most part, but when I was outed to the world as Star and Striped's son, well, let's say they didn't want to stick around anymore. Katsuki raised a brow. Why not? Being mom's son, as soon as they found out, at first they became awestruck and would follow me kinda like how you said Izuku-kun did, but eventually some became jealous, some became unsure if they even could speak to me, or for other reasons, and all just didn't want to speak with me anymore. So, I didn't have any friends anymore, with a few and far between exceptions, like Shoto-chan and Momo-chan, and of course you. Endeavor's kid huh? How'd you meet her? Leo thought back on their meeting, recalling his first ever meeting with Shoto. That day when I first met her, it was the first time I came to Japan, that I remember. I think I was around 4 or just turned 5, something like that. My mom was touring Japan, saying it'd be good to exchange between America and Japan, though secretly I think she just wanted to see All Might, Katsuki snorts. That's when I first met Endeavor, and his daughter. She was, and still is, a bit of a stoic girl. But I really liked her, because I remember her saying my hair's like the sun, and she liked it. Huh, who knew that Icy Hot was like that? Icy Hot? Leo inquired. Gotta be that for a nickname. Speaking of gotta be, I want to have a match against you. Leo could hear the passion in her voice. How come? I've seen your strength, how you beat that muscular guy. I want to see where I come up to currently, because I plan on becoming number 1, and you're strong enough to be a good challenge for me. Leo smiled, remembering himself as a kid saying something similar to his mother. He always wanted to be like her, but he wanted to be even stronger, so she could rely on him as well as him rely on her. I think I know where we can go. If you'd like to follow me. Katsuki was thrilled to hear it, and left with Leo. They arrived at a training field of sorts, in a secluded area. Leo used it to train thanks to All Might allowing him to have a safe place to train. Katsuki looked around the gym training field, and found it to be what they'd need to have a good fight with one another, so she pulls her hands together, as mini explosions begin going off all around her digits. This'll do. I want to see what I can do. Leo shoots high into the air, having his strength-based rule always active, and lands on the opposite side of the arena of sorts, his feet digging into the ground as he pushed his hands out in front of him, getting into a combat style reminiscent of someone who had been taught to fight in the military. Ready when you are, Kachan. Katsuki smirked, and thrusts her hands down to the ground. Let's do this. She used her explosions to jettison herself off the ground, and high into the air. Leo smiled, putting his hand out, murmuring, the air will harden into 5 cubes half my size. And when the hardened cubes of air were formed, Leo used his incredible strength, propelling one of the cubes through the air at incredible speeds. Katsuki could feel the air changing, and saw it coming for her. She thrust her hand towards it, and detonated a strong explosion, the shockwave causing the cube of hard air to shake but didn't break, and nailed her in the stomach, propelling her back. Ha! 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 Leo kicked the cubes into the air, and fired them off towards Katsuki. Recovering in the air, Katsuki thrust her hand down, as she saw the wall behind her denting and the sound of shattering rang in her ears. She timed her movements with the way Leo kicked and propelled the air cubes towards her the best she could, but better said than done, as they moved so swiftly it was hard to see. She managed to avoid 2 more of them, which impressed Leo as he knew heroes had been hit by them before, yet Katsuki showed fierce dexterity and speed. The second to last one managed to hit her arm, knocking her off course, and she lands on the ground with a thud, and rolled to her feet. She grits her teeth, as she looks up, seeing Leo kicking towards her, and the air cube glimmering under the lights of the training gym, so she places her hands down into the ground. She unleashed a few powerful explosions, stronger than the ones she had used until that point, and caused the ground to shatter, along with smoke to rise up, leaving Leo unable to see what was going on with her. So he waved his hand out, dropping the air cube rule, and mutters, the air 50 meters in front of me shall form a twister, to get the smoke out of the way, and the air begins to twist, dragging all of the smoke with it. But Katsuki wasn't there, surprising Leo. That's when he caught a glimmer up in the air, and saw Katsuki barreling towards him, being as quiet as possible. Smart, used that as a diversion for not only me to miss you, but to propel you in the sky. Leo was impressed, dropping the twister rule, and placed his hand out. The air before me shall harden. He formed a solid air barrier, that Katsuki slammed her hand against, detonating an explosive force. He could see the air barrier shaking. Her explosions were pretty good, but not strong enough currently to get through, and Katsuki knew that, her eyes looking up and down as she pounds the barrier. I don't know what your quirk is, but it's clear it can use the air somehow. But you've also got super strength. I've watched the videos of you fighting, I watched them all. You did. Leo was surprised she would want to. When I first saw you, I had to admit that I thought you were cool. Someone that I wanted to meet, and you're not disappointing me either. Katsuki slams her hands down, detonating an explosion that propelled her up and above his barrier, Leo smiling as he could see she couldn't break the barrier, so she quickly switched tactics, which he found impressive. Leo with vigor turns to see Katsuki coming in with her strong fist. He throws his own, yelling, Starlight Smash. and slams his fist against Katsuki's, who detonates her strongest explosion at the same time. Katsuki grits her teeth at his strength, as she was repelled away, powering through her explosions, thinking, if she trains them more, they'd be lethal, with a grin growing on his face. She flips in the air, landing on the ground, as Leo yells, "Starlight break!" slamming his hand down, causing the earth to break under his fist, while sending a linear shockwave of debris and rubble right for Katsuki. She pants, throwing her hands out, and releases her strongest explosion, matching Leo's shockwave enough to divert its path from hitting her. But then Katsuki saw Leo jump up into the air, and bounced off the ceiling, jettisoning himself right for her body, swirling around, and his foot raised high into the air, as she begins pulling back, knowing she couldn't take a direct blow from him. Starlight wave, announcing that, Leo's foot embeds into the ground, barely missing Katsuki, and blew up the ground. Unlike the other linear debris and rubble wave attacks, this one was more about creating a shockwave all around his body, catching Katsuki up in the eruption, firing her away from him through the air, but not before she aimed her hand out towards him, and released an explosion. He wondered why she'd do that, when he saw on the ground, some of her shirt containing her sweat on it, smiling to himself as he crosses his arms over his body, taking the explosion head on, stronger than it was before. Katsuki skids across the ground, breathing hard, as she saw the black smoke of her explosion rising up into the air. "That wouldn't work, I know it wasn't strong enough, Leo." Katsuki yells out. Moments later, the smoke vanishes, as she sees Leo swirling his arms around his body, moving like a tornado, to dispel the smoke. She saw that her explosion had ripped his shirt in places, exposing his well-toned upper body as well as some scuff marks across his body. When she saw his toned body, she couldn't deny that he looked pretty attractive, finding herself turning a little red-faced. Leo's smile shined. "I was wondering how you were able to detonate your explosions, and why during the fight, they seemed to get stronger. Now I get it, you're using your own sweat, aren't you? On your shirt you left behind, it contained your sweat, and mixing with your fired explosion, enhanced the power, and as you fought, you'd sweat more, which would increase your power. No wonder you're called Golden Boy. You're right, my sweat is like nitroglycerin, it can explode away from me if detonated, like with an explosion from myself or something else that ignites it. Thought it would be good to leave behind, and it seems if my explosions were stronger, it could have gotten through." Katsuki mused. Leo breathes out, as he pulls forward, seeing Katsuki signaling the match was over, since it was only a workout. "You were great, it was pretty interesting to see you fight Kachan. Smart, tactical, strong, very good." Katsuki adopts a small smirk. "Tell me, how did you get so strong?" Leo smiles softly. "Training my ass off for most my life. Hard military training, my mom's training and mental training. I suppose you could say I was groomed to be strong by those that govern America, similar to how the Hero Association does for Japan. Must be tough to have those expectations on you from many people. Ever since I was young, I was told I would have to be like a shining star, someone that others could look up to, feel safe, and truthfully, I want to be that for people, so when they look at me, they know I'll be there for them." Leo pulls in close, so close that Katsuki could see his dazzling brown eyes up close. "I think you've got incredible potential to be strong, Kachan. I'd like it if we could train together again." Katsuki begins to laugh. "Yeah, I'd like that. I've got to improve my explosions, so I can break those air barriers." Leo skips back, and flashes a small smile. "So, don't know about you, but man, I'm craving some food. Got any suggestions for some good places to get some grub around here?" "Hey, there is a place I do like, it sells good spicy food." "I could go for spicy food, lead the way." "Ooh yeah, we're gaming tonight, right?" "Damn straight we are." Katsuki smirks, and begins walking off. Leo followed her, and swiftly grabs his bag, pulling out his blazer since his shirt was now destroyed by Katsuki, to cover up his body. Then he and Katsuki enjoyed a good meal together, all the while from a fair distance, Lady Nagant's keen eye was right on Leo's form. She watched Leo sometimes glance around as if looking for something, or more precisely, someone. Watching him like a hawk, she adopts a small smirk. He's aware someone's watching, but he doesn't know if I'm a friend or foe. Lady Nagant keeps her keen eye on Leo, her face twisting, conflict in her eyes as she gazed at his brown eyes, his golden blonde hair, his handsome face, and his soft smile. she couldn't believe this boy was capable of such power since to her, he looked rather innocent. But she had a duty to carry out, and was preparing for when she was ready. The next morning, Leo and his mother had their morning calls and had a happy conversation, speaking about how he had been getting on, how she had been getting on, among other things. When he finished, he went downstairs, and into the kitchen with All Might. This time he prepared the breakfast, since he said to All Might he wanted to do at least something to repay him for all he's done for him. So Leo cooked up a good breakfast for them, and sat down together at the table. This is delicious, young Leo. Thanks, glad you like it. While sitting down together, All Might turned to Leo. I'm going to be running your class today. Leo's eagerness grew on his face. Really? No way, I've been waiting for this. So what are we doing? Or, is it a surprise? Ooh, I couldn't keep this a surprise. It's going to be the battle trials. Though, you've had a fair few real-life experiences already, this is going to be good for the other students. So, I have something to ask you. Leo raised a brow. Yes, what is it? Need me to go and fight a villain? All Might mused, bringing out his phone, and then held up 2 pictures on it of him. Modern or retro? What do you think, young Leo? Leo snickers. The class will go wild for the Silver Age costume for sure, you know, the one with the cape. It's one of my favorites as well. Ooh, then maybe I'll surprise you all. Leo grins, eating his food at a rather relaxed pace. You're such a tease, Uncle Might. All Might lets out a joyful laugh. Isn't that the best kind of way to go about things, young Leo? Isn't that what you kids say? Leo shrugged with amused eyes. Yeah, I guess we do say stuff like that. All Might snickers, and together with Leo, they enjoy the food they were eating together. When Leo made it to school, he walked towards the doors, when he happened to notice the girl with orange hair walking on by, so he smiles, and goes to greet her. Since they weren't in the same class, he wanted to get to know her since she seemed pretty cool. Hello, Itsuka-san. Itsuka turned towards Leo, her lips curling up. Hey, week's nearly over. How's your first week been going? Pretty interesting, I'd say, learning a good deal about others around me, and finding it really fun. How about you? I have a few interesting people in my class, including a girl with vine hair who was called an assassin. Not entirely sure what that was about, if I'm honest. Leo chuckles a little. An assassin, huh? I'm pretty sure she's not, but when Monoma called her class 1B's assassin, she didn't seem pleased. Leo rubs the back of his head. That's a tough one. And that Monoma guy, he's intense. Itsuka nods with a sigh. It's difficult dealing with him. By the way, heard Eraserhead on your first day did a quirk assessment test. How was that anyway? Pretty good actually, learned a good deal about my classmates. And no one said anything they shouldn't. I know from passing, people haven't been sure if they should approach you, or what. Leo nods slowly. Yeah, it happens from time to time. I'm glad we're able to approach with one another though. Itsuka shares a small smile. But then a deep frown shows when she sees Monoma coming down the corridor. Kendo, what are you doing with the enemy? What did you just call him? Itsuka's voice was calm, but her eyes displayed annoyance. Monoma winced, his shaky eyes turning to Leo. What are you trying to do by luring Kendo away from class 1B, huh? Haven't you got enough in your class without stealing ours as well? We're just talking. Yeah, don't get so bent out of shape, Monoma. Itsuka adds, letting out a small sigh at the young man. Monoma's eyes flare, his finger pointing out towards Leo. Well, we have an assassin that's going to take you out. Leo shared a knowing look with Itsuka, who slowly nods her head, as if to say, yeah, this is what I deal with. And Leo could only offer apologetic eyes. It seemed that she was having a difficult time with him. Suddenly, however, all 3 of them jump when they heard, I don't know why you called me an assassin, I don't want to take anyone's life, and saw a green long vine-haired girl stepping out from behind a pillar, her fingers interwoven, as if she was in a prayer stance. Good. You're here, Shiozaki. There he is, use your assassin. I don't think she likes being called that. Leo observed, seeing Shiozaki's eyes lower a little when Monoma said that. Monoma chuckled awkwardly. I didn't mean anything bad by it, Shiozaki, honest. But you're our secret weapon. You can fight him. But I don't want to. Shiozaki murmurs, as Itsuka sighs, and casually karate chops Monoma in the back of the neck. He lets out a small voice, as he crumbles down to the floor. Nice shot. Leo praised. Leo's words caused Itsuka to snicker. Gotta have it to deal with the likes of this guy. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to take this one to class. Nice chatting with you, Leo-kun. Itsuka waved, and walked off, while Leo glanced at Shiozaki. She looked back at him, tilting her head to the side, as she stares at his golden blonde hair, and then his face, adopting a small smile. She then looks at his smile, as he approaches. Nice to meet you, my name's Leo Bate. Yes, my name is Abara Shiozaki, it's nice to meet you also. I have to attend class now. Sorry I can't talk. Ah, alright. Don't worry, we can catch up later. See you later. Leo waved her off. Abara walks off, and as she does, she looks back to see Leo going to his classroom, her smile growing on her face as she vanishes down the corridor. Sitting in class like any other normal day. A little while later, Leo was interacting with a few of his fellow students, going over various things, including what they had been doing during that week, and what they could be doing soon enough. Did you know that Monomagai calls a nice girl called Abara-san an assassin? Leo brought up. Momo tilts her head. Why? I don't know, she seemed sweet to me. Unless she's a secret assassin. In which case, do not worry Leo-kun, I shall make sure she is frozen should she attempt to make a move. Shoto mused. Leo chuckled lightly at Shoto's imagination, while Momo giggles, while Izuku overhears, and gives a joyful smile. Katsuki stares at Shoto in bewilderment. Yeah, because UA just lets assassins walk their corridors. Himiko looks over towards Katsuki, and waves. Katsuki shudders, not sure how to work out Himiko if she was honest with herself. As they talked, the classroom door opened, with All Might came rushing through and showed his usual bright smile. I am here. Coming through the door. Stepping through with his cape waving behind him, All Might looked like to be in a different costume than his usual one. Leo recalled the outfit, he actually had to wear it when he worked in the Hero Cosplay Cafe, it was from All Might's Silver Age. Ah, I can't believe it's All Might. Mina pumped her fist in excitement. Whoa, he's the sensei. Yeah, this is going to be the best year. Kirishima yelled with just as much enthusiasm as normal. Hey look, Suyu brought up, looking at All Might. Is that his Silver Age costume? It's so retro. Ojiro commented while looking excited to see All Might. Leo adopts a wide smile on his face, recalling seeing them whenever he was younger and All Might dressed for different occasions, glad he took his suggestion. Himiko stared at All Might, and released a giggle at the sight. How cool, love the cape. Maybe I should get a cape. Katsuki's eyes turned to Himiko, seeing her smiling happily towards her, causing Katsuki to shudder. Welcome to the most important class at UA. Hi. All Might announced, glancing around the class seeing their tilting curious faces. Yes, as it is the most important, we will be doing battle training today. Leo looked rather pumped for this, and he showed a strong expression on his face. Yeah, let's do it All Might. Love your enthusiasm young Leo. Leo thrusts his fist into the air energetically, something that made some of the others in the class, particularly Kirishima, seem really excited for the next fights as well. Katsuki looked at Leo and then herself. Remembering their fight, she wondered how strong he truly was, then she looked to Shoto, wondering the same thing, and finally Izuku, her mind wondering about his quirk. Leo then saw All Might show his signature grin. It is essential that we do battle training today as our first class. I'd like to know your capabilities immediately. You'll also be showing off your costumes, which have already been delivered, so please pick them up, and change into them, then report to ground beta. Leo couldn't wait to see what his classmates would be capable of doing. A small time later on, Leo met up with the others in a suburban area, wearing their hero costumes. Leo could see that each of them had different types of costumes. He saw Ochako's was very skin-tight, with what looked like a helmet, wrist guards, and some boots as well. Himiko's was basically a schoolgirl outfit, different to the one they usually wore, with a beige-colored oversized cardigan with a lion symbol on the breast, a white shirt underneath, straps on her legs where knives were shown, her main one attached to her skirt. Along with that, Himiko, some kind of machine on her back with retractable needles, and some holders for her different type of blades. Nice outfit, Himiko-san. Himiko giddily looks to Leo. Really, you like it? Yeah, it's cute. Himiko grins, pushing her chest forward, showing off her cardigan's breast pocket. See that? It's a lion, it's supposed to be you Leo-kun. Leo was flattered she would include him into her hero outfit. Thanks, that's really sweet, Himiko-san. Himiko skips in place, excitement on her face. Leo met up with Momo, and when seeing hers, the high-collared, sleeveless crimson leotard with silver lines at her waist and around her arms, which is open to expose her skin from her neck to just below her navel, he couldn't help but blush a little. Nice costume, Momo-chan. Momo blushes, as she gets an eyeful of Leo's own. I can see you've decided to blend Japan and American, huh? Yup, gotta blend the places I love together, Leo grins, noticing Shoto coming along. Shoto-chan, your costume's pretty cool, though, I take it the icy-looking part is to cover the fire part representing Endeavor, huh? Shoto wears a plain off-white shirt with matching pants and boots, with two gold-colored straps going over her shoulders, which attach to a similar colored tactical vest, which function as a heater. She has what appears to be a material resembling ice covering her whole left side, even her head with the eye socket glowing red. Yes, I thought of it to reject Endeavor. Yeah, you've got your reasons. Though it hides part of your cute face, Leo chuckled. Shoto hums in thought, then she simply detaches it from her body, showing her full face. Better. It's up to you, Shoto-chan. Though to me, I think you look adorable. Shoto's heart flipped in her chest. Adorable, huh? Katsuki stared off from the side, as they came out of the small dark enclosed area they were in, and stepping out into the bright lights, All Might looked over all of them pleasantly. They say the costume makes the pros ladies and gentlemen. All Might began with his wide smile. And behold, you are the proof. Take this to heart, from now on, you are all heroes in training. As All Might spoke, Leo glanced at Katsuki's costume. Seeing the black, sleeveless tank top, with an orange X across the middle. Her black sleeves reach from within his large grenade-like gauntlets to her biceps, with a thin orange tip at the end. A green and orange belt, which carries grenades, holds up her baggy pants with green straps and spiked knee guards along with a black and orange eye mask. Your outfit's ready to pulverize, isn't it? Leo joked. Katsuki smirked. Damn straight it is. Katsuki looked at Leo's hero costume. She saw that he was wearing a high-collared shirt that was striped red, white, and blue akin to the American flag. Around his waist, a golden belt with a large S written on what looked like detachable grenades on them, gauntlets on his upper forearms that stopped short of the elbows, with stars studded across the wrists, a mask similar to his mother's around his eyes. He wore golden shoes, as opposed to boots like his mother and uncle, a golden trim running up his blue slightly baggy pants. Interesting color scheme, Katsuki commented. Gotta admit, I'm pulling from America a bit, though with some Japanese added too, with the gauntlets, and all that. As he said it, Katsuki's eyes drifted down his back, but stopped as Himiko gave her a knowing look. Best friend, where are you looking? Katsuki huffed and turned her eyes away from his body. Nowhere. Himiko then came over, and winked. What do you think of my knives, Leo-kun? Not very hero-like, is it? I think they can be protective, can't they? Himiko grinned at his answer. You're good with a knife. Ooh, so good with a knife, been practicing really hard, and this device on my back, I'm sure it'll come in handy when the right time comes. What is your quirk anyway? Katsuki questions the blonde. Himiko hums, and feigns ignorance. I didn't say what it was. No, you didn't. What is it? Some kind of physical power. Accuracy like snipe. Or something else. You'll see when the time's right, Himiko giggles, irritating Katsuki a little. Anyway, why do you have spikes on your knee? Trying to kill the enemy. That's what they're for, aren't they? Between my knives, and your spikes, it's going to be a good time, Himiko giggled once more. Momo in the meantime moved closer, noticing that Shoto had done the same thing. It seems that everyone has dressed in really cool outfits. Mine is something that I had to make sure I showed more skin, for my quirk to work. And I really like yours, Leo-kun. I think it suits you the most. Thanks. Glad that you like it. And yours is really cool too. As they spoke, Leo noticed Izuku's outfit, and thought he might be trying to look like All Might, or Mirko, he wasn't sure, with the giant antenna-like things on the top of his head, making him look like a green rabbit. Himiko moved closer to Suyu. I think you look super cute. You look totally like a cute frog that I want to cuddle and be with forever and ever. Suyu gave a nice smile, thanking Himiko. All Might then thrust his hand to the sky. Now, it is time for combat training. Iida raised his hand. Sir, who are we to be fighting? I heard before we'll be partnered up. Are we to be fighting robots? All Might was surprised by his forwardness, but at the same time was happy to see such a thing. Actually, All Might began, his eyes dancing between the students. I am going to be pairing you off, to face one another. Most of the villains' fights you see on television take place outside. However, more often than not, villains' fights take place inside of buildings, places that you can't cause much destruction. Backroom deals, home invasions, and underground lairs aren't out of the question. Leo thought that made sense, looking towards his uncle figure curiously. All Might then continued on, showing more enthusiasm than ever. So, you're going to be paired off into teams of 2. Then we'll be picking roles for both heroes and villains as I pick randomly through balls in both the heroes and villains boxes. All Might showed his grin. Also, since this is a training exercise, we won't be going for killing shots but to disable our opponents. And the idea of facing indoors also has us learning how to fight within confined places. Immediately Katsuki stepped forward. So, how much can we hurt the other team? Ooh, good point, can we make them bleed? Himiko asks, only to get many people looking towards her quizzically. Leo muses, 2 on 2 huh, pretty cool, while the others began getting pumped. Ochako placed her fingers to her mouth in slight worry. Do we need to worry about the loser getting expelled like when we were with Aizawa-sensei? Will you be splitting us up based on chance or comparative skills? Iida added into the conversation. Shoto looked towards Leo. If we fought Leo-kun, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Leo gives amused eyes. Yeah, would be an intriguing fight. Though I doubt we could go all out in there. Shoto pushes her finger to her chin. Now that you say it, you're right, though I do wish to face you one day with everything we've got. Does that include your fire? Leo asks, wanting to do his best to support her, knowing it was a difficult subject. Shoto paused, her eyes on Leo's own, noticing his small smile aimed at her, made her feel warmer on the inside. It could be. Leo was glad to hear that. Suddenly, Aoyama came fluttering before Leo, and did a twirl for him in an elegant manner. Isn't this cape magnificent? Aoyama spun around with his cape flapping in the wind. Leo held a smile on his face. Yes, it's quite extravagant. Ah, thank you very much my American friend. Leo smiled at Aoyama as Momo glanced at Leo, pondering if they'd be together. Though she also wanted to show Leo all she could do, and wanting to improve as well. All Might's eyebrows twitched around as question after question came for him personally. With no signs of slowing down, he held up his hand. I wasn't done. They all paused at the yelling of All Might. Composing himself, All Might showed his mighty grin, pulling out a small notebook. Listen up everyone. The situation is this. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try and foil their plans. To do that, the good guys either have to capture the evildoers, or recover the weapon. Likewise, the bad guys succeed if they manage to protect the missile, or capture the heroes. Time's limited. We will choose the teams by drawing lots. But, there has to be a better way. Iida's comment came out swiftly. Leo went to speak, when he saw Izuku wearing an unsure face. So he scoots closer to Izuku, and whispers, say what you want to say, okay. Izuku's eyes move towards Leo, seeing his encouraging smile, so Izuku's chest swells, and he begins to nod his head. If we were left to pick for ourselves, those that know one another would naturally go to someone that we already know, and would work well off. Heroes don't always have the luxury of picking who they work with, I think that's what All Might was trying to say. Iida blinked several times, while All Might himself smiled happily, seeing that Izuku was becoming more confident, while Leo was supporting him, the best outcome he could have hoped for if he was honest with himself. Iida bowed his head quickly. I am sorry. Please forgive my rudeness. Leo was rather bemused with how Iida got so bent out of shape, it seemed he jumped to conclusions pretty quickly. Good, now that everyone is caught up, let's all draw lots, shall we? Everyone had different thoughts on who they were going to be paired with. Leo didn't mind who he was paired up with, he was excited to get to know all of the class if he was honest with himself. Then everyone began drawing lots for themselves. He looked at his results, and saw that he was paired with Katsuki. Hey, we're a team in the game, and in real life. Katsuki smirked. We'll blow the enemies up together. Himiko looks to hers, and sees it's with Izuku. Aw man, I thought I'd be with Leo-kun. But I guess it isn't too bad. Maybe we could fight Leo-kun, maybe I could taste Leo-kun. Izuku looked a little weirded out. Taste him. Himiko nods. Yup, I want to drink from him. Not understanding what she meant, Izuku thought it was something private, so he didn't comment on it anymore. Glad to be working with you, Toga-san. Ooh yeah, great to be working with you. Leo smiles, glad that they were beginning to get along. Ochako saw she was with Suyu. Ah, Suyu-san, looks like we're together. Ribbit, great to work with you. Suyu was so relaxed, Leo actually low-key found her incredible how she dealt with situations so far. Leo also saw that Shoto was partnered with a guy named Shoji. Momo grimaced when she saw she was partnered with Mineta, Leo noticing and furrowed his brows. Momo-chan, are you alright? I'm with Mineta-san. I'm sure he's a good teammate, but he's a massive pervert. Momo lets out a sad breath, so Leo gives her assuring eyes. I'll have a chat with him so he doesn't make you uncomfortable, okay? I don't want you to ever feel uncomfortable while in class. Momo placed a hand over her heart, giving thankful eyes. Thanks, Leo-kun. Leo walked to Mineta, bending down to meet his eye level. Hey, Mineta-san. It seems you're with Momo-chan. Mineta's face burned red, Leo knew where this was going. Yeah, she's a beautiful babe isn't she? Have you seen her bazoo? I'm going to stop you there. Mineta froze when he heard Leo's serious voice. Momo-chan is a lifelong friend of mine, and she doesn't want to feel uncomfortable. So, I am asking for you to keep your libido in check, and to not say any remarks regarding anything that would make her, or the other girls, uncomfortable and treat them respectably. Okay. Though he said it with a friendly face, Leo's eyes displayed his seriousness. Jiro mentally cheered, yes, thank you Leo-kun, tell him. Believing if Mineta would listen to anyone, then it would be him, seeing his feats already. The other girls also seemed to be very happy to hear Leo saying that. Mineta's bottom lip trembled, Katsuki smirked, enjoy that pervert, as she could see that while Leo was kind, humble, and generous, he also wouldn't put up with anyone's shit when it pertained to someone he cared about, and found even with a smile, he could stop people in their tracks with his eyes. Mineta nods so fast. Why yes. It'll be kept in check. I promise. Thank you, Leo smiled, and walked back to Momo. I think he'll not do anything. If he does, well, we'll be having words. Leo turned to Mineta with a smile, who grimaced, remembering the fight with Leo and Muscular. Momo was thankful for that, not wanting to have to deal with Mineta and his ways. Katsuki let out a breath, thank God I'm not with your best friend. Leo snickers. Katsuki growls. She is not my best friend. Himiko looks over, and waves to Katsuki. Katsuki grimaces, something Leo rarely saw on her face. It seemed Himiko had a special way of getting to Katsuki like no one else in the world. Anyway Kachan, guess we're gonna have to shred the competition. Katsuki grins. Damn straight we are, let's destroy them all. Heroes, villains. Doesn't matter what we are right now, only that they get taken out. Leo agreed, loving that she was exactly how he thought she was in real life when they spent hours playing games together. Once confirming everyone's pairings, All Might continued on. Now that you're here, let's see who's going to be going first. All Might then placed two boxes to the sides of himself. One labeled hero, and the other labeled villain. Alright, here we go. All Might withdrew a ball from both boxes. It was D for the villains, and A for the heroes. Team A shall be the heroes, while Team D are the villains. Everyone else can go to the monitoring room to watch. Leo looked at the letters and then the teams. He saw the teams of himself, and Katsuki going against Izuku and Himiko. He saw he was the villain team, and scratched his cheek. Never thought I'd be labeled as a villain again this soon, we only played one last night, remember Kachan? Katsuki snorts. This time, let's really play the part, and destroy them. Dibs on Deku. Leo shrugs, looking towards Himiko, seeing that she was shaking with glee. Himiko-san, guess that means we'll be going up against one another. How do you feel about that? Ooh, so excited, really excited. Like I can't even explain how amazing it is right now. I want to experience it all with you Leo-kun, I want to throw everything I have at you, get naked with you, Katsuki frowned. And Kachan too, Katsuki slapped her own forehead, while Himiko grins. We can do so many things together Leo-kun. Don't worry, you don't have to be gentle with me. Ochako's face burns bright red, Momo bites her lower lip. Shoto blinks, and looked confused, while Katsuki snarls. Damn it, maybe I should fight her since she's thinking of Leo like that. But there's Deku who I want to kick the ass of, but then there's that girl, this is difficult. While Katsuki mulled it over in her mind, Leo looked at Himiko, seeing her excitement growing. He couldn't get out the fact that she's let the word, blood, slip around him a few times. Himiko was an interesting girl to Leo, he wanted to know more her, and he wondered how strong she was, as he knew she was one of the more agile members of the class, and he wondered what even her quirk was, because as far as he knew, she hadn't shown one yet. But more than that, Leo wondered about Himiko's fascination with blood, something he wondered since they first met. Like she was trailing towards it, like it was something she desired. No, more than desired, like it was something she yearned for. Something she couldn't live without, even if she tried to hide it. Leo however could see whenever blood was mentioned, she looked happy, yet sad at the same time, a look Leo didn't like to see and wondered why. He had theories, but he wished to see if he could speak with her directly. So, he wished to use this battle trial as a way to understand what truly drove Himiko. 119 Chapter 7. Welcome to the next chapter. Riku Kaitani. Thanks. They did, yeah. Katsuki's mom had quite a bit of fun, huh? Leo and Katsuki are becoming closer for sure. Yeah, we will be flashing back to when Shoto and Leo met when the time in the story comes. Glad you liked the fight between them. Katsuki did, yeah, she can see he was pretty well trained from a young age to be strong. Fun. All Might and Leo scenes are good to write, they've got a wholesome relationship. Abara was, yeah, Himiko and Katsuki are going to have such fun interactions. Glad you liked it, it's going to be revealing a few things this chapter. Thanks very much. She'd be cool, yeah. Shadow Uzumaki 55, Leo is, yeah, and yeah, he's made a new friend. Lady Nagant is going to be going through a lot during the story. They are, yeah, it's going to be a good match to delve into a few new things about the characters. Ooh yeah, they'll be shocked. Silver Crow, thanks. Lady Nagant's going to go through a few things, yeah. Yeah, they had a sweet moment. Yeah, people have guessed some of its functions, but not all of it. All Might did, yeah. Himiko was having the time of her life. Yeah, he likes their outfits for sure. It's going to be a fun battle. Mineta got surprised for sure. Himiko might get some this chapter. I can't say what he did, but it will be explored when the time comes. I like the last chapter of the manga, like you I wish things got more elaborated on, like more of the characters, and how they are doing now. But it was nice seeing Eri truly overcoming overhaul. I'm happy with Ochako finding a path thanks to Himiko. Izuku becoming a teacher is what I expected to happen, but it was nice to see and thought it fit him quite well, and it was nice how they came together to gift Izuku a new suit so he could still be a hero. The designs were cool, yeah. Spinner publishing the book was good. Yeah, wish we got Nijire and Tamaki's ranks too. Dabi and Himiko visions would have been nice too. Tamura's one was nice to see. What Leo would be up to after the end of the series, without spoilers of course, I can say he would probably be quite busy between hero duties and his children with the girls lol. Hopefully we get some stuff after the end of the series to touch on some other fan favorite characters. Himiko and Leo are going to have a good moment this chapter. They could offer their blood for Himiko, yeah. May could do, yeah. Thanks for the suggestions. Jin, thank you. Yeah, it's gonna be quite the fun fights. I think Leo right now has frightened Mineta so he won't, but if he does, then we'll see. Yeah, I could see Leo doing that as well. Guest 1, thank you very much. Guest 2, thanks for the harem suggestions. Kira 444, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, she'd be cool. Thanks for the suggestion. Momo fan, he is, yeah, Nagant is for sure. I thought it would be a nice pick, yeah. Himiko probably will do, yeah. Holy Knight X, glad you liked it. Lady Nagant is, yeah. Katsuki's mother's always fun. Glad you liked their battle. It's gonna be a fun battle. Thanks for the harem suggestion. Lightwave, yeah, it could be. She could be, yeah. They'd be cool for sure. Guest 3, we'll see. With those reviews finished, it's time to start the chapter. Chapter 7. Having gone to the room with the fake bomb in it, Leo's eyes run over Katsuki, seeing the fiery determination in her eyes. Hey, Kachan. Katsuki moves her eyes to meet his. Yeah. Are you thinking about what Izuku-kun might be capable of doing? You know, with his quirk. Katsuki paused, surprised by the question. Her eyes turned to meet his once more, seeing a look of tranquility right back for her. Honestly, when I look at him, and think back to when we were kids, how he'd go on about being a hero, and at the time, I thought he was delusional. I thought, how can a quirkless kid be a hero? It didn't make sense to me, but now, he's got a power. Leo pulls closer, his eyes showing a softness that drew her closer. I think, now after seeing Izuku-kun showing some power, you're questioning a little of your own, because you've always seen him as being a quirkless kid. When Leo said that, Katsuki's eyes flicker. Leo could understand her feelings, edging closer. It's natural to be surprised. All your life, you only knew he was a quirkless guy. Now he's got this quirk, you don't know how powerful he is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but during our quirk assessment test, when he fired that ball into the sky, I noticed your eyes looked in disbelief, that some guy you've known for most of your life, suddenly could challenge you when he never even had a possibility beforehand, maybe even surpass you. Katsuki's eyes lower. It plays on my mind, it's true. I don't know how strong he is. Leo could see the conflict in her eyes, so his hands gently take her by the shoulders, looking deep into her red eyes with his own brown ones. It's okay to be unsure of yourself. I've been before in my life. Katsuki's eyes flicker. When my dad. Leo stopped, closing his eyes. Sorry, my dad's a difficult subject for me to talk about. Katsuki blinks rapidly. You've never mentioned about him, even in interviews. To be honest, it still hurts to this day what happened. Some scars can't be seen, my mom used to say that to me. Leo sucks in some air, calming his rapidly beating heart. But Kachan, I wanna say, don't worry about Izuku-kun's newfound strength, because even if he grows stronger, it doesn't mean you get weaker. You are strong, and you can grow stronger too. Katsuki listened to his words, and could see the passion in his eyes. You're right, I'm still confused about all of this, but it doesn't mean he's going to surpass me. Exactly. They're also going to be planning something, so let's be real villains and get the drop on them. I have some ideas, you got any? Katsuki smirked. I've got an idea, yeah, if we're going with fighting one-on-one, I know he's got a trick up his sleeve. Let's crush them. Katsuki began speaking, so Leo did the same thing, and they shared ideas on how to win the match together. Ultimately, they decide on what to do, with Katsuki preparing to set out to find Izuku for their fight, Leo for his with Himiko. Meanwhile, Himiko and Izuku were standing near the entrance of the building they'd be fighting Leo and Katsuki inside. Izuku tried speaking with Himiko, who answered his thoughts. Izuku chuckles awkwardly, scratching his cheek. So, I think until we find them, we should go together. We have to get the bomb, so I'll stop Kachan going after you, I don't know but I will. Can you handle Leo-kun? I'll do my best. As they spoke, All Might's booming voice told them, match begins. Over the intercoms, so they both run inside. Himiko's speed surprised him, but Izuku managed to somewhat keep up with her. He wondered how fast she was, given she didn't have a quirk that boosted her natural speed. Do you know where to go? Izuku calls out after her. Himiko paused, pulling out a knife. Izuku cringed, wondering what she was going to do. But then she simply flipped the knife in her hand happily. Nope, I don't have a clue on where they are. Izuku brought out the map that they were given. Well, we don't have a clue on where they are, but we should use this map to mark off where they aren't, so we aren't running around in circles. Himiko swayed side to side. Good call, I'll leave that to you then, sure, I'll do my best Toga-san. Himiko winks, her mind being on Leo right now, and recalling when she saw him covered in wounds from his fight against Muscular. Those thoughts kept running through her mind, as she thought about how she'd be able to get what she wanted. The blood that had spurred her on. Also Toga-san, I do have an idea, for when we find the bomb. Himiko tilts her head. Sure, what's that then? Izuku inhales, and begins explaining the plan. When he finished, she shrugged and tapped her communication device they were given. Makes sense, one would have to stay with the bomb, and I'm guessing best friend isn't going to be a patient girl, huh? Alright then, let's go with that. Izuku nods, and they begin moving through the area, all the while marking off areas they had already been to before, seeing that they weren't able to find them. Going floor by floor, nothing helped them. Soon enough, reaching the third floor, Katsuki came lunging around the corner, aiming her hand for Izuku. Izuku gasped, when Himiko giggled, "Hey best friend." Lunging towards her with a knife. Katsuki diverts her body to avoid being slashed, and saw Himiko firing off a knife from her holstered ones, so she used her large bracer to stop the knife, only to see Izuku rushing towards her. "Are you for real?" Katsuki slams her hand down on the ground, setting off an explosion. When she did, Izuku was repelled by the force of the explosion, skidding across the ground, the same for Himiko. Katsuki places a hand to her ear, found them Leo, and then heard, "All right, let's do it," back from Leo. Himiko flips in the air, looking to Katsuki with a wild grin on her face. "I wish I could stay best friend, but I've got a cute boy to see." "You stay away. No weird stuff with Leo," Katsuki yells. Himiko winks, and rushes off away from the area. Katsuki didn't mind leaving her to Leo, her eyes were more set on Izuku right now, and was ready to take him down. Izuku tightens his hands, and shows resolve on his face, and shows his smile that was shaking. I'm not going anywhere, Kachan. Not today. Even if you come at me with full force, I am not the same Deku as before. I am the Deku that tries his best." Katsuki smirked. "Try your best then, let's see how far it gets you." Izuku tightens his eyes on Katsuki as she approaches rapidly. He knew she would be quite an aggressive fighter, and had to remember everything that he had seen about her, if he wanted to win the fight. Meanwhile, Himiko ran through the large building, checking different rooms. She was able to move even faster, running gracefully like a cat. Though as she ran, she didn't notice something moving behind her. When she thought she felt something touch her back, she darts right back, and sees Leo right on her. She gasps, and grins, taking a knife, and lunges at Leo, seeing him mumbling something she didn't quite hear. However, Leo tightens his fist, and slams it against the side of the knife, causing the metal to shatter into tiny pieces, and twirled around, extending his leg, hooking Himiko right into it, as his hand went out, and grazes her ear. "Hey Leo-kun, let's dance." Himiko taps the device on her back, and needles came firing out for Leo, as she threw them at him. Leo skips back, and salutes. "Come and get me." Himiko's teeth rake over her bottom lip, excitement growing in her chest. "Here I come darling." Himiko chased after Leo. Briefly losing sight of him, she soon saw him going into another corridor. By the time she arrived at the corridor, she looked down but couldn't see him, so she carefully moved through the area. That was until she came up to a room, where she stopped herself, as she could hear the sound of footsteps. Himiko smiles, "Midoriya-kun, I've found them, top floor, last room on the west side," and told the information to Izuku over the comms, though didn't receive anything back, which she found a little odd, but she thought about how to approach this situation. A grin soon appears on her face, while suddenly she heard, "You can come in," causing her surprise that he knew she was there. She thought she had been stealthy, unaware Leo was able to detect body heat with his quirk enhancing his senses to have infrared senses. Himiko comes inside, her blade twirling in her hand, and then sees Leo stood right next to the bomb, his eyes on her form, while Himiko's eager eyes were right on Leo. "Ooh Leo-kun, looks like we've met one another again, I am so glad to see you here. Looks like I get to be the one who fights against you. Can I be the first one to make a move Leo-kun? I want to fight you. I'm ready when you are." Himiko nods. "I have a declaration for you, Leo-kun." Leo gave curious eyes, but nods regardless. "Sure, tell me what you're thinking." "Then Leo-kun, I think we should give each other a kiss." Leo coughs, thinking that he had heard wrong. Sorry. I want to kiss you, to taste you." Himiko exclaims, wriggling her body side to side. "When I saw you on TV, I couldn't help myself. The way you fought that muscle guy, how you saved people, your crimson blood that leaks down your face, everything captured my attention." Leo raises an eyebrow at Himiko. "My blood." Himiko pulls closer, Leo gets ready to defend. "Yeah, I love it. I wonder what yours tastes like." "So that's how it is, huh?" Leo retorts, avoiding the slash, and moves to the right-hand side, flipping over the young girl's movements. The girl followed, throwing a knife towards Leo. Leo's quickness allowed him to catch the blade out of the air, twirl it in his hand, as she launched more blades for his body, rapid-firing them like a machine gun almost, deadly aiming right for his body. "Not bad, Himiko-san. For someone that isn't sure if they want to be a hero." Himiko widens her eyes as he parries each of her blades with the one she unwillingly gave to him beforehand. Of course I do, she retorts. Leo shakes his head. Tell me Himiko-san, why are you really in UA? Himiko's eyes widen, as Leo slowly approaches her. Meanwhile, Izuku's body shakes as Katsuki begins approaching him rapidly. Katsuki thrusted a hand for his body, Izuku cringes, and lunges to the right, barely avoiding an explosion from Katsuki, and sees the ground detonating at the same time. Chunks of the floor was dislodged, and Izuku was surprised when he saw Katsuki grab pieces of the dislodged floor, firing them off with her explosions like bullets, recalling having seen Leo do something like that before. Ah! Izuku was pelted with pieces of debris, sending him flying backwards. He skids across the ground on his back, as Katsuki propels herself into the air, getting above him, her hand going down. This'll end it. Izuku's heart squeezed, as Katsuki came barreling down with her explosive fist. Panic rose in his chest, gritting his teeth. But then he recalled something about her, and moved to intercept her. She was surprised when he grappled her arm. You always go for a right hook, Kachan. Katsuki scowled, as Izuku tried to move Katsuki over his shoulder. But she didn't allow him to, setting off an explosion from her trapped hand, the force repelling them both into the air. Sailing in the air, Katsuki manages to slam her feet into Izuku's upper body, forcing him off of her body. He hits the ground hard, wincing as he does. Just then, he hears what sounds like Himiko's voice. Found them Midoriya-kun, last room on the east side, top floor. Izuku was pleased to hear that, and so changed tactics, watching as Katsuki geared up to fight him. Inhaling deeply, Izuku turns, and runs off. Katsuki scowled. Come on Deku. Don't run away now, she yelled after him. Her hand went to her bracer, as Izuku was in her sights. She thought about if she pulled it, it would cause a lot of damage. She then thought about what Leo had said, what she could do, and what she should do in this situation. Steeling herself, she threw her hands back, firing herself off in a fiery explosion. They arrive in a room, Katsuki coming in, and sees Izuku moving to the window, so she growls, "Where are you going?" and slams her hand onto the ground, shooting off an explosion that causes a shockwave to spread through the floor. The shockwave knocked Izuku down onto the floor, seeing the ground breaking apart under the power. Surprised Katsuki was doing things like that, since she hadn't ever done anything like that before. What he didn't know was that Katsuki was a little inspired by her own fight with Leo, and how he fought, believing it wasn't such a bad tactic for her to use after all. I'm not going anywhere, Kachan. I came to fight you, and I will. No matter what. Katsuki scowled at the young man, ready to take him down if necessary. Back with Leo and Himiko, the latter was surprised by Leo's question. She wondered if she had given something away, if she had said something that might have tipped her hat onto what she was truly doing. I don't know what you mean, Leo-kun. I came here to be a hero. Himiko takes a few knives, throwing them in quick succession. They came raining towards Leo, who used his incredible speed to parry them out of the air with his knife Himiko unwillingly gave him, forcing the small blades down onto the ground, only to see when he looked back, she wasn't there. Like she had vanished into the ether, Leo's eyes swirl left and right, looking for her. That's when he heard a sound behind him, so he turned to see her lunging at him. Reacting within moments, Leo swung his blade, clashing with her own, sparks dancing between their blades. Ooh, you're fast and skilled, she sang out, her smile turning more bloodlusting with each passing moment. When Leo saw her eyes, something about them expressed a want. Not just a usual want or a need for something, but something much deeper than that. Thanks, I try. Leo replies. Tell me, why blood? Himiko pauses. Blood. Well, blood is life after all. You want to taste it, don't you? Well, I'm only curious, Himiko giggled, trying to downplay it a little. Leo thought he'd test something. So he pushes her back, and lightly cuts his finger. When he does, a little bit of blood begins to drip from his finger, and Himiko, she felt he'd rush to her face. Blushing madly, her hands came to her cheeks, her eyes filling with love and desire. Ooh, you're giving me a gift. Leo's lips curl, it's a gift. Himiko, like a mad passion, lunges forward. Yeah, a little drink of your blood. When she said that, Leo's mind was triggered by the interactions they had, her words now, and her, almost obsession over his blood. He believed something more was going on than what he thought, so he knew he had to see this through to the end. When she rushed him, she came at him with a myriad of slashes. But thanks to his military training he received from a young age from his mother, he was able to read her movements, and watched this girl carefully, dodging each strike with precision. The girl eagerly produced a series of knives. Leo wasn't actually sure how many she actually had on her, and watched with surprise as she fired them off one after the other. Using nimble movements, he avoids the blades which all stab into the wall. Leo flicks his hand for the girl, a shockwave snapped from his fingers. She was caught up in it, and her knife went flying out of her hand along with her body hitting the wall, so he murmured, "Game time's over," and rushed her at incredible speed. Taking advantage of the fact she was stunned, he slides behind her, grappling her in his arms which link around her waist. "If you wanted to hug me, all you had to do was ask." She tried to kick Leo's leg to stop him. But in one movement, Leo lightly tosses her into the air, as his fingers ran through said air. "The air will harden before me into a cube twice my size." When he said it, his rule activated. Himiko lands on the ground, and rushes Leo. But she bounces off the air cube around her, confusion written on her face. "What the hell?" Himiko thrusts her hand out, hitting the cube, but couldn't get by it. "Stick around for a while." "Ooh, you caught me." Himiko took the knife out, and swung it for the prison she was put in, but the knife merely bounced off of it, unable to break free. "Sorry, you'd need some strength to break out of it. A good blasting power, or someone that could generate enough force to destroy it," Leo explained. Himiko gives a grin. "Ooh, our private world, Leo-kun." "Yes, very private. I thought since we're alone, if you answer my questions, I'll give you my blood." Himiko's eyes lit up like 1,000 suns, her excitement growing more and more, so very eager to answer all of the questions that he had for her. Back with Katsuki and Izuku, the former came marching forward, while Izuku stood on shaky legs, unable to make a move, as he didn't know what Katsuki was going to do. She was being more unpredictable than he imagined she'd be. But then, Katsuki sighed, and rushed ahead towards him, while yelling, "You won't win," and came at him with an explosion propelling her closer. When Izuku saw her coming into his sights, he took out the capture tape, and tried to wrap it around Katsuki's extending hand towards her. However, the moment her hand was going to be captured, she extended her other hand down, setting off an explosion that propelled her upwards, as smoke was covering her a little. She vaults over his head, and gets behind him. He tries to turn, only for Katsuki to slam an explosion right into his back, blowing parts of his costume apart, sending him flying down to his knees, only for Katsuki to land on the ground, and aim her hand towards her. This is it. Using this chance, Katsuki released a strong explosion to finish him off. Izuku's fire grew in his eyes. He didn't want to let down Himiko, who was trying hard, so he jumps to his feet, and leaps to the side, narrowly missing being exploded by Katsuki's detonating force, seeing the ground being churned up by her powerful explosions. Panting hard, Izuku's eyes moved to Katsuki, seeing fierce determination in her eyes. "Kachan. No more running Deku." Katsuki goads him to fight. Izuku taps his comms to see what Himiko was doing. But she didn't answer. He didn't know what was going on, but knew if they were going to do anything, then the time for it would be now. So he tightens his fist, looking at it, and knew this was going to hurt. He then thought of All Might and how he would do this. Steeling himself, Izuku tightens his hand, Katsuki believing he was going to do something with his quirk. "I want to see it. Show me this power, and I'll still beat you." Izuku closes his eyes briefly. His hand flows with the power of One for All, and then he lunges forward. Katsuki could tell something was different about him, so she pushed her hand tightly, and gathered all of the explosive power that she could do, using her other hand to fire her forward to get her in closer and closer. Getting closer and closer, Izuku kept his eyes on Katsuki. Katsuki did the same thing, not leaving his gaze for a moment. Then, when she got in front of him, she yells, "Time to end this," and goes to launch an explosion towards Izuku. However, Izuku changes the angle of his punch, inspired by All Might, calling down the comms to Himiko where he was so she didn't get caught up in it, then yells, "Smash!" releasing a large powerful fist right up into the sky, and generated an incredible amount of wind pressure. The wind pressure broke all of the windows in the room, as well as forcing Katsuki away at the same time. The air pressure went into the ceiling, and broke through it. He fired all of his power all the way towards the sky itself, shattering the ceiling. He thought this would do it, that they'd be able to win. However, something wasn't right. When he looked up, as his broken arm dangled beside him and pain seeped through him, he saw, Leo and Himiko weren't there. Katsuki looks bewildered by what Izuku did, befuddled he had that much power, but then saw him collapse onto the ground. He soon falls unconscious from the attacks he received, as well as the damage he caused his own arm. The heroes lose this match, the villains have captured both heroes. All Might said it over the comms, and though she won, Katsuki wasn't sure on how to feel about this, beginning to feel conflict in her heart at the sight of Izuku's overwhelming power to be able to shatter the building like that. Back with Leo and Himiko, a shaking of the building happened, surprising Himiko, who looked towards the west. What was that? I'd imagine it's whatever you and Izuku-kun had decided to do. Leo answers softly. Himiko tilts her head, as she holds a hand to her comms. But he never answered when she called for him. Leo lets out a breath, as they hear All Might calling them the winners. I switched your comms with mine. So you've been speaking to Kachan the entire time. If I needed to, I could contact her another way, and I wanted her to be sure you told her where we were, so she knew the plan was going in our way, and so you'd not be suspicious that you suddenly didn't have comms anymore, so I gave you mine. Himiko widens her eyes, brushing her ear. You touched my ear, I thought you were going for my head, but my ear was your real target all along. But, how did he end up over there? Did he guess? I brought him there. I told him to go east, while we're west. How? Wouldn't he know it's you? Leo dropped the barrier around Himiko, and touched her, murmuring, my voice will mimic Himiko Toga's, and then he spoke up to her. Kinda like this Himiko-san. Himiko heard her voice, coming out of Leo's mouth. How did you do that? Sorry, that's a secret, he said, using her voice, then dropped the rule so his own voice naturally returned. Now, will you answer me Himiko-san? You didn't come here to be a hero, did you? Himiko lowered her eyes, shifting her eyes to the cameras. Leo understood what she was looking at. You can speak freely, this is just between us now. The cameras haven't been on us since you entered this room. I asked All Might if we could have a one-on-one with no one else knowing what we do. As I imagine, it must be hard speaking about things like this openly. And, even though you might not have come here to be a hero, I feel like you have great potential to be one. Himiko was surprised he'd go that far for her. If he was doing that, then she wanted to begin being a bit honest with him. I came here, to be near you. She revealed. But why? We didn't really interact before you came here. What was it about me, that made you go through the entrance exam? Himiko's head whipped around, trying to find the best words to use. Because, you're the first person, that didn't look at me, as if I was abnormal. Because there's nothing abnormal about you. I think you're a lovely girl. Himiko's eyes filled passionately at his words. You know, when you fall in love with someone, you want to probably be close to them, right? To hug them, to kiss them, to snuggle with them. To make love with them. Leo nods, blushing a little. That's right. It's typical to do that in relationships. I wanna do that, and something else. Her eyes went to his bleeding finger. Leo glanced at her line of sight. Blood. You mentioned it at the press conference, I've heard you say it in comments around the school, during the quirk assessment test, and even today a few times. Himiko nods, her body shivering. All my life, I've always wanted to try it, to suck someone's blood. To taste its deliciousness. I wanted, to see what it was like, to taste it. That's when I saw you on TV, covered in blood. And it was so wonderful, I wanted to show my feelings. Because you saw me bleeding, you began to like me. Himiko tosses her hair side to side. I knew you'd understand. Because when we met, I saw it. You'd understand how I'm suppressed. Leo furrows his eyebrows, as he could take a guess, but he wanted to know as much as possible. Who suppresses you? Himiko sighs, her fingers drawing on the floor in a sad manner. Well, not everyone is understanding in this world, you know. My parents. I don't get it, why is it weird to want to suck someone's blood? Leo could hear the pain in her voice. It seemed to be a really big issue for her, and he could barely stand to see her pain over something like this. That's how people view it as because it's not seen as normal to do such things, but if that's your normal and how you wanna live, then I don't see anything wrong with it. But attacking others for that blood, that's when it becomes a problem. Himiko wore surprise on her face. Why, you don't think I'm disgusting? Leo shakes his head. No, I don't. Tell me, does your quirk have anything to do with blood? Himiko nods in affirmation. Yeah, I can drink someone's blood, and transform into them. Depending how much I've had, it can vary how long it lasts. It made sense to Leo now. So he pressed on, hearing her mention her parents once again. What do your parents say about this? Mom and Dad would rather pretend my feelings for blood don't exist. Be the good girl, Himiko. Don't do bad, Himiko. That's disgusting, Himiko. You can't do that, Himiko. You have to be normal, Himiko. Same for the quirk counselor, they just told me to stop these feelings, that my behavior was abnormal, and I should just be normal. Leo could feel the pain and aggravation she felt through her words alone. Along with that, Leo felt a pang in his chest. Leo couldn't leave this to continue, seeing a girl who was in pain and struggling through her life, for things not her own fault. I'm so sorry, they shouldn't have been like that. Leo was sad that her parents didn't try to help her other than tell her to suppress herself. Knowing that wasn't the solution by how she could succumb to her desires, it was a miracle she held on this long. Himiko let out a hollow laugh. I was told I couldn't suck blood because it's disgusting, it's not what good girls do. I remember when my friend was hurt, I sucked a bit of their blood, and when my parents found out, they went crazy. My dad said that I was inhuman, and my mom said I'm rotten to the core, I was a monster to them. Leo felt for her. The struggles she would have gone through, Leo could only imagine. With no outlet for her, he could see why eventually, she'd reach breaking point and snap, but if anything, he was glad it was him, that she did develop a thing for, as others could have been hurt if she had developed it for someone else. Inhaling deeply, Leo peers into Himiko's eyes. I don't think you're inhuman, or rotten to the core, Himiko-san. You're definitely not a monster. You've had to live a life where you couldn't be who you want to be. Leo's finger moved out towards her. Surprise came to her, when seeing his blood flowing from his finger. Leo-kun, if you want to drink my blood, you can do. Himiko's face turned to complete shock. Really? But, in exchange, you have to let me help you. Leo offered. Himiko was taken aback by that. Why you wanna help me? Why? Because you haven't ever had someone to support you before, Himiko-san. Eventually, it could overtake you, and you could do something you can't come back from. When I've seen, you're a nice girl, who's very friendly, and wants to make others feel included, not some monster that your parents called you. So if you'll have me, I'll be that someone that's there for you. Himiko felt from her eyes, tears beginning to run down her face. Leo approaches her, and gently wraps his arms around her into a hug. Himiko's eyes looked towards him. This was the first time someone hadn't shunned away from her when learning her true nature. Someone wanted to help her. Be there for her. Understand her, and still be beside her. Someone accepted her, even knowing what she truly was like. Leo-kun, Leo-kun, her face crushed into his blood-dripping hand, drinking from his finger. Like euphoria, her eyes shed numerous tears, a look of happiness spread on her face. For the first time in her life, she was accepted. She didn't have to worry about being judged. She could be with Leo, and he'd accept her. And his blood was the best blood she had ever tasted. Leo stood there, while he silently runs his hand up and down her back, giving her the love and comfort she hadn't ever had in her life before. A little while later, Leo and the others minus Izuku returned to the room the others were at, going over the assessment of the actual battle itself. All Might noticed Leo's demeanor changed, as if something was on his mind. So when they had the chance, All Might pulled Leo to the side. Young Leo, what's wrong? Don't worry about young Midoriya, he's going to be okay. I know, I heard he's in the infirmary. It isn't him, it's Himiko-san. Young Toga, what about her? Leo inhaled, and begins explaining about what was going on. As he listened, All Might's eyes turned disheartened, and seeing the passion on Leo's face, it was clear he wanted to do something about this. She needs help, and at home, she's not getting it. Her parents aren't doing her good, Uncle Might. I know it might be a huge ask, but I want to help her out, speak with her parents, and if that doesn't work, then I'll live with her personally. Young Leo, I know, your secret. Don't worry, I'll keep the secret for you, I want to support her. At her home, calling her inhuman and rotten to the core, it makes my blood boil they could treat her like that. All Might held a big bright smile on his face. You really are my nephew. I think you're right, and now, thanks to you, we have a chance to help her. Don't worry young Leo, we'll sort out everything we need to so that girl can live better. Leo smiled softly. Thank you. That poor girl, to think she went through all that alone. She has you now. All Might comforted. And from where I'm standing, that's the best thing she could have. Because I know you'd not rest until she was able to live her own life. Today, you did amazing for that girl, maybe now she's going to find a new path with support beside her, and help her live the life she wants to live. All Might, seeing Leo being the guy that helped others, brought happiness and pride to All Might, and knew Star, Leo's mother, would feel the same. After sorting the details, Leo went to Himiko, and moves to her side, nudging his head for her to follow, so she did. What's going on, Leo-kun? Well, I spoke with All Might, and we're going to speak with your parents, and if that goes nowhere, I'll live with you Himiko-san. If you want. Himiko's face dropped, she couldn't believe it. Seriously? Yeah, seriously. Himiko couldn't hide her excitement, throwing her arms around his neck. Yippee. I get to live with Leo-kun, and I can drink your blood whenever. Sure, I don't mind. Besides, when you drunk my blood, well, I thought it was such a cute smile, maybe the cutest in the world. Himiko was in heaven right now, and she didn't want to leave it. She knew her parents wouldn't understand, but the fact he was going to try and speak with them meant the world to her. And even saying they'd live together, so he could be there for her, and most of all, he accepted her without pause. He was sweet with her, and kind, loving. She felt like this is what love was, unconditional support, and affection, something she felt coming from Leo. As time went on, Leo and the others sat in the room with many TV screens showing the others' matches. He watched Momo's match with Mineta like a hawk, so he didn't do anything weird that Momo didn't like to her. Suyu and Ochako seemed to make incredible partners, working well with one another. He also noticed Katsuki was being unusually quiet, and just sat next to him, looking at the screens. Especially when Shoto came on and showed her impressive ice manipulation, freezing her enemy's feet to the ground, finishing the match relatively quickly, and knew that he would have to speak with her very soon. When the matches ended for the day, Leo was going to check on Izuku to see if he was okay, but All Might assured him that he'd handled it, and Leo should help out Himiko for the time being, so he did just that. He walked out of the school together with her, noting the rain falling down from the sky. Himiko looked up, and adopted a bright beautiful smile on her face. I love the rain, don't you Leo-kun? Leo nods his head. Yeah, it can be refreshing. Let's wait for Kachan, I think she's still going through a good deal today. Of course, Himiko casually held onto Leo's arm, as they walked to the gates. They stopped at the gates, and waited for Katsuki to come. Eventually, he saw Katsuki, her head hanging down. Ooh, best friend's down in the dumps, what's going on with her anyway? Does she wanna cuddle you too? Leo looked at her bemused. I think, reality has settled in for her. Reality? Leo nods, and explains. As far as I can gather, she's always been number one where she lived, her school, the praise she got, best of the best. Big fish, in a little pond so to speak. But now, she's a big fish, in a big pond, and has discovered that more big fish are around, and can be very strong. Not only that, Izuku-kun's strength, someone she's always known to be a weakling in her eyes, must have shocked her immensely. Ooh, sounds like she's having an internal crisis. Go ahead Leo-kun, you're good at dealing with them, I'll wait by the gates. Leo asks, you sure? But Himiko nods her head, and looks to Katsuki, adopting a big smile on her face. We all need someone, right Leo-kun? Yeah, I'll not be long. Himiko waves, and goes off. Leo, seeing Katsuki having her head down, approaches, and goes to speak, when he sees Izuku running up. Believing they needed a moment to talk, Leo jumped to a nearby tree, hiding among the leaves, and watched as the two began to interact with one another. Kachan, what do you want now? Katsuki spat out. Izuku flinched. Leo watched on, wondering what Izuku actually wanted to speak about. I have to tell you something about me, maybe that will explain what's been going on. Izuku began, as Leo's eyes stayed on them. My quirk. It was given, Leo tackled Izuku, shocking both Katsuki and Izuku. Wah! Izuku let out a shocked cry, while Leo threw an arm around him, showing a playful smile. "Ooh, Izuku-kun, what were you saying?" Izuku realized his blunder, putting a hand to his face in total shock. I didn't mean to." Katsuki began shaking angrily. Her body was getting hotter with rage. Even Leo could see it plain on her face, and looked to Izuku, whispering, "Think of something else to tell her," knowing it might help divert Katsuki's mind from how Izuku was given a power. Izuku breathes slowly, and begins nodding while looking down. "I still have a lot to learn, Kachan. I know that, that's why I am here." Katsuki sharpened her eyes. "You see, I'll work until I have full control over this quirk, that I developed on my own." Izuku flashed a smile to Leo, who resisted to face palm. "And I'll finally beat you with my own power. And Leo-kun too." Katsuki just glared at Izuku, who hoped Katsuki had been diverted enough so she didn't even think about what he said. Katsuki, on the other hand, growled angrily. "How dumb do you think I am? Don't talk to me like I'm an idiot. You already made a damn fool out of me in that damn training exercise." Leo could feel her anger growing and wondered if he would have to step in. "I saw it today, that Todoroki, I couldn't take her in a fight currently." Leo inhaled slowly. "I even saw Creation Girl working so well. Even you managed to overpower me. Damn it." Leo could see that she was in pain, clenching her hands tightly. This was something she hadn't experienced before, but he thought it would be good in the long run. "Kachan, it's alright." Katsuki's eyes met with Leo's own. "Leo, you were right, something about it has angered me, more than I thought. I always did think I was stronger, and now it's different." Leo saw Katsuki was crying, not out of sadness, but out of frustration, something he hadn't expected to happen, and it pained him to see her like that. Leo could see the turmoil inside, so he approached her, and gently allowed his arms to go around her. Her eyes looked up to meet his, as Leo looked back to Izuku. "It's okay, Izuku-kun, I can handle this from here." Are you sure it's okay?" Leo nodded. "Yeah, you get on home, congrats for what you did today. Even though it's brought out some stuff like this, I think it's good to see you both trying so hard, so don't worry about this, okay? Well done for today, Izuku-kun." Izuku nods his head, thanks him, and begins walking off. Leo's eyes look down to Katsuki's own, showing a look of compassion towards the young girl. "Kachan, I know it's been a difficult time today, things must be running around your head." "Yeah, I can't believe I showed a weak side like that. Damn Deku, he pissed me off so much that I couldn't stop myself. And what's that crap about a quirk given? He must have been trying to mess with me or something." Leo was glad she went that way with it, rather than knowing All Might gave him the quirk. I think maybe, he wanted to give some kind of explanation, and he got confused. Maybe he meant, someone gave him the chance to awaken his quirk. In a way, it's giving a quirk, isn't it? Leo hoped that would be enough to convince her. As she thought about it, his words did seem plausible, plus how she thought Izuku would juggle his words around sometimes and say things out of order, so it made sense to her that's what it could be. Yeah, he probably meant it like that. Do you think I'm overreacting? I don't know, everything in my head is jumbled. When I look at you, and that icy hot, I can see that you're both strong, incredibly strong. It makes me happy to see you strong because I expected it from the #1 son of America, but then I look at icy hot, and see her strength, then that creation girl, then Deku, he overpowered me today. I don't think you're overreacting, I think today some hard truths were laid out for you. Things change sometimes, and it can be shocking. Katsuki dried her eyes, letting out a few breaths. Seeing him today, I guess I was more surprised than I had imagined. Leo nods slowly. Yeah, today was a tough day, you're not the big fish in the little pond anymore. But that doesn't mean, now you're in this big pond, you can't become a dazzling giant fish. Giant fish, huh? Katsuki begins to laugh. Fish analogies. It's the best I could think of, okay. Leo gained a playful smile. You are weirdly cute, Katsuki said, shocking even herself when she said it. Leo was left blushing a little. Anyway, training. Right, we'll be training together. I want to become stronger. I want to see what we can do together. I'm not losing to Deku again. Hearing her words, Leo couldn't refute her, and nods strongly. Of course, we are training partners, always gonna be. You know Kachan. When we gamed, as I was in America, you're one of the only people I interacted with, for a good long while. It meant a lot to me, to be able to speak to someone my age, didn't get to do it that often, especially when everyone found out about me. Katsuki hadn't realized their gaming sessions had meant that much to him. But she was glad all the same, as it meant a good deal to her, to get out what she thought to someone she had formed a bond with. Even if only online, it was a strong bond for the pair of them. Yeah, it was always good when I logged on, and I'd see your name. I couldn't really interact with others around me, they were annoying, and you've seen Deku. Didn't really connect with anyone. But when we talked, I liked it, someone that had drive, passion. I didn't know you, but I could hear it in your voice. Leo chuckled. Same, I really vibed with you, Kachan, and I'm glad we got to meet in person. Katsuki begins to laugh a little more. Even though it had been a hard day, Leo was there, and his words brought things into perspective for her. By the way, your dad. Katsuki continued. What happened to him? My dad, Katsuki was surprised when she saw him close his eyes in pain. Katsuki shakes her head, and her hand found his. Forget it, don't worry. You don't have to say to me. He looked at their connected hands, adopting a small smile. Let's go and get something to eat. I'm starving. Katsuki begins to laugh, drying her face. Yeah, today's been too much, let's forget it for a while. Leo was all for that. Himiko stood at the gates, watching Leo and Katsuki interacting, adopting a small smile on her face, thinking, I'm going to be with Leo-kun now, we could be heroes together. Leo-kun and I, as heroes, never thought about it before, but maybe, we could be, he's certainly my hero, while wondering what that was going to be like, being with the guy she loved. Leo and Katsuki soon joined her, and began walking away together. In the distance, Lady Nagant's eyes scoped out Leo, as a message appeared on her phone. It read, Capture Leo Bate, causing Lady Nagant to lower her brows. Leo Bate-kun. Lady Nagant's arm slowly begins to transform into her rifle. She takes aim towards Leo, having him set in her sights. But, as she was going to pull the trigger, she stopped herself, thoughts of what she should do, running through her mind. While mulling it over, they vanished down the street. Leo Bate-kun, I can't stall any longer. It's time for me to capture you, I'm sorry. 119 Chapter 8. Welcome to the next chapter. Louis Kurosaki, thanks for the vote. The Gizmo Dragon, I'm glad that you're enjoying it, and yeah, they could be a part of the harem, thanks for the suggestions. Shadow Uzumaki 55, thank you. Yeah, quite action-packed. Leo did his best for her, yeah. Himiko and Leo had a good moment together. Yeah, it's best if as little people as possible know about it. Thanks for the harem suggestions. Silver Crow, thanks. Yeah, they have a good trust in one another. Interesting theory, all I can say about their meeting, it's going to be quite revealing. Leo's pretty physically strong, yeah. Leo began working it out about Himiko, yeah, and then had a good heart-to-heart with her, helping her the best that he could do. Himiko's gonna have a better life for sure. Leo and Katsuki had a good moment, yeah. Lady Nagant this chapter, thanks for the vote. Yeah, he'd be very busy during the time skip and afterwards. Leo will have some children by then. It is a good design, yeah. That would be fun for May. The sports festival is going to be fun. Leo and All for One will have a confrontation one day. Edge shot would be cool. Mina and Toru could do, yeah. Himiko could, yeah. Guest 1, thanks for the vote. Jin, thanks. Yeah, they did a pretty good trick between them. It always was odd in the series for sure. I do have an idea on where the romance would begin if she joins the harem. Himiko is, yeah, she's gonna live an easier life now. It's gonna be quite fun. Guest 2, thank you very much. Guest 3, they did, yeah, thanks for the vote. Guest 4, yeah, he will later on. Thanks for the vote. Momo fan, ooh yeah, it's going to be quite the meeting, glad you liked those moments. It could be that. Thanks for the vote. Riku Kaitani, yeah, Leo's quite a perceptive kinda guy, he can see when people are beginning to struggle, something stemming from how he was raised as well. I can't spoil it, but it wouldn't be a scenario where his father is willingly a villain. And that story I think I'm going to rewrite, with how long ago it was, and with now we know as much as we're going to about many characters, unless extra media expands on stuff, so rewriting with what we know now would to me make the most sense. Yeah, currently they're not strong enough to match them, but were both used to expand on the characters, Himiko especially getting out her feelings. I do have a story arc in mind for how Leo Ochako's ship would begin, thanks for the vote. Guest 5, yeah, Momo could be. Thanks for the vote. Guest 6, I have a few in mind. Being half-devil, or being a human with magician-hero connection like Cao Cao, Georg or Jean, it would be one of them most likely. Guest 7, thanks for the votes. Lightwave, yeah, quite intense, Leo and Lady Nagant is going to be quite the interesting meet-up. Yeah, he could be. Neonlight 01, sounds interesting. Rocks, thanks for the votes. Yeah, it's gonna be quite the time. Guest 8, thanks for the votes. With those reviews finished, it's time to start the chapter. Chapter 8. Lady Nagant sat within a luxurious room by herself, and was looking at the message on her disposable phone. It said, time to acquire the target, while Lady Nagant took a sip of milk she had on her. Her eyes then went to an image of Leo Bate, and looked deep into his chocolate brown eyes. Her fingers crinkled around the paper ever so slightly. I need to see how strong he is first, then I know what I am dealing with, let's test the waters. Lady Nagant looks towards Leo's image once more, her face falling ever so slightly. To think it's come to this. Going for a boy like this, Leo Bate-kun, looks like I have to first see what you're capable of. Conflict rose between her heart and her head. In her head, she was pragmatic, a job was a job. A target was a target, she didn't think of it any other way. But in her heart, it was causing her conflict. Breathing through her nose hard, a difficult expression working its way onto her face, she steeled her will, and placed the image of Leo down, heading for the exit. A few days had passed since the events of the battle trial, and when Leo came face to face with Himiko's parents, he could see why Himiko was having a hard time, by how dismissive they were when they spoke. So, Leo thought that Himiko would be moving together with him pretty soon once the arrangements were made. Ooh, it sounds exciting, sweetheart. Star said as she was on the phone with Leo. Leo smiled lightly as early morning announced itself to him, and since All Might was currently busy, he decided to go and visit an old friend. Yeah, the fight was pretty cool, there's many cool people in the class. Star lets out a proud laugh over the phone. I'm glad you're making new friends. So, how is Master? Speaks about you often, Leo's encouraging words sent shivers through the young woman's head. Master does he? That's good. Leo chuckles, continuing the conversation with his mother. When he arrived at his destination, he saw he was at the Sir Night-Eye Agency, a 5-story building. Leo goes towards it, slipping into the entrance, and through the lobby. Remembering the way from the last time, he walked up a flight of stairs, and some more, moving towards one of the top floors. When he came to the top floor, he walked down a corridor, and came to the awaiting area door. Going inside, Leo instantly froze when he saw 2 guys inside of the room. One was Sir Night-Eye, a green and blonde-haired man wearing glasses, and a gray suit, akin to a businessman. The other was a boy, a little older than he was, blonde, a similar shade to Leo's own hair color, and beady blue eyes and a well-built figure akin to Leo's own. But the boy was completely naked. His clothes crumbled up around his feet on the floor. Blankly staring at them, Leo murmurs, "Sorry for interrupting, carry on," in a deadpan voice, and begins to turn around. Sir Night-Eye looked on awkwardly, as the blonde-haired boy snickers. "Sorry, it's my fault, I was training and they kinda came off, my name's Mirio Tagata, Golden Boy. I'm all dressed now." Leo chuckled lightly, turning, and approaching, offering his hand to the new-dressed Mirio. "I was only kidding by the way, I assumed something had happened." "Ah, funny as well as strong. Sir tells me a good deal about you." "All good I hope," Leo said with amusement. "Yes, I'd say it has been. Either way, thank you for meeting me so early," Sir Night-Eye expressed. "Not a problem." Mirio chuckles. "I probably should get to school. But it's great to meet you, Golden Boy. I've seen your fights, you're pretty strong. I'd love to have a fight with you sometime." Leo smiles softly. "I'd love to, Mirio-san." Mirio salutes, and walks out of the room. Leo turned to Sir Night-Eye, and lightly smiled. "Interesting guy. He could have been All Might's successor." "I see, I'm sure he's talented if you picked him out." Leo replies sincerely. "How's All Might anyway?" Sir Night-Eye asked awkwardly. Leo adopts a soft smile. "Very well, yeah. He's working very hard right now. He's determined to keep going. How long can he use his quirk for?" Unfortunately, now he's passed on the quirk, his embers are beginning to run out. He can still go for about an hour and a half, but, yeah, he's losing it. I see, so that's how it is. As Sir Night-Eye said it, Leo glanced around to see the All Might memorabilia. Anyway, it's good to see you doing well. I was happy to hear you had chosen to come to UA, it seems we'll be seeing more of each other. You too, Sir Night-Eye-san, I'm glad to see you too, so, breakfast. Sir Night-Eye agreed, and went together with Leo to get some breakfast and have a catch-up. Meanwhile, All Might didn't have any classes to do that day, so he was able to clean up some crimes. His time limit still was there, and he was always conscious of the time he had to spend in his hero form. Smosh! All Might came flying into a battlefield where he saw fellow heroes struggling against a large villain with skin akin to metal, which was attempting to punch a downed hero. Using one of his signature moves, All Might crosses his arms, and slams an X-shaped blow to the back of the villain's head. The force of the impact staggered the villain, then All Might delivered the final blow, knocking the villain out. Wow, amazing work All Might. A hero praised. All Might gave his signature grin, when he felt himself stagger a little. He looked down, and felt his time limit decreasing. He had been going for a good while now, more than he really should have been doing. In that moment, All Might heard two giant villains fighting. Requesting immediate backup, causing the hero to suck in some air. He could feel his time limit fast approaching, though he couldn't let innocent people get hurt, so he dug in his heels and announced, "Never worry. I am on the case," and jetted off into the sky, aware that his time was dwindling down until he wouldn't be able to use his quirk that day anymore. A little while later, after catching up with Sir Night-Eye, Leo met up with Himiko and Katsuki as they made their way to school. "So, you didn't use your quirk during the battle trial," Katsuki notes to Himiko. Himiko glances at Leo, who gives her an encouraging smile. "Yeah, well, my quirk's got to do with blood, drinking it, and turning into other people." "Ooh, blood, I really love drinking it." Katsuki pauses, Himiko wonders what she thought while Leo silently looks on curiously. But then Katsuki smirks. "Pretty damn useful huh, you could trick your enemies into fighting one another." Himiko grins, Katsuki showing no disgust when mentioning her love of drinking blood made her happy. So she throws an arm around Katsuki. "Could I drink yours, Kachan? I bet yours tastes sweet." "Not sure about sweet, but it'll be strong." Leo loved that answer, it felt very Katsuki-like to say it. Himiko giddily hugs Katsuki, who tries to pry her off of her body, as Leo snickers to himself. Upon arriving, they saw that many journalists had come, seemingly waiting for All Might to appear. Him, and Leo himself. "Golden boy, can we have a word? What's it like going to UA? Are you dating any one of these ladies? Can you confirm or deny you're in a partnership with Mirko?" Himiko and Katsuki were both bewildered to see all of the cameras pointing right at Leo, who did his best to answer the questions. "Ooh, I can answer the question about dating," Himiko giggles. But Katsuki stopped her. "Don't spread misinformation." Himiko tilts her head. "Is it misinformation though?" Katsuki scowls. "Yeah, of course it is. Not if I say we both wanna be with Leo-kun. Then it wouldn't be a lie, would it?" Katsuki's face turns a little red, Leo noticing and lightly poked her cheek. "You okay, Kachan? You're looking a little red right now." Katsuki felt a flush working its way onto her face, fighting it down while journalists kept asking bizarre questions, in her eyes, to Leo, wanting to know about him, and she saw him handling it elegantly. She thought he probably had been taught from a young age on how to handle the press, so he was able to answer all questions quick, and kept up his smile. In the midst of answering questions, Leo noticed someone come towards him, who had on a large hood, and a mask that covered her face. The young woman looked to Leo, and she whispered, "What happened to your father?" Causing all of the color to drain out of Leo's face. "My father, I don't speak about him publicly. Doesn't the world have a right to know who he is?" Katsuki and Himiko both saw Leo's face crumble a little, and both scowled. "He just said he doesn't talk about it, so don't force the issue." "Yeah, and while we're at it, why don't you reveal who you are, huh? Shouldn't the journalist also be revealed if they're asking celebs questions?" Leo looked between the girls, thankful that they weren't asking about his dad right now. Instead, they were defending him, and that meant the world to the young man. "My apologies." The woman bowed, and began walking off. "Hey, wait," Leo called out, as two people blocked his path. So he fought through them, and saw down the street the woman. It almost felt like he was being baited to follow them. Especially when the person looked back, the hoodie concealing their face just enough for the mask to cover to the bridge of their nose, so Leo couldn't see who it was. Leo went after them, while the journalists tried to catch up. But they were unable to get close, as the woman moved around corner, so Leo followed. When he got there, he saw the hoodie-wearing individual had seemingly vanished with only puffs of what looked like smoke lingered in the air, so he scouted out the area in case he could find her. But he couldn't in the end. Sighing, Leo went back to the others, keeping his guard up. Getting back to the others, he saw the media once more coming for him, so he went to answer. But Katsuki, growing in her agitation, watched the media hounding Leo with question after question, and it angered her a good deal, wanting Leo to have some privacy, and wasn't about to tolerate people hounding him. Move it, you vultures. Yeah, my best friend is gonna blow her lid if you keep harassing Leo-kun, Himiko giggled happily. Leo rubbed the back of his head, and flashed a small smile. I'm just heading to class, see you all later. Leo waved his hand and walked off together with Katsuki and Himiko. When they did, Lady Nagant stood off in the distance, looking towards Leo entering the school, and raised an eyebrow, murmuring, Leo Bate-kun, your father brings you pain, and wondered why her client had told her to ask him about it. She soon takes off before she's seen by anyone, ready to enact her next movement. In the class, most of the students were already there, and were talking casually to one another. Katsuki and Himiko entered together, their eyes locked onto one another's, and wouldn't allow their eyes to fall for even a moment. Getting into class, Leo and the others wiped their brows. Momo watched Leo come over and sit in front of her. Get bombarded. Momo giggled. Leo snickers. Ooh yeah. But, I had Kachan, I think they got scared. Shoto blinks, looking to Katsuki curiously. So, you just decided to yell at them, huh? What? Katsuki defended. I had to. I couldn't let them get away with harassments. Leo gives amused eyes, as Kirishima came over. Crazy outside, wasn't it? I know, so many people, so many questions, Leo replied happily. Some even asked me if I knew you personally, Ribbit. I told them we're friends, and suddenly, they became wild with many questions. Happen all the time, Suyu adds, glancing to Leo. Yeah, sorry about that, Suyu-san. Suyu shakes her head. Call me Su. Su-chan. Suyu nods strongly. They even asked if we're dating. Why does that even matter? Katsuki asks. Leo sighed. Ooh, I've been asked that a few times. Even asking if I have a partnership with Mirko-san. Do you? Himiko mused, as Leo saw Izuku come into the room. Yeah, we met up, and we sometimes do things together. What things? Katsuki narrows her eyes. I would also like to know what she does. Shoto adds, furrowing her eyebrows ever so slightly. She doesn't do anything like. Momo's cheeks flush a little. And no, I couldn't even say anything about it. Leo glances around, seeing various girls looking towards him curiously. Leo waves his hands in front of him. No, it's nothing like that, I promise. Katsuki slowly nods. Good, little rabbit trying to make moves all of a sudden. Shoto tilts her head, while Leo lets out a small breath, and they all continue speaking for a short while. Aizawa soon came into the room. His lazy eyes went over each of the people in the class. He looked between each of the students. Now, as you're beginning the school year, it's required to pick a president for the class, and vice president. No sooner than the words left his lips, a number of students raised their hands like lightning bolts shooting up. Pick me, I'll do it. Kirishima said while jabbing a thumb to himself. I'll take it. Maybe I'll become popular with the ladies. Kaminari raised his hand as he said it. Yeah, you're going to need me. Jiro showed a passive expression. Himiko raised her hand. Ooh, pick Leo-kun. Leo-kun for president. Leo smiled thankfully towards her, while Momo nods her head. I agree, Leo-kun makes the most sense as class president. More and more students began talking up and how they wanted the job. Leo himself chuckled. Iida raised his hand. How are we going to choose who is president? Are you going to choose for us, Aizawa-sensei? Aizawa wore a tired look, and merely said, decide amongst yourselves, highest votes win, then quickly handed out some papers before going back to his desk. Leo looked around the class, and wondered who he should vote for. Himiko shrugs her shoulders. I already said my vote. Do I need to write it down? Yes. Aizawa answered straight-faced. Himiko giggled, and did so. Leo did the same thing, and looked between the class, wondering who'd be best. Then he came up with the best answer that he could do. Soon afterwards, the teens all voted on who they thought should be class president, and the one who won. So it seems that Bate got the most votes. You're the class president. Leo bowed his body as he stood up, flashing his elegant smile. Ah, thanks everyone, I'll do my best. Aizawa hums. He wasn't that surprised since he could see Leo would be a good class president, with how he performed during the battle trial, and how he's done stuff during his life the class looked up to. Aizawa then looked towards who would be the vice president, and Leo saw it was Izuku. He thought it wouldn't be a bad choice for a person to be the vice president. But he could see the worry on Izuku's face, so he lightly pats his back once walking towards him. Hey, don't show such a worried face. You're gonna be fine. Why, yes, I'm as sure that I will. Though Leo-kun, who did you pick? I picked Momo-chan. Momo blinks her surprise. You picked me, Leo-kun. You're incredibly smart, and would be a very fitting leader for any groups. So, I thought you'd be the best to lead the class. I see. Well, I was the same, because I voted for you as well, Leo-kun. I thought you'd be the best person for the job. Leo gave a thankful look on his face. Afterwards, the classes went on as normal. Leo silently sat at his desk, when he felt eyes on him. He looked out of the window, but couldn't see anything other than buildings a little in the distance. As that was going on, All Might finished his 10th call of the day, managing to protect people, and fight off some villains. But he knew he was dangerously becoming close to losing his time limit. He could feel himself panting, and fatigue overcoming his body, as he saw a sea of people all around him, praising his name, and cheering for him. He showed his special smile that ignites the hearts of everyone around, and also caused them to feel safe and sound. All Might went to retire for the day, when he heard, requesting emergency help. Villain named Habit Headgear has appeared and has cornered 3 heroes together with some other villains. And All Might couldn't let it go. Even though he knew he should, he couldn't stand back and watch someone become hurt. So he took in a deep breath, yelling, "Do not worry. I'll be there," and swiftly shot across the city, using his incredible strength to carry him. When he got there, an area with an abandoned factory and buildings scattered all around, a quite closed-off area that made it hard for some heroes to move around as they normally would. All Might went to move, when his body stalled, as he saw smoke rising out of his muscles. No, not now, All Might grits his teeth, seeing a young woman known as Mount Lady about to be pulverized, and he couldn't have it happen. Knowing he was on very limited time, the first priority was to save the others, then he'd come back and finish them off. So he summoned all of his strength, and unleashed himself forward. Have this. He managed to slam a fist into the villain's head, knocking him out, and grab the heroes that were unconscious, jetting them off to safety. Putting them with some other people, All Might ran back, feeling his time running out. When he got back, he saw Habit Headgear and some others looking at him challengingly. All Might, even if you're here, we won't lose. Habit Headgear announced. All Might went to move, when he realized, his time had run out. Smoke began escaping his body. All Might lets out small sharp breaths, knowing others in the area couldn't handle it. He then thought of someone who could. So he brought out his phone, and sent an SOS towards a certain hero in training. He wished the likes of Endeavor was in the area, but he was several cities away, and wouldn't be able to arrive quick enough. The other heroes around All Might knew wouldn't be able to take this villain down, having seen this kind of strength before. He hated using it, but in this instance, he knew a boy would be the right man for the job, so he'd begin stalling the villains as long as he could until he could arrive. Meanwhile, lunch had finally hit in Class 1A, and they were discussing the events of the battle trial, along with the class president. So, wanna have lunch together? Katsuki proposed to Leo. Leo smiled softly. Sure, I don't mind. Himiko giggles. Me too. Katsuki places a hand to her forehead, letting out a sigh. But then notices Shoto casually holding onto Leo's hand, and pulling him out the room, murmuring, "Let's have a meal together," which infuriated Katsuki. Icy hot. Don't steal people when they've agreed to go with others. Shoto tilts her neck side to side. I wasn't kidnapping him, I was bringing him with me. It's the same thing. Katsuki snaps. Shoto gives an icy demeanor. I wish to spend time with my childhood friend. Nice try, I've spoke to him for ages too. I have known him for years. So what? Doesn't mean a thing. Shoto and Katsuki gave challenging eyes, sparks flying between them. Momo and Ochako grimaced, while Himiko giggled, my money's on Kachan, with others looking at her curiously. As they spoke, Leo heard his phone going off. He looked down, seeing it as the alert from All Might. Sorry, gotta take this, Mom's calling, be right back. Leo salutes, and runs out the door, then once getting outside, he jettisoned himself into the sky. As Leo was nearing the scene, he could see All Might was trying his best to hold his hero form, but he was struggling, so he jetted across the rooftops as fast as lightning, all while making sure he was ready to fight. What's wrong, All Might? Aren't you going to fight? Are you that cocky you don't have to fight me at all? I will, but I'll let you make the first move. All Might baited, hoping his intimidation was able to stall long enough for Leo to arrive. Habit Headgear grew irritated. You can't take us all. All Might internally grimaced, as Habit Headgear and the others came running towards him. All Might wasn't sure what he could do. Fortunately, Leo arrived, and sprung into action, taking out a bottled water, and touched the contents inside. This water shall boil. Using the rule, as the bottled water hit the ground, hot steam explodes out of the bottle. Leo then used another rule. This steam shall increase by a factor of 1000. Using that rule, the steam burst out of the bottle, so Leo threw it to the ground, becoming something of a smoke screen, blinding all of the villains. What is this? All Might's doing? All Might felt relief as Leo came crashing down. Using the steam as a cover, Leo flashed behind the villains, and karate chopped them with amazing force in the back of their necks, causing them to fall unconscious. Leo then swung his arms out, snapping his fingers to generate shockwaves that dispelled the steam and looks to All Might. Young Leo, thanks for coming. Of course, I'm glad you're okay. All Might went to speak, when they saw Mount Lady come running up. Wow, All Might and Golden Boy together, this is a dream. Hey, I was in a nearby shop, had to see All Might in action. Leo covered up for All Might. Mount Lady waved her hand. Totally saved my bacon. All Might as usual was amazing, but I'm sure you'd be able to handle it too. All Might snickered, thinking, you have no idea, while Mount Lady came closer to Leo. Mount Lady looked over, her eyes looking down at his chest and arms, curling her lips. Aren't you scrumptious? Leo blinks. Me. Yup, you, I always wanted to see what Golden Boy was like, and I'm glad to see you don't disappoint. Mount Lady comes over, and places her head next to his ear, breathing a little hotly. Maybe you could watch me sometimes. Leo smiled, his face tinging red. Why yeah, sure. Now, I've got to do some hero work, can't leave it all to you All Might, Mount Lady giggled. I've got these guys, police should be here any minute now. All Might smiled, and nods in thanks. Then I'll leave it to you. Thank you. Leo and All Might waved, and walked off together. Leo, seeing All Might's body was shrinking, so when no one was looking, he took All Might in his arms, and leapt to a nearby rooftop. All Might in his slim form held his head down to his chest. Leo adopted a kind smile, and approached his uncle. Are you all right, Uncle Might? All Might let out a deep sigh. I'm sorry, young Leo. What for? All Might adopts a small smile. I should have stopped, I know I should have stopped for the day. But, I couldn't, when hearing people in danger. Uncle Might, don't blame yourself for doing the right thing. All Might had to admire his nephew's kindness. Everything worked out, and I did say you could count on me whenever you need me. Habit Headache, All Might snorts, was taken care of, it's all good. Thank you, young Leo. Now, I suppose it's time to get back before your lunch hour's over, and it's time for me to rest for the day. Leo's neck inclines. I was reading all the latest news on my phone. You were on fire today, city to city, you've been traveling a lot. How many did you do? 7, 8, 10, this technically 11 cases. Leo whistled. Damn. All Might snickers, and pats Leo on the shoulder. Let's go my boy, thank you. No problem, Uncle Might. Leo nods, and begins walking away. However, up on a rooftop, Lady Nagant looks down towards them, having finally caught up, not seeing All Might's transformation, her sniper rifle at the ready, aiming between Leo and All Might, hesitation on her actions. Her hand shook, as she wondered what would be for the best. When Leo and All Might round the corner, Lady Nagant threw her head back, muttering, "Damn," as she had missed her chance to fire at him. Meanwhile, Momo and the others were in the school, going about their business, and was sitting with Shoto and even Himiko, who looked gloom. Leo hadn't returned back yet, so they could get to know one another. Katsuki kept tapping her foot onto the ground, wondering where the hell Leo had gotten off to. She wished she could have followed, especially now since she was stuck with Himiko constantly holding onto her arm. "Can you let go of me?" Katsuki asks Himiko. "What's wrong? I know we were enemies the other day, but we can be besties again now." Katsuki threw her head back in frustrations, while Momo giggled, as did Ochako, and Shoto simply looked on curiously. Izuku was bewildered to see Katsuki succumbing so easily to Himiko's will. It seemed she was a force to be reckoned with. While they talked, suddenly, alarms begin to go off everywhere. Warning: a level 3 security breach. All students are to please evacuate the building in an orderly fashion. Momo gasped, as Shoto calmly stood. "We should follow as they say and get going." Momo nods her head. Himiko giggles. "Geez, if Leo-kun was here, he'd be able to calm me." Katsuki snarled. "And what does that mean?" "Ooh, I'm pretty sure you know what it means. You know, I had Leo-kun massage my shoulders." Katsuki growled. "Yeah right. When we hung out after I won the date on the first day of UA, he gave me a little massage." "You were dangerous." Katsuki's words tumbled from her lips. Momo thought about what Himiko said, and wondered what Leo would do in this situation. Those thoughts stayed with Momo, as they made their way to the hallways. Going inside, it was tightly packed, to the point that they barely could move, and were forced inside when others came running. People shoved and pushed. Leo happened to come into the corridor, after splitting from All Might, and could see the disturbance going on. Momo was shoved near Izuku, who looked on with some worry. "What's going on, Yaoyorozu-san?" Momo wished she knew. "A breach, someone invaded the school." "Could it be that?" Himiko winced. "If people are gonna shove, at least offer blood." Shoto blinks rapidly, while Katsuki snorts. Iida came close to Izuku involuntarily, and knocked into him. Momo grimaced, wondering what it was she was supposed to do right now. She knew if Leo was there, which she didn't know he was, he'd be able to calm the situation. So she felt like she had to do something, to save people from being trampled on. That's when her eyes went to the window. Leo watched her, and adopted a small smile, while Katsuki came banging into him. "Your mom okay?" "Ooh yeah, she was just checking up on me. We kinda trailed off as we spoke about All Might. It usually happens." Katsuki looked amused. "Crazy hallway huh? But, it seems Momo-chan is on the case. Let's see what she does." Katsuki raised a brow. As they talked, Momo, not aware Leo was there, smiled at the window, and begins making her way to said window, while Izuku looked on curiously. Is everything okay? This morning, there were many zealous journalists. I'm wondering if." Iida clicked with Momo. "Ah yes, that's a good idea. Let's see if we can find anything." Momo was glad that Iida was on her wavelength, and somehow managed to push to the windows. As she did, Himiko came behind her, somehow finding Ochako in the mess, and held her close. "Don't worry Ochako-chan. Until Leo-kun comes, I'll cuddle you." "Wah. Thanks I guess." Ochako gives her soft smile. "Yippee. Let's be with Leo-kun together." "Ah." Ochako cried cheerfully when she felt Himiko hug her even tighter. Leo looked on. He could see the confidence growing in Momo's eyes, then he looked to Katsuki, who gazed back at him curiously. "You know what's going on?" "From what I saw, it wasn't a villain's attack." Leo replied. "I think Momo-chan's got this, though she might need your expertise." Katsuki smirked. "Say no more, I've got this." Leo gives a thankful nod. Momo focused her eyes out of the window, scanning the ground for any signs of what could be happening. Izuku stared in awe at how calm she was being, and brought it up. I have to admire how you're staying so calm." Momo giggled awkwardly. "Actually, it's thanks to Leo-kun that I can be." Izuku tilts his head. "What do you mean?" "I know if he was here, he'd try and find the logical reason for what's going on, if this is a break-in or not, or if this is a mistake. If it is either of those that isn't serious, then he'd stop the others from trampling or hurting others to get to the exit. And if it was serious, I know he would do his best to make sure everyone was safe, and I want to do the same thing." It was clear to Izuku that Leo had inspired Momo a good deal. Momo used her keen eyes to look over the landscape. Then in the distance, she saw that there was a reporter being escorted off of school grounds by Aizawa. Relief floods over her, and looks to the others, explaining what she saw. Izuku and the others also look, seeing said reporter being escorted away. Yaoyorozu-san. Very excellent catch. Thank you, I'm sure others would have seen. She admits humbly. Now we have to stop this. Momo thought of what to do, then it clicked for her, so she turned to Katsuki who appeared next to her. Bakugo-san, if you would. Katsuki growled. Everyone. Shut up. Og. They all yelled in worry. Leo snickered, keeping out of the way so Momo could take this. Momo grimaced, believing she might have made it a bit too loud. But she pushed that aside for now, thankful of Katsuki, and begins speaking once more. Please calm down everyone, there's no villain attack. It seems that the press have taken things in their pursuit of All Might and Leo-kun perhaps too far. Please look out of the window and you'll see for yourselves. Doing just that, a number of students looked outside. Iida was impressed. Izuku definitely was, watching with a prideful face. Were UA students, please act more accordingly to our status. Even though this is certainly the press, we were still asked to go to our meeting areas, so everyone, please go in a calm and orderly fashion as to not harm the other students. Thank you very much. Izuku smiled lightly, seeing her trying her best. He was glad she was able to remain calm throughout this situation. Doing what Momo said, the other students walked away, while Momo caught the sight of a familiar blonde color in her eye. She saw in the distance, Leo was giving her a bright smile, which filled her heart warmly, glad she was able to accomplish this. Later on, Leo and the others returned to class. Izuku kept thinking about Momo, and what she was capable of doing during the little crisis. Because her ability to act, he thought something deep within his heart, something he thought for sure would be the best thing to do, so he bowed his head, and made his way towards Leo who sat down near the back, at the window. Hey, Leo-kun. Hey, Izuku-kun. What's going on? Izuku looked with determined eyes. I'm not ready to be vice president yet. Leo tilts his head. Why not? I don't have that experience yet, but today, I believe someone did. His eyes turned to Momo, who in turn looked surprised. Yaoyorozu-san was inspired by you, and she acted, calming everyone from being harmed. I think right now, she'd be the best vice president of the class. Leo could see Izuku was trying his best, and he gave an encouraging smile. If that's what you want to do. You sure? I am. But, I'm still going to do my best to support the class and you, no matter what. Leo nods strongly. I know you'd be a great president one day for the class, Izuku-kun. Izuku's cheeks flashed a little red at Leo's words. Thank you. I'll do my best, Leo-kun. Yeah, let's all do our best for Class 1A, and make it the best class. All of the class was listening to the conversation, and began voicing their own thoughts on it as well. Yeah, I'd be okay with her being the vice pres, Kirishima smiled out. Why not? She seemed focused before. Jiro added. Ooh yeah, and she's got massive. Mineta stopped when Leo's darkened eyes shot for him. He immediately felt faint. Personality. Why yeah, that's what I meant. Leo raised a brow. Mineta cried. Suyu and Jiro very much approved. Yup, she's got my vote, Himiko giggled. Well, Kachan did originally, if it wasn't me, but she's okay too, fellow rivals and all that. Our rivals. Momo murmured, a sweat dropping from her face. Shoto hums. She has known Leo-kun for a time, though not as long as me, I think it's fine. Leo smiled, turning his neck to Momo. Guess it seems to be settled. How about it, Momo-chan? Wanna work together with me? Momo felt a rush of feelings flood her heart, nodding vigorously. I'd love to do that, Leo-kun. He was glad to hear that, and adopted a bright smile. Soon enough, Aizawa came and the rest of the class flowed like it usually did. Momo felt good that she'd be able to be Leo's vice president, right next to him. After the school day finished, All Might drove him and Leo back home. Traveling down the street at a rather brisk speed, Leo could see All Might was thinking about what happened before, with the villain, and how he was losing power. He knew it couldn't be an easy situation to deal with, he wouldn't know how to feel if it was him who was losing his powers. Uncle Might, you're being quiet today, it's quite unlike you. Got something on your mind? All Might hummed. I was just thinking about today, I guess I really am going to be losing my power. Yeah, I know it's difficult to deal with, but you've done more than enough for one person. You've worked hard all these years, it's okay to rest when the time comes. Leo assured. All Might smiled softly. You're right. All Might's eyes run to Leo, who smiles right back. You did very well today. I was very proud. Leo smiled. Also, young Leo, do you ever think about that day? Quite a lot. Leo admits. It's hard to think about it. All for one, he truly is a monster. All Might's eyes fall a little. Young Leo, when you were in that coma, I remember being at your bedside, hoping you'd wake up. What he did to you. I'm sorry. Please don't apologize, Uncle Might. All for one is a monster, never apologize for a monster's actions. Leo adopts a light-hearted smile, changing the subject to lift All Might's mood. You know, I met up with Sir Night-Eye-san this morning. We talked for a good while. He didn't say it, but he asked me a good few questions about you. I think he misses you. All Might looks fondly at Leo. Yes, Sir Night-Eye and I didn't depart on the best of terms. But, I'm happy he's doing very well with his life now. Even his own agency, he's grown quite well. Leo continues to smile, knowing All Might missed Sir Night-Eye too, hoping they could one day come together again. As they talked, Lady Nagant began hopping rooftop to rooftop. She tried to angle her gun in the right way, her eyes running between Leo and All Might, though she didn't know that was All Might. She assumed he was Leo's butler, or even guardian, she wasn't sure. But it didn't matter, because she had a duty to fulfill. So she took aim towards All Might. This is it. She thought if she was able to wound him, then perhaps she would be able to gain an advantage over Leo, beginning to realize he was no easy target. He was fast, strong, agile, smart, tactical, her usual tactics wouldn't work. She aimed her gun, when they came to a stop at a traffic light, aiming for All Might's body. Nothing lethal, but enough to put him out of commission for the time being. Inhaling, she took the shot. Sailing through the air, bending as it did so, the bullet came rapidly towards the car. The back window shattered, Leo's eyes turned to see the bullet heading for All Might's stomach. Quicker than lightning, his hand reached back, his palm getting in the way, as the bullet pierced his hand. He winced, feeling the bullet even piercing his skin when he had his physical enhancement rule on. All Might jolted, looking back to see Leo pulling his hand back, blood dripping from his hand. Young Leo, what happened? Leo opened his palm, showing the bullet that had pierced him was pink and indigo, and didn't feel like a real bullet. Rather, it didn't feel like metal, but the fact it pierced Leo told them this was no ordinary bullet. Someone took a shot at you, Uncle Might. An assassin, a sniper. Leo undid his seat belt, seeing the traffic lights turn to go. Go, Uncle Might, I'll see if I can see the sniper, and perhaps stop them in their tracks. All Might was reluctant, but knew right now, little option was available to them. Be careful, I'll see if I can get to more open areas, so we can find this person. All Might strongly said. Leo opened the car door as it sped off. Right, I'll leave that to you, I'll look for this sniper. He leaps out of the car. Getting to the roof of the car, Leo began looking around at the different buildings. He thought he could see several places a good sniper would be able to fire a bullet like that. I can see an infrared. Using his second rule, Leo would be able to see the heat generated by the movement of the bullet, in case he somehow missed it with his regular vision. Then he saw a bullet coming from a tall building on the right, so he took his finger, and flicked his fingers, generating a small shockwave that flew through the air, colliding with the bullet, stopping it from reaching them. All Might zoomed down the road, while Leo searched for the sniper. But then, he thought he saw someone in the distance. Before he could confirm, he saw two more bullets coming for him, one from the right, and somehow, one was circulating a building, and coming from the left. Curving a bullet with such accuracy, the distance as well, and such power, not many people can do that. Leo thought in wonder. So he took both fingers, and generates two shockwaves, firing them off, blasting the bullets out of the air, noting the ferocity of the shots. Lady Nagant looked from her place of sniping, murmuring, "Not bad, Leo Bate-kun, how about this?" And turned her gun, loading a few more bullets. She then took aim, firing off 3 bullets this time. Like before, one came from the right, one curving from the left, and the last was hidden in the path of the right bullet. Not quitting, huh? Leo like before snapped his fingers, generating small shockwaves through the air, while All Might did his best to keep the car as steady as possible. I'm heading for the highway, young Leo. If this sniper is still on us, we should be able to see them easier. A straight path to them. Right, Leo replied, as he saw his shockwaves blowing out the bullets. However, the hidden one managed to keep going, Leo noticing it as it neared his face, moving towards All Might on a trajectory where it would pierce his stomach. He was about to stop it with his hand, when Leo saw 2 more bullets coming for them at high speed. So Leo moves his head like lightning, his teeth snapping down on the bullet cutting his gums but managing to stop it from going to All Might, while he snipes out the bullets in the air, remembering the training he received on projectiles from the military. Son of A, Leo snapped his teeth on the bullet, breaking it apart. Lady Nagant was highly impressed. Using his teeth to stop it, resourceful. Lady Nagant leaps to another rooftop, and another, keeping track of them, while unleashing a hailstorm of bullets. As they got onto the highway, and Leo stopped a few more bullets coming for them with precise actions, Leo's eyes finally saw the outline of the villain chasing them thanks to his infrared vision. Then he saw more clearly as he deactivates his infrared, taking the bullet he had been pierced with in his hand, and lined up his shot. You might be better sniper than me, but I've got some tricks for you. Leo exhaled, his fingers wriggling in the air. All light within a 10-meter radius of this bullet shall be amplified. He lined his shot up, as the bullet began giving a faint glow. When he thought it was time, Leo took his shot, launching the bullet at supersonic speeds. Lady Nagant was impressed that he found her, since she took effort to hide. The light glowed brighter and brighter as it moved through the air, to the point she couldn't see the actual bullet as light intensified, blinding her for a few moments. However, she was a great sniper, and she knew where she should fire. Nice try. She took her shot, sniping the bullet. Her eyes looked in victory, only to be shocked when she saw Leo high in the air, having traveled to her in seconds, coming right for her body. Damn, she was interrupted when Leo came in with his fist. Sorry, no more sniping now. Lady Nagant raised her gun, in line with Leo's temple as his fist was inches from her. Leo begins moving his hand to defend against it, so he wasn't sniped in the face by this woman, ready to pull back should she fire. She looked at him, and he looked at her. Eyes meeting for the very first time. Taking a life. Taking an innocent life. Og. She grits her teeth, as she was nailed in the torso, so she lowered her gun, firing a bullet for Leo's body super close as her body slammed hard into the wall. He had no choice but to leap into the sky, the bullet staying inches from his body as he sailed through the air. He managed to punch the bullet before it pierced him, however Lady Nagant had a portal behind her. Leo couldn't see her face, but saw her hand extending out towards him. Next time, golden boy. Resourceful, strong, fast, I'll have to rethink my efforts. Wait, Leo growled, using a rule to harden the air below his feet, propelling him rapidly towards her. As he was speaking a rule to try and stop her, she slipped inside of the portal as multiple bullets came for his body. Leo grimaced, avoiding the bullets mid-air, knowing it was more distraction than actually doing lasting damage. Have this. Leo seeing it closing more and more, so he used his last movements to flick a shockwave through it, just as it closed, even if he couldn't get them, he'd give them something to think about. Clicking his tongue, Leo lands on the top of the building, looking around for any clues on who it was. All Might called his phone. Leo answered. Uncle Might, I'm all right. Thank goodness. Who was it? Whoever it was, got away. But, I could confirm they had a rifle on her arm. Her quirk, the bullets, her accuracy, her power, the distance. I can only think of one person that it could be, and if it is her, she's quite dangerous. As he spoke and thought about who it might be, having an idea screaming in his mind, he did remember one thing. When she was going to fire at his face, she stopped. Because of that, he wondered, what kind of hired killer doesn't go for a headshot as close as that? Even seeing him moving to intercept, it was still the best move she could have made, yet she didn't take the shot. Leo had so many questions, and he wished he had the answers. But for now, he was glad he could protect his uncle figure, and thought about the culprit, if it really was Lady Nagant. When Lady Nagant came through the portal, she stumbled as a shockwave came flying overhead. It went towards a man in the room with an oxygen mask over his face, hitting his oxygen supply, causing it to shatter and explode, so he had to defend with his quirks, creating a blast of air from his palm. But, as a consequence, because he wasn't wearing his battle mask, he had a little trouble breathing. Doctor, oh oxygen. The man gasped for breath. A doctor came running over, and gave the man a new oxygen supply, while Lady Nagant pants hard. The man begins to breathe normally, after a few moments. Damn Leo Bate, the man murmured with anger, his eyeless face turning to Lady Nagant. You failed Nagant. He's better than I expected. She retorts. I won't fail next time, All for One. All for One raised his head. No you won't. Because it looks like I'll have to go with my other plan, and you have a big part in that. Even if you blow his limbs off, I don't care. As long as he's barely alive, that's fine with me too. This boy is dangerous, but his power shall be mine, one way or another. It's time to go with a new plan. Leo Bate, you won't escape me forever. Lady Nagant wondered what he was talking about, but it didn't matter. Her mind went back to Leo, remembering her own hesitation. She saw Leo intercept a bullet for All Might. She thought back on what she had witnessed for her time following him. In that moment, when Leo and she met eyes, she saw something she didn't expect to see again. The heart of a hero.